my lady. Okay, I think we are ready to begin. I'd like to welcome everyone to the study session of the Canyons Board of Education meeting. Tonight is November 15th, 2022, and we're meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. So the first item on our study session, we're very pleased to turn time over to Denise Haycock, Foundation Development Director, for the annual report from the Canyons Education Foundation. And I think she has a guest, and I'll let you introduce him.
You have a guest. This is our Canyons Education Foundation Board President, Fred Lowry, and he's going to be helping me with our presentation tonight. So first, we want to say thank you for allowing us to come and give you an update on what the foundation has been up to. Most of our update is going to be based on last fiscal year. So we're just going to, if you look at the numbers, kind of keep that in mind as well. The first thing I want to just touch on is our board members. So without the board members, we have no Canyons Education Foundation. Right now, we currently have 23 board members from a wide range of backgrounds and diversity and experience. And they're wonderful people. And they give up their time, they give up their money, they give us contacts to help us make connections in the business world. So if you can just kind of look through there, and I know many of the names you'll recognize. Some have been with us just a few months. Others have been with us since we started Canyons Education Foundation. One member actually came over from Jordan Education Foundation. So we have some long-term and some newer ones. That first line up there, starting with Fred, Landon, John, Brad, those are my executive board. So we are the ones who kind of look at things, present to the board before it goes to a vote. And of course, we have our ex officio members. That would be our Board of Education, Mont Millerberg, which we love having him on our board. He gives us such great insight of what the district is doing. Dr. Rick Robbins, Susan Edwards, and myself. So we're non-voting members. And then we have the mayors of all of the cities that are within Canyon School District. So they're always welcome to come to our meetings. They don't have an official vote, but we like for them to know what we're up to. So the next slide deals with the money that we receive into the foundation. So again, this is for fiscal year 22. Cash donations, we received in over 700,000. In-kind donations, 151. 603. And we get these donations in through our two big fundraisers. We have our golf tournament, which is our largest fundraiser, probably one of the most well-known and sells out every year. We've got it to that level now where we know that we're going to sell it out. So last year we made 98,000 at the golf tournament. This year we were able to bring our gala back. We had to postpone the gala for the COVID years. Bringing that back. Hopefully many of you remember our Boots and Bling Gala at Brighton High School. We had a lot of fun and we raised over $70,000 at that event. We did a fun run, which was our tutu run. So we donned our tutus on February 2nd through the 22nd of 2022. And we raised $12,000 at that event. That got a lot of our employees involved as well. So we really liked that event. We always do a Tools for Schools back to school donation drive with Z104. We appreciate that community connection we have. And then we always do our Gathering for Good holiday donation, which we're in the process of putting together for this year as well. So that's a little bit about how we bring money in with our fundraising events. But other ways money come in is through partnerships and advertising. So if somebody wants to send out a peach jar flyer, they pay a fee, and that comes into the foundation for us to use for our students. We also have a lot of private donations, and I just wanted to touch on a couple that I think are very meaningful. We have a donor that knows someone within the district, and he's a board member for Target Corporation. And so what he gave us was gift cards to Target to go and buy the things that we needed for students. So now I can just get the right size, what they need, the clothes, the shoes, food. So that was a great donation, and he's given us $20,000 in Target gift cards. We also had some students in Draper, they go to Lone Peak Elementary, and they did a lemonade stand. Not just a little lemonade stand, but a full-on lemonade stand. They brought in $1,000 in little wrinkled tens and $1 bills and gave all of their money to the foundation. So we're getting donations in on a large scale and on a small scale, but they all mean so much to us. So we have community and business donations. A couple other I wanted to touch on. Jordan Credit Union was our Apex winner. And they just, again, they heard we needed shoes. So they gave me Kohl's cash for $500 in shoes. This is on top of the $2,500 they gave me about a month ago. So they just they hear the need, and then businesses reach out. Shields always gives us at least $10,000 in a cash donation. Plus they give us so many in-kind donations over the years. You may have heard about, we had a Shield sale at one point because they gave us so many donations. We were able to give that back to the employees. The Larry H. Miller family charity gives us holiday support every year. We get quarters for Christmas cash for holiday support. Horace Mann is an insurance company that partners with us for our Choose projects. Community nursing services give back when they do flu clinics for our kids. They give back any of the extra money back to the foundation. Of course, Real Salt Lake, United Way is a huge donor. They give back to the Title I schools. And of course, they've been a huge donor to the Hillcrest project. And of course, we also have our own high schools. Last year, they gave back part of their fundraising money to the Canyons Education Foundation. Some gave us $5,000, some gave us $1,000, depending on how the school did. But every high school goes out and they try and raise money for a charity. And we said, hey, we've got kids in our district that could really use those funds. And they answered that call and they gave back to us. We thought that was wonderful for them to do. Something that is not represented here on the slide next year, but I wanted to let you know, is that we did receive a $100,000 donation from one of our board members. So that was is going to go into an endowment fund for scholarships and for teachers. So that was just another donation that is not reflected in these numbers. Now we're going to let Fred talk about what we do with that money.
So we talk about getting all this money, and I think it's important to know that first of all, we can't do this without the support we have from the district. Obviously, we are created in order to support you, but we can't do it without your support. And as you go through what we show that what we've given, this doesn't happen without and the team that we have right here. If you don't already, you know what an amazing job Denise does, and I appreciate the way that you support the foundation in supporting Denise. And it's amazing that Denise does, and Marilee, I don't know if Marilee's here, but what you have as a team here, it's awesome to watch.
We do have a great team. I should thank all of the external relations, because without them, they help with our graphics and getting our signage done and getting the word out. And Marilee's our financial secretary. And so yes, the external relations team really helps to work with the foundation does. Thank you, Fred.
It's so true. And I can tell you, as I've been blessed to be a part of this foundation and being on the board, to see the things that are happening, it's really rewarding. To give you an idea, this last year, of course, this is the 2021 fiscal year. We have our teacher innovation grants, which we ended up delivering those again a couple of weeks ago, and some of you joined us, which we appreciate you going. But last year we gave out 96,000 in teacher innovation grants. Those are awesome projects and things that have happened. And when you go in those classrooms and you see what's happening in this district, it's quite amazing. We also had almost 50,000 in teacher projects that donors choose. Now this is an interesting one. This is another one. I think when you look at what Denise does in the foundation, The foundation gave out $49,442 in these teacher projects. However, Denise and her team, almost on a daily basis, are looking for where donors will match those funds. And by doing that, really that impact turned into 160,000 that went through those matching funds. And also the state had the one-time funding by the state. That's also included in those numbers. We also have 10,000 that's allocated for the college application week. There's scholarships. Another nice thing is we facilitated 50,000 in private college scholarships. Those are individuals that have donated or foundations that have donated money that they have the money, they want to donate it, and through the foundation, we've been able to administer those scholarships. We gave 11,000 in the Bright Star and the Rising Star scholarships. I think it's okay for us to note that we've approved and hoping that we've increased that, almost doubled that this next year with those Rising Star scholarships, hoping that we can reward those that we give those scholarships to reward them for continuing to continue their education. We have the Rice Point STEM summer camp scholarships, which was that.
So we did,
remember
$5,000 for students to go up to a $500 summer camp. And then Rice Point picks up to get kids excited about science.
Then we have the My 529 college savings account scholarships. We haven't had as much momentum on that.
We're gonna push that out hard this year. That's a $500 college savings to a seventh grader who would be the first generation to go to college. And so we want to start them out in seventh grade to have that goal. Like, I'm going to college, I've already got $500 stashed away, and then it will continue to grow interest as they get ready to graduate.
Our Teacher of the Year awards, that's another one that we think is so important, that we hope that catches momentum with other teachers as they receive those cash prizes that they're able to. That was over $15,000 in cash and the in-kind donations. And then, of course, we have the new teacher event, which we appreciate the district helping support that, which we did this last year at Alta High School. That's an important one, and helping we arrange to get the vendors and the giveaways. Everyone likes free swag, so it's nice to get that. And then some of the special projects. And why don't you mention on those? You know these very well.
Sure. So one of the special projects we did this year was a garden at Star Village. So we paid the community $2,000 to prepare and plant a garden so that they could grow their own food, learn how to garden, and reap the rewards of that. It was a huge success. So there's just that whole community over there in Midvale. They had a garden. They were very, very proud of it. And now they want to just do it again. So we were happy to support that. That was only $2,000, but it affected a lot of lives. Then we also sponsored the back to school meet and greet. And I know some of you were there at the road home. We had the principals that came over. They met the students who live at the road home, met their families. We're able to give every family member a Chick-fil-A dinner, meet the principal, feel good about it. You're coming back to school, and they didn't have to travel to their school. So that was another little thing that we funded for them. We of course do the holiday support for students in need, and we're going to do that a little bit differently this year. We sent out a memo to our principals, kind of keep it a little more equitable, because sometimes we would have one student, somebody would really be like, oh, we really want to give, and so this one family would get so much, and then this other one wouldn't quite get so much. So we're going to try it a little bit differently this year to make sure that we're doing equitable giving for the holidays. But there's always a lot of needs that come pouring in. I sent the memo out last week, and I probably already got about 20 requests to help with families in need for the holidays. The weekend food bags is where the students who are food insufficient, we make sure they have food to get them through the weekend. So nutritious, shelf-stable food, easy to heat up, easy to eat, and we will supply those food bags. We typically deal with the bubble schools on that. There's some poverty in the school. The Title I schools are taken care of through a different mechanism, but we'll go out, and we provided all of the food bags for Ridgecrest this year and for Willow Canyon. And then we also get some additional requests where we're doing little one-offs on that. But that helps kind of those non-Title I kids that still need it. And as I mentioned before, when we get donations in, and during COVID, we had a lot of donations that come in, and I didn't know what to do. I mean, there were kids in school, they weren't having Halloween parties, they were doing that. So we amassed a lot of donations. So once school came back in, we started sending those out. And Jeff Heaney had a great story about a kid who got a Halloween costume this year and how it meant the world to him to be able to just go to the office and say, you can be in the parade. Here's a Halloween costume for you. So Walmart donated hundreds and hundreds of Halloween costumes to it. Then we just give those out to the elementary school kids. Shields donated shoes and North Face coats and really nice stuff. That we had so many donations that then we decided we're going to give back to our employees as well. So we did a Shields sale and gave it to them at a reduced rate and raised money for the foundation and helped our employees be able to get some really nice things. But we took care of all of the students first. Every employee has asked me if I'm doing that again. No, because it was a one-time thing. It was, hopefully we won't have another pandemic and I won't have to do that again. But that's where we are. And that's not all the ways we give, but those are the main ways.
So can I help paint a picture real quick, Denise, that I think that helps you when we talk about this impact? When I think of this, first thing that comes to my mind is I think of Elsa, a student at, remember which one was it? Where was it? Well, the elementary school. It was a special education class. Some of you are with us. And it was, I think it was 4th grade class. Special education, they have an area for their recess where they go and play. They have a picnic set up where they eat lunch and their snacks. But Elsa's in a wheelchair. That table doesn't accommodate a wheelchair. And so this teacher saw that hey, we need to get a table that Elsa can sit up and enjoy those snacks with the rest of the friends. And then also have some instruments that she can play as they learn music and things. Well, as we brought that innovation grant to them, and I know this is this year, but if we need to help paint that picture, you announced that, hey, Elsa is going to be able to sit at the table. This table will accommodate her wheelchair. If you could see her light up and her arms will waving. And then she got to learn that she's going to have instruments. And it wasn't just her that was waving, the rest of the class just cheered. And those are the kind of things that those students will remember that, and it's going to help develop them. And that's just one of.
That's really what our mission statement is to enhance the education of the students in the school district. And so if it's one student, if it's a classroom of students, we just try and have that impact to make it a better place for our students to be.
We have big goals. We want, I guess, if you go to the next slide, is we're looking at enhancing our board, and we've been able to add some new board members that are improving that.
Well, and we're happy that we're getting some board members from some corporations that will be very, very we've been reaching out to them, and now we finally got someone from their company on our board. South Valley Chamber has been wonderful, and Don Willie has joined with us on that, and he also helps us share the things that we're doing with the people in the South Valley, and so that gives us another connection out there. One of the things that we've added, and we have a board member now from every city. So we recently added someone from Midvale, Cottonwood Heights, and Sandy City. We've always had Midvale, who's new, and of course Fred is representing the River Council. So we've got 4 of our cities that are there. So now our cities know exactly what the foundation's up to and what the district is doing. We felt that was a very important piece to add to our foundation board. So we've got that completed at this point. And then we're also, a big thing that we've been working on is collaborating with the other donations that come into the district. So we have state and federal programs in our community schools, our Title I schools, they'll go out and they'll get donations, and I go out and I get donations, and maybe I have something that they need or they have something that I need, but it was always like, oh, this is yours and this is mine. We're not doing that anymore. We are collaborating, we're putting everything in one location. we are going to announce at the principals meeting on Thursday that you have one place where you put in a request that you need coats, you need shoes, you need food. And between Michelle and I, we will figure out who's going to meet that request and get it out. So we're trying to make it easier for our principal. Just put in a request and between us, we'll figure it out. And if we have something extra, we don't want to just keep it locked in a warehouse. We want it to get to the student and we'll go out and get some more. So we think that's an exciting collaboration that we're working on. And Brian is here. I appreciate the mental health piece that we're always trying to, Brian's going to present to our board on Thursday. We always want to know what's going on in the different departments in the district and how can the foundation support that. Mental health has been a big piece that we want to reach out and help. So we've asked one of the directors to come and speak to our board and let us know how we can help facilitate that.
We're hoping that we'll be able to add another type of grant with the teachers, that we can maybe do one that will involve the counselors and be able to find ways that we can help improve and support the mental health. Is
The educator innovation grants, the social workers and counselors, and what do you need to get the mental health in your school and how can we support that? So we're looking at that as another option coming through. We'll continue to engage with businesses, keep trying to grow that network. The relationships is what it's all about, just building those relationships, getting them to trust you, getting them to understand your story and want to give to you. We are part of the Utah Association of Public School Foundations, so we meet together and we feed off of each other and get ideas from each other. So it's just another way that we're building relationships in the community. So we just kind of end with that. We are proud to support the mission of the Board of Education, and we're proud that we have an impact on the students and teachers within Canyon School District. And one last slide, because you have to know we're fun. Oh, did my slide not get in? She didn't put it in?
just imagine Denise in a tutu.
Yeah. Even better is no, we had a picture of our gala with the Wild West where we had Leon and Nancy. That's okay.
It's on board docs. We thought.
Oh, yeah. That's okay. That's okay. But we do like to have fun. We like to engage people and give them a fun reason to give. So we're happy to answer any questions you might have, but that's kind of who we are and what we do.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments, board? Mr. Wrigley, then Mr. Milliberg.
So first off, I've had the privilege of watching you guys grow. And it's exciting to see the money you're passing out. But I think more important is the engagement of the community. Very healthy and growing school districts need support of the community and they need to be part of that. They're not separate. And so I really appreciate that. It's yes, they're giving some money, but more than that, they're emotionally attaching and supporting our children and supporting our cause. And it'd be nice if we went to all the businesses in this area eventually, that they all wanted to support us and we could work together. Because eventually we're going to be needing them probably for some kind of internships or other things other than just money that it'll help our students. And so thank you for all you're doing. It's more than what you just presented to here. It's far greater than I've seen you guys in business. It's amazing. But mostly it's just the psychological aspect of having people feel part of our district, feeling involved. And
I think that's why it's exciting that we've really got these other cities now that are involved. And Sandy City is really stepping up now too, which is, they're the biggest city in the district. And so it's catching on that way.
that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Milliberg.
I know you've heard me say this before. Of all the board members, the Board of Education, I lucked out and I got the best assignments. We go way back with the foundation. Susan, you and I remember our first golf tournament that we did jointly with the Jordan School District. And Susan and I walked out of there that day and said, we're not doing that again.
Kindly. We kindly said, we're not doing that again.
But to watch the growth that's taken place over the years, and Denise, you took it to a whole new level. And thank you for doing that. And we get non-school district board members like Fred step up and take leadership, and they direct what happens in the foundation. It's board driven, and it's a great place to be. And I've got to tell you that Wasatch Mountain this year, out there 6:30 in the morning driving a golf cart around up on the mountain course, and I looked down over the Heber Valley. I thought, I gotta be one of the luckiest people in the world to just be here and be a part of a great cause. And the one question that I asked when we were on the fun bus, is it more fun to raise the money or is it more fun to give the money out? I think giving it away is a winner.
You're right, yeah.
And I gotta tell you, the gala, what a good time. The golf tournament, fantastic. So well organized. And board members, if you've not been there before for a golf tournament, you should really go a couple hours before it starts. Denise has just got this finely honed machine running, and everybody in a matter of about 2 hours sets everything up and it goes.
And at the very least, get into the silent auction and drive in on that, right? So,
Exactly.
Yeah, somebody said that to my wife once.
Yeah. Chris is our best customer for the auction.
Chris says she wins.
I know, I always tell mine, your wife wants to get this one. Yeah,
well,
we
we
appreciate
obviously
it.
welcome suggestions as this school year continues on ways that we can support the district, and it's gonna continue to grow. And our hope is that we can get that endowment to a spot that where it will sustain itself and be able just to continue to grow, and we'll be able to.
I've been challenged to get it to 1 million before I retire, so here we go.
That's what we're gonna do.
You know, the fun bus, what a good time. I was so impressed with the young lady at Jordan High School that
Oh,
you
yeah.
asked,
Oh, yes.
you asked the teacher to
Yeah.
talk about the grant, and she just stepped up and said, I'll do that.
A student.
A student,
The student
a
knew
sophomore.
Exactly what was in the grant, told us why they needed it, what it was gonna do, and that grant was so rewarding because Jordan High was getting a grant to give back to younger students for summer camp. They wanted to teach them how to build Lego robots during the summer for schools that feed into Jordan High. And they were so excited that we were giving them the Lego robots to do that.
You worry about the future, and then you go to a class like that, you see her present, and
And what could be more fun in an elementary school than raising trout?
My favorite innovation grant. Well, we thank you for your time. Any other questions?
Any other comments or questions? I think I can speak for all of us and saying how much we appreciate the work that you do and the collaboration and the partnerships that you're building, as has been mentioned, how vital that is to our community as well as the district. So thank you very much.
I think for most of it's not work, it's Denise does the work, and we find our.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
Thursday.
Oh, yeah. What a great way to start the meeting. Okay, next.
And don't get any ideas when you reassign assignments, okay?
Okay, next on our agenda, we will have, this is an annual report from the Sex Education Instruction Committee and Resources. And then I have 3 things together, so I will introduce them all. And then because we have the same presenter for all 3 and they all are kind of related, so.
They're all related.
So the second item is the biennial review of the sex education policy. And the third item is the biennial review of specified county statistics. And all of these are required by state statutes. So with that, I will turn time over to Jessie Hennifer, Instructional Support Administrator. Jessie.
Thank you. It's actually been a while since I've presented to all of you, so thanks for having me here. I I don't blame you. Golf tournaments, money raising, that sounds like an amazing assignment. Sex Education Instruction Committee is one that I have to ask lots of people to join, so.
I'm happy with where I am, thank you.
Hey, Bob.
I learned so much last board meeting about sex education. I don't want to learn it again.
So the three sections we have, like President Tini said, are three pieces that are by statute required. So each year I come and present these three pieces, talk through it. You're welcome, please give me feedback, but we'll kind of break it down a little bit at a time. I have a few slides for each and then a place for questions at each section that you guys are welcome to ask. So I wanted to give a little background on the timeline for each year, because this does, for some, it is a little confusing because there's a lot of pieces to the Sex Education Instruction Committee tied to the policy, which we'll talk about here in a minute. So we have two committee meetings each year, one in the fall, one in the spring, often. The spring is it depends on if materials have been submitted by teachers, if complaints have been filed with schools, which we haven't had one in my memory that has come to the state or the district level. So we have actually not had a spring meeting for a couple of years now, but I'll get to that in a moment. So the fall and spring meeting agenda items include reviews to request new resources. If we have new speakers that have been identified to come into schools, they have to be reviewed and approved by the committee and then you as a board. And if there's any addition to the curriculum, which we haven't had an adjustment from the state for quite some time either. The spring meeting agenda includes the review of county data. We've actually adjusted that because we haven't had a spring meeting. We've actually reviewed that in the fall so that we hit that data, even if we don't have one in the spring. Anytime we have a meeting, the follow-up is a presentation to you as a board for recommendations for approval, whether that's the fall and or the spring. So that comes to you usually the next board meeting, and I'll talk through that in a moment. And then the annual report for what we do as the committee. That annual report, I usually like to do in August because it's the report for the year prior, which is what I'm doing now in November. But y'all have been busy and you've bumped me a couple of times, which I'm okay because you've got lots of stuff on. But today's report is for what the committee did last year. So that's what we're going to do at the very beginning. So this is the work that we completed in 21-22. We held our fall meeting on October 26th. The agenda included a review of the purpose of our committee, why we're here, what we do. We had a few materials. One was a video called Don't Teach Love for Abuse that was presented and then approved by you as a board. There was a video from Sandy City called Stop the Violence that was presented to you and approved. And then we had some CDC, STI, STD brochures. There were some questions on those based on the pictures that were used in those brochures. And when I went back to look at it, they were copyrighted. So I couldn't edit or adjust them. I couldn't edit or adjust those. So we just left those off and we haven't reintroduced those. Mainly because the information that was in those brochures is also in our approved presentation, slide presentation, which you all have approved as well. Following any of our meetings, the committee members follow a rubric that we have set in place that looks through whether the resource is medically accurate, whether it aligns to the standards for our health standards, and whether it's trauma informed, which is a way that we've moved to adopt, which means it's not fear. We're adopting resources that take into account that some of the learners may have gone through trauma. So we're aware of that as we adopt these materials. The spring committee meeting did not occur because we didn't have any materials that were presented. We didn't have any requests from teachers. We didn't have complaints. So we actually did not hold this spring because it wasn't needed. And then today, November 15th, is the review of that. So this kind of wraps up our work from 21-22. I wanted to give you just a little preview and review of what we've already done this year as we're moving forward. So you reviewed the committee membership, which was approved. We invited all of those committee members. Many returned from last year to our fall committee meeting. The verification from speakers is required by the policy. So we have to send out a communication to any of the speakers that are coming into our classrooms for sex education to ask if they've edited or adjusted their presentation. And if they have, we have to review that and then approve it because of those changes. We called all of them, got their curriculum requests, and then the fall committee meeting we held on November 10th. So coming up probably in the next one, we will probably have our recommendation for approval of the resources that we reviewed. And then if needed, the spring committee meeting will be in March. So that's what we did last year. That's where we're headed this year. That's actually the review of our work. So any questions or comments, edits or adjustments?
Any questions or comments? I just have one question.
Yeah.
With the materials that were reviewed would come back next, is that in the spring or?
So what we reviewed on November 10th, we've given the committee a week. So this Friday, they're able to provide, they have additional time to review and provide feedback. Based on that feedback, that's the data that I bring to you and ask for that adoption. It will most likely be, I'll request the December for you to look at that, but we had to get the feedback first, which is this Friday, I believe. So.
Thank you. That helped. I was a little
Yeah.
unclear about that.
Yeah, so we try to do it as soon after the meeting as possible, which that would be the December 1st meeting. And that would also give time for you first, second reads, third reads if needed, but.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And let me just interject here, the board members that serve on your committee.
I was gonna bring that up.
Okay.
Yes, we actually have two board members that serve. Mr. Wrigley and Ms. Oakes both serve. They both attended our meeting, so thank you very much. We have a parent from every secondary school, middle and high school. And then we have teachers, counselors, and a couple of secondary administrators that serve for the district level. I'm also on there, but I do not provide feedback. I facilitate the whole of it. So my data isn't included when I come for the recommendation. I just pull it from what our committee has proposed.
Great, thank you. Mrs.
Yeah.
Dunbar?
That was actually one recommendation I had when I was looking through the materials before the meeting is maybe in the future, it'd be nice just to have typed up what the makeup of that committee is. We all know it, but it would just be nice to have it on docs. Yeah, and you don't necessarily need to have names, but just two board members, a parent from each. Because I know that, you know, in previous meetings, that's something you've gone over, but it might be nice just for the general public that are wondering, oh, how do they determine who's in this committee?
Yeah, I can do that. I actually have another question on that. The policy says a written report. This is what I've done for this will be the third time. Would you prefer a written report or is this sufficient for your needs or your information?
I think I'm reading words here. So I think it's
Well,
written.
I'm good. I mean, it qualifies for the policy, but what?
And yeah, and thank you, Holly, for reminding us about the membership. So the board actually approved the membership of the committee at, I believe, last meeting.
It was on the former board docs.
Yeah.
So, but your point is to have it associated with this written report.
Yes,
Exactly.
I can include it here, because that is the review of committee membership. That is what you did in the October, but I can include each of I could include names, it's public, but I could include who or what positions they each hold.
Yeah, I just thought then they don't, because not everyone knows we approved it and they can find it on the consent agenda, just so it's all in one place.
Yeah, I will do that.
Great. Any other questions or comments for this section?
I was just kidding. I got it. It's an easy one.
Well, yeah, you guys can work out the technical part of that, so.
So the next portion is biennial review of the policy. And so as in my last presentation, this policy was updated and approved by the Canyons Board of Education in June of 2018. That was when the last big adjustment to state policy changed, which we aligned to. When we aligned to that in 2018, there haven't been any updates to the state policy for us to review. So it's as aligned today as it was when we adopted it. There have been no changes or no proposed changes from my understanding for that. If that state policy does change or law, then we would propose that for the policy review committee. The policy is 600.500. It is one of the only ones that I have memorized the number. The first portion of that covers parent permission, which is required to take this portion of the health curriculum. It includes the instruction and what can occur there, and then what can and should occur when complaints or violations have occurred. So that's what the first portion of our policy covers. Again, the complaints and violations, we haven't had any in the time that I've been here, which I think is 7 years. So we had none this year. We've had no violations. Isn't to say that a parent hasn't called a teacher with a question or clarification, but it's never gone beyond that. So that's something that we don't keep track of. But if it's always been taken care of with teacher and parent and hasn't escalated to a principal, then we don't track it as a whole, which I think is a really good thing, that it's able to be taken care of at that level. The next part is the sex education committee and what we do as a committee. It outlines what we do and where our guardrails are. So one, we have to have it. We have to meet every year. That's required, and it's just best practice. And then our duties include reviewing the materials, any materials that come that's aligned to sex education, any speakers, or if any curriculum is proposed. That is our duty as a committee, to review that against being medically accurate, aligned to state standards in teaching and state law. And then once we review it along those lines, we bring to you for approval. I have not had any requests for a change in policy. There's no, so I don't know what or if we need to take a next step in that, or because it's working well. Seems our parents have what they need to make the choices that they want for their students. Our teachers have what they need to instruct, meet the standards, and also feel protected, knowing that the materials that have been adopted are approved by us, and our students are getting what they need to learn the standards that they're supposed to learn. So I feel like we're in a really good place with our policy, and I personally wouldn't recommend an adjustment, but that's something to keep in mind.
Yeah, and I guess with legislative session coming up,
Yes,
well, you know,
and that,
always on the look out for if that at the state level, there are changes that need to be modified.
that would prompt us, yeah.
And just kind of for reference to the full policy is also posted on Board Docs. So if someone wants to dive deep into that, it's available there.
I'd love to have a conversation about it if you would like.
Questions or comments on this section, Mr. Wrigley?
So just a couple of questions that
Yeah.
I don't know if it's exactly in policy, but we haven't covered it. The materials that are approved, they're online for parents to see.
Yeah, required by law, but yes, they are posted online. They are in the the instructional supports department, which is our curriculum department, under the health tab, and right about partway down is approved materials for sex education. So there's the list of materials, and then parents can click on the link to pull up the presentation, to pull up the video any videos that have been approved. They can see the contact information for the speakers that have been approved. So all of that is open to the public.
Is there any other additional information? And parents sometimes have a hard time on maturation conversations with their children. Is there any more stuff they could find there, or that just maybe the stuff we have there was supplemented?
So we don't have additional parent resources to follow up with our lessons, which could be a request for our committee. I think would be very good. Our maturation presenter and the video that she has provided is phenomenal. I have to say, we approved her. It is fantastic. And parents can watch that with their students. We give a code for the parents to log in so they can watch that online with their students and follow up with that, as well as the in-person presentations. But that's a resource for parents to watch with, have discussions about maturation between them and their student, as well as the in-person.
I mean, we don't teach a lot of this in our classes. We rely on the parents, and most of this program is a 101. I don't know if we'd ever consider a 102 for those parents that maybe in the high school level that are starting to go more in depth in that conversation when your students more mature, but still want to have a little bit of suggestions, I guess you would say, rather than some of the books out there. I don't know, maybe something to
I think it's a great
think
idea.
about, because we've got the 101, which is really good. It's pretty basic, but we also get into high school, and our high school science classes and health classes don't go really too much. But university have it correlated with our high school classes, that 102 thing, that the parents could be involved and maybe help out in that discussion.
That's a great recommendation. We had a brief, well, it wasn't brief, but we did have a discussion on where some of the overlap between digital citizenship and safety overlaps with sex ed. Not that it's there, but relationships and how that builds and what can occur online, and then being students understanding those connections and what some consequences could be. And one of the requests was, can we continue to develop our parent resources for digital citizenship, digital safety? And this seems to fit in that same request and that same need. So I think that's a great idea.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Oaks.
To speak to Steve's point, the last kiddo I had that hit the maturation age, we had the video access, and it was amazing. And I loved being able to do it on my own timeline, to sit down with her, and actually her older sister sat in on it, and she was like, this is way better than what I got. So we had some really good conversations. So I do think anything that we have where it's kind of in that format where parents can sit down and talk it through with their kid, because their child's not going to get on their own without help, because you do have to have the code. There was no way we could get in without the code. So
Yeah.
it was really effective.
And this is one of the contents with topics that we can provide the 101 in the classes, but then there are beliefs and practices at home that parents need and can and should connect with, but we can provide the 101, and that ability to make that connection with home beliefs and home understandings is needed and good. So.
Any other questions or comments? So is that something, board, that there's some interest in asking the committee to kind of look into that?
My one question with that is, I don't know how that interplays with state law.
We would have to
We
look.
have to stay within the boundaries.
We would have to stay within the boundaries, which are tight, and so I don't know. It would be an interesting discussion, even knowing what that would look like.
Well,
But I don't think it's a bad idea to look at what the high school curriculum is.
That's what I'm more
Have
thinking of.
something
Is
somewhere.
what it is to release to the parents some of the high school curriculum, maybe some answers that would answer discussions.
to go along with that, they have access.
So they sort of know what we're talking about, but also just, these are some questions that we've sort of talked about in class, you may want to ask and talk about. So it mostly related to the curriculum rather than pulling it stuff out of the hat.
I actually think it would be great to have that timing, like, okay, we discussed this today. Here's the accompanying parent video that we recommend you look at with your child when you have a moment. I think the way it could reinforce some of those principles, the discussion between the parent and child would be really
and also a very good use of Unit Square. So
Right?
yeah. All right, I will look through that and we'll bring it up in our next meeting.
Any other questions or comments about the policy? Okay.
I was just gonna say, I love the idea of having the parents get that first look and opportunity to discuss with their kids too.
Great.
All right. The third part of the presentation, and definitely the heavy on numbers, is the local county data. So I have provided on board docs some more detailed spreadsheets provided by the county, which you can see. I've broken down some of those into some slides just to have some brief discussions if you would like. And I have a summary for each of them. So we start with Utah adolescent birth data. This is from 2020. So we've talked about it before. The data lags quite a bit. So this is the newest data that's been provided by the state and the county. Salt Lake County has, and this is per 1,000 women or females. Salt Lake County has 14 to 1,000 as the rate of adolescent birth. And this is adolescent is 15 to 19 in this data set. So that's where the county is at. This is a slight decrease overall from our last data set.
Is the data, do they, in the state of Utah, 18 and 19 is that's when a lot of everybody's getting married in some cases. So does it break it down to 15 to 17 or something?
They don't. No, they don't.
Nice to know that. So,
Yes.
I mean, Utah's a little bit different than some of the states on that numbers.
And I did provide some contacts, which I am actually going to reach out to see if we can get more detailed data. This is the first time we've actually had some names for that. But we broke it down into smaller areas. So Salt Lake County is giant. It doesn't all incorporate us. So we pulled out of one of the data sets the cities that were reported that do fall into our school district boundaries. So Midvale, again, this is per 1,000 females, 15 to 19, and the newest data is from the 2020. Midvale is 30.7. Sandy West, can't tell you where that is. I'm just in general. Sandy West is 14.7. Sandy Center is 9.4. Draper is 4.1. Cottonwood is 3.6. Cottonwood Heights area. And then Sandy Northeast is 5.2. Those are the only ones that were reported within our boundaries. Of these, Midvale had a slight increase. The rest had a slight decrease from the last data set that was provided. Then STI and STDs, this is the big data set of that. The three top on the chart are the ones that we talk through the most often because they are the most prevalent, which is chlamydia, gonorrhea, and syphilis. And then this is the area for those. Now, summary of all of that, constant trend up, although it's slight trend. So over the last, I think it's been 7 years, there's been a trend upwards for all three of those, with an anomaly in the pandemic, which went down. But overall, the trend is an upwards trend, although it's a slow trend upwards. So that's what we're seeing across the counties in Utah. These are the just some more details for, I put it on there so the public could go here to see if they wanted more information, you as well, and this is where we will be contacting. So the health.utah.gov has more data sets. We actually have 2 names that we can contact if we want to try to get more detailed data for our areas. And that is the review of the data this year.
You questions or comments? Mr. Wrigley?
We've got some broad numbers. Do we know how many unwed mothers we have in our district? Is that how big of an issue that is, or do we keep any to that number?
It is only categorized by adolescent birth rates, by age, at least the data that is available.
I just asked that question because I wanted to know how much of an impact it have on our district and what are we providing the services that are needed for. Because obviously a lot of those individuals are going to school.
Yeah.
So,
So
look into.
just to kind of follow up on that, so what services do we provide?
So we do have, prepared for that question, but we do have our alternative high school, which is Diamond Ridge High School. We also have Entrada, which are two areas that that females, women that are pregnant could take advantage of if they're not staying in their boundaried high school. So Amy Becker is the principal of both of those with Mark Matea at Entrada, but those are two options for that. For a student who found themselves in a position where they wanted to continue school, but may not feel like they want to continue at their boundary high school. I would say those are the two main for education. And then we have our nursing services, which can support to a point, right? They're not prenatal nurses, but they can support with what a parent might need in those cases. Those are the two answers I have. I could look deeper into that though. Oh, online school. Thank you. Canyon's online. But so opportunities to continue their education and progress towards graduation, we have for those kids.
Thank you. Mr.
I
Wrigley?
was gonna say, Diamond Ridge has a daycare sort of a thing, right? At least they're trying to put it together.
I don't know that answer.
They've got the equipment, I think they're trying to. And also, I know Jordan has a daycare center. Which other of our high schools have daycares?
Aren't they preschool? A lot of them are
Preschools, basically, but they'll take them. It's a preschool, but I mean, so it is feasible after a mother delivers to go back to their high school and be there with their child at the same place, which is what the things that we offer.
Mr. Milliberg?
Is there any restriction, a young lady continuing to go to school when she's pregnant? They can go up to the date of delivery.
Nowadays.
In their boundary school, yeah, there's nothing would actually advocate against anyone who wanted to put in a rule like that, but no, there is not.
Yeah, I just asked that question because I keep thinking years ago when we were starting our family, my wife had to hide her pregnancy so she didn't get fired. So, we've come a long way.
Yeah, back to that parent choice and that parent student relationship. If they feel like that's the right choice, they can continue through with that as long as
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you so much, Jesse.
I appreciate it.
Good information and
I will probably see you on the next one with a recommendation for some materials. So
all right.
thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, board. Next on the agenda, item 1E, policy update. And we'll be taking a look. These are first reading. Policy 300.07, school. I think it should be student conduct on buses. But anyway, and then policy 600.06, school library materials selection and review. And I will turn time over to Jeffrey Christensen, Assistant Legal Counsel.
Thank you, President Tingy. So the first policy that we have for first reading deals with student conduct on buses. And so just a couple of bulleted items here. As part of the 22-23 negotiation package, there was a provision that the policy committee would take a look at this policy with some of the negotiations team and really look at some provisions that dealt with bus drivers on buses. And so at our last policy committee meeting in October, we had those representatives come to our meeting, and then we had further follow-up at looking at several provisions of this policy. This is not a negotiated policy. However, it is one where we have met with during the negotiations, they forwarded it to the policy committee to review. So what you have in the red line is provisions that group is reviewed and is also recommending to move forward regarding the student conduct on bus policy. So if you look at the red line that's on board docs, there's a few just updates that really focus on the bus driver in terms of student conduct on bus. And there was some language we added that it's the driver's responsibility to address behavior, and we added some adjectives: disruptive, distracting, or hazardous at the recommendation of the bus drivers. They're dealing with conduct on buses. In our student conduct on buses, we have references to our student conduct and discipline policy, and it's considered, while they're on the bus, an extension of the classroom, and the bus driver has ways in which they can track and report back to schools and school performance regarding issues on the bus. We also modified language where on occasion we have a supervising adult that may be on the bus, a paraprofessional or other administrator. While they are on the bus, it's still the bus driver's responsibility to maintain conduct on the bus, and that supervising adult works under the direction of the bus driver to assist. So we clarified that language. And then another request they recommended for safety and travel is sports equipment, musical instruments, or other large objects. Examples are skateboards and scooters that could become dangerous if they're in aisles or other places near emergency exits. To the extent they can, will be kept in backpacks or in designated cases, so we don't have instruments out while the buses are traveling. All of those revisions were acceptable to those that recommended this policy be reviewed. And then we also added at the end, in situations where order cannot be restored, a bus driver will contact the transportation department, and they will work with dispatch to contact local police. Those are the revisions recommended for student conduct on buses. And I can answer any questions regarding this one.
Questions, comments? Mr. Wrigley?
So I don't know if we talked about it the opposite side, but has this been modified in the student contact policy to also go along with what the behavior should be on buses? Because I know sometimes the kids go a little crazy, and there needs to be, if that's not specifically related to buses, maybe we need to put a section in the student conduct.
So we have a section on there, and they're aligned. They're aligned in our student discipline policy.
So that in specific, I didn't hear.
So specifically in our student discipline policy, we address student behavior. We haven't really delegated or had language that is covering the responsibility of a bus driver. This is in our general policy section. This is where we cover the responsibilities of the bus driver related to students. And then in our student conduct and discipline policy, we address not just bus discipline, but classroom discipline under state statute and other regulations. So these two policies are aligned, but they address different issues.
Just a question, I didn't have a chance, I apologize, I didn't have a chance to see the other one. Does it specifically talk about behavior on buses that are student policy? So that we can have that with the parents and also with the students in line.
Mr. Middleburg?
You know, it's almost magical when I walk into a classroom and watch how a trained teacher with good classroom management skills handles the kids. They've been trained to do that. What training is available to our bus drivers for them to be able to do this and take charge and control and drive? That to me is just kind of a scary situation. And what training are we providing to our bus drivers?
So at the beginning of the school year, there was always a bus driver's in service that is general training. In our most recent meeting, Everett Perry, who works primarily with our ESP employees, and this might coincide some with our Department of Student Services. There is some new training, and I forget the term, Ryan. I think is it event, or you may recall, I don't know if you recall the term, but we have new training that will be issued to bus drivers regarding specific behavioral related issues dealing with special education that we haven't had previously, and that will be moving forward. So primarily, we just have the in-service training that's done once a year, but there will be more training forthcoming.
And during that training, we usually try to bring in with BJ,
Head staff from our department in there.
Ryan's department, to come in and go over some protocols, some training on how to handle some situations there. So we try and train them up the best we can.
And that training takes how long to complete?
I think they were probably at a couple hours. But
And that's just on safety and operating the bus with
well, that
students.
was, yeah,
I mean, student management on the bus is 6 hours,
a couple hours.
a couple hours, okay. And that's enough.
Not saying that's enough, that's not enough.
Okay,
Come on. I think we should get a hold of Disneyland and ask them to donate those bars that come down. As they're riding, the bars are down, and then when the bus driver is ready to let them go, he can push the button for those 3 seats or 4 seats so the kids can get out and go.
I just know if I've got 3 or 4 of my grandkids in the car and I'm driving
Right.
it.
So I have actually had a couple patrons contact me here in this last week about student behavior on buses. And it's really made me consider, I know I sit on the policy committee, but I do feel like we may need to look at this a little further. And I think Mont might be onto something here with more training. Just because some of the things that have been reported to me, kids leaning out the bus, yelling explicit language to people on the street, and really crazy situations. We've had some, bullying and some racism and some things on the bus that are pretty atrocious. And I know we've dealt with them as quickly and as speedily as we can, but I think that I think it's a great idea to have more training for bus drivers because they are driving this big vehicle and they're liable for everyone's safety. And then if kids are misbehaving, it's pretty difficult. I know just even driving 6 boys in my car is hard, right? If some sort of fight breaks out or some aggression and they've got, times 5 of that. So I think we may need to look at this a little further as far as additional training for bus drivers, just with bus management, because I think as student behavior issues may, as we know, and we've seen this, right? Student behavior issues have increased since COVID. There may be some more things we can do to be more proactive on the first part rather than reactive.
I just know how hard it is for a classroom teacher
Yes.
who is eyeball to eyeball with a kid, to maintain control of a classroom. And then you put a guy that probably doesn't have the training that a teacher does
Right.
as far as classroom management is
Yeah.
concerned. And their main focus is what's in front of, on the side of, and behind the bus, not so much as to what's going on. And help me out, when we did the fun bus, big yellow bus, what was the gentleman's name that took the picture? Then he walked in and we were at one school and he needed to take a picture. He says, okay, from here to here, you go there, from here to here, you go there, from here to here, you go there. And the kids just all complied. And afterwards I said, you taught school before, haven't you? And, it's very apparent when you look at a teacher with good control, what they can do. And I just really worry about tons and tons of sheet metal moving down a road. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. We need to make sure they have adequate training.
So to your part, Holly and Mont, the revisions we made to the policy is with the understanding, our meeting, we talked about the development of a training manual for bus drivers. And so that will be forthcoming. In terms of the policy language, with meeting with the association representatives, there wasn't really more that they recommended needed to be placed within the policy other than you notified the request for training. So I think there will be a development of a training manual to assist them and is in progress. So in terms of the policy itself, my recommendation is we move forward. And then I think the training manual can be added as an exhibit to keep moving forward.
Policy is great, but you and I both know just because it's policy doesn't mean it's gonna happen.
No, agreed, but I think we also want it there in protection, and since the association has brought it forward to us. So that's just my recommendation to the board, is that they're comfortable with the language as presented and they're requesting training. So.
you, Mrs. Oates.
So that was my question. When I initially read this, I thought this kind of puts the onus on the bus drivers.
And part of that is federal and state law as they are the commercial
Right.
or in their CDL license.
I just wonder what we're doing to really support their ability to be able to maintain discipline. I mean, when you're saying they're responsible for maintaining discipline, it doesn't say how. It doesn't say what kind of recourses are available, what kind of discipline is, I mean, can a child actually be, expelled or suspended for behavior that takes place on the bus? That's not clear here, and I feel like it needs to be more clear. In my mind, if it's school property and their behavior is egregious enough that they would be eligible for suspension or expulsion, then I think the same should be true on the bus. So that's,
And they are, and that's referenced in our discipline policy.
so but yeah, I agree with Mott's point, like it's almost like, I don't know, it feels like a Band-Aid and it's not really getting to the root of making sure that they're supported in their role. I think it's a hard thing to be a bus driver, and we know that we've had some really doozy situations where they've been attacked by kids, and we need to make sure that they are given enough support to do what they need to, so.
Can this be, to Amanda's point, well, all of them. On here, it doesn't say anywhere that you can refer back to the other policy,
Right.
like to the discipline policy. It doesn't refer that in here anywhere.
It does in the policy.
In my slides, it doesn't.
My
In the
slides, it-
policy itself, there's several references to the discipline.
Yes.
policy.
So it goes back to that. Okay, so in this slide, there wasn't, so I didn't read the other.
In my slides, it's not there, but it does refer
It's like a
in
link.
3 different locations
Link.
where it talks about, hey, go back here, go back here.
Well, then I think that covers at least that part of it. Cause I know when our buses roll in and out, if there's problems on the bus, the administration's right at the bus, the minute the bus door opens. The administration's taking those students in and taking care of them and the minute that they can. And so I know they really support their bus drivers and try to take care of the problems with the bus driver.
Mrs. Dybart.
I'm really comfortable with the language of the policy, and I do like how there's links embedded to the other policy, so it is clear. And it has been our policy and practice for a long time. Kids all the time are pulled in and there is suspension and expulsion for indecent behavior on the bus. I am thinking if it would be an advantage to add, the board recognizes that, that the bus drivers are assuming a lot of responsibility and we're really relying on them to maintain good behavior, maintain discipline and all of these things, and talk specifically about how we are supporting them with training. So it would, in my mind, it would be another bullet point. And then in the exhibit, it can go through what that, the training manual. But I do possibly like the idea of including that in there, that we're going to be held to that standard, that all the bus drivers are going to have an increase with training as far as bus management and discipline issues.
But that's not policy, is it?
No, that's what I'm suggesting, is that would be added to this policy.
No, I'm saying that isn't policy to add all those bullets, that this is what we're doing, this is what we're doing.
No, just like right here in this slide, how he has 3 bullets of the changes to the policy. I'm saying I would love to have a 4th little change to that policy where we talk about how we're going to support the bus drivers with more extensive training, because I sat in committee meeting and I felt really good about how we aligned to our other policy and everything. I felt great about it. And then since then, I have had 3 patrons call me about bus issues. And I've thought, is there something more we can do? Can we provide and state in our policy that we are going to provide further training and what that looks like? So we're saying, if you're a bus driver, you will have this training, and that's our support to you. And then in the exhibit, it could be the training manual. We talked about it, but it's just not in the policy. And I always like things to be as straight and forward and clear as possible in our policy, so people don't have to wonder. Because like Amanda said, she read it and she thought, well, are we training the bus drivers? Mont said, are we training the bus drivers? So I think that might be something we should think about including.
Do we normally talk about training?
We don't put that in policy. That's what I'm saying. We don't put that kind of stuff. That goes It goes back to them to decide what and how to manage to
But
get.
if we're talking about having a training manual in the exhibit, it makes sense to me to have that up there. And I think it also, what it does is it helps the general public recognize that we understand that there have been an increase of issues and that we're going to strengthen what we're doing that way, but.
See.
Yeah, I'm shifting gears a little bit here. I'm still thinking about the stress that's on a bus driver, especially if you have a hard route. And you and I both know that some routes are a piece of cake and some routes are a piece of something else.
I'm
Okay,
not sure cake is one. I'm not sure any of them are cake.
but if a bus driver has a difficult route, do we place an assistant on the bus with them to help control things?
We have in the past, yes. So we have about 140-ish routes out there, all varying types, you know. Some aren't very long, some are longer. Our elementaries aren't very long because we get to the neighborhood and drop them off. Our high schools go a little bit longer routes, but we try to make sure they have all the support we have. You know, you talk about a classroom, you know, usually a classroom has 30-ish kids. A bus holds 72.
Yeah.
So sometimes you have two classrooms.
Training, little training.
So we need as much training.
He's 75.
So we always have, but we also know, you know, anytime a bus driver has an issue, we ask them to report it back to our dispatch. And then we report it back to the school so they know and can address that. So we always want to make sure our bus drivers are supported. They don't always have this training, but know that there's a support out there for them with our radio systems, whatever they need. So, yeah.
How often do we have a bus accident?
Well, if we go 10 days, no, if we go 30 days without an accident, we can have a pancake breakfast. So that's a motivation. Actually, you know, we have,
You just had one of those.
We had a couple of years.
we don't have what I would call, you know, we have little vendors. Most of the vendors happen in our garage area. But I would say, I don't know, I'm sure we even have once a month. I don't know, Jeff.
Yeah, just about once a month.
Once a month. So, when I say that would be out on the road,
How often do we have an accident where there's bodily harm done?
not very rarely.
Very rarely.
It's usually other
When you got the
people.
biggest stick in the game.
Can't remember anybody being hurt on our buses. The other vehicles have been.
What I'm wanting to hear is, even with all these concerns I have, our buses are still a very safe place for our kids to be.
I'd say the buses are the safest place.
Probably safer than the cars driving
They're
around.
safer at school.
Walking on the roads at home. Yeah, they're safer than walking, I'll tell you that.
Okay.
Okay, and then I just want to add also that the buses do have video cameras on there. So if there is an incident, it's fairly easy for the administration to track it down and take care of it according to those student discipline policy. Okay, so thank you for that feedback. Any other comments on the bus one? Okay.
Next policy for consideration is our school library's material selection and review policy. I'm going to go through this one slide that just lists some timelines and facts, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Harper, who has a presentation regarding HB 374 that the board requested at our last meeting. So just some timelines and facts. The policy 600.6 school libraries selection and review was revised January 4th, 2022 after 3 readings. And in that policy, we set up 3 levels of review of library materials. We had a school review, a district level review, as an administrator, a member or an individual board member could request a district level review, the school level challenge, which was essentially appealing the school review, and then a district level appeal. Then in March, HB 374 was passed by the legislature and was signed by the governor in March and then became effective May 4th. In our May meeting, we added the statutory definitions of HB 374 and adjusted timelines and added procedures to protect committee members of the current levels for the school review, the school level challenge, and district level appeal. Then the Attorney General issued an official memorandum regarding laws surrounding libraries to the Utah State Board of Education in June of 2022. And then LEAs were required to adopt a policy by September 1 of 2022 per USBA 277-26A. Our policy was already on the books at that time, and we're bringing it forward now to take a look at the review section in our policy. And with that, we'll shift to Mr. Harper to review HB 374.
While we're waiting, Cindy knocking off apple a day, keeps the attorney away or something like that. So in the spirit of Leon's great dad jokes, I have a dad attorney joke. Have you heard about the lawyer who sued the airline company for misplacing his baggage? Sadly, he lost his case. There we go. Yeah, do you like that, Leon? All right.
Keep right in there with Leon.
All right.
Don't quit your day job.
I liked that one.
Thank you. I liked it. And it's kind of apt because this presentation is really about discussing not losing a case, in case we get sued. All right, HB 374, sensitive materials in schools, was a bill that was passed during this last legislative session back during the 2022 session. It was a bill brought forward by Representative Ivory, and basically it prohibits sensitive materials in the school setting, which includes libraries. It also includes the classroom, field trips, assemblies, all of these. No sensitive materials should be utilized in any of these settings. The bill goes on to define sensitive materials as instructional material that is pornographic or indecent material, as that term is defined in section 76-10-1235. 76-10-1235 pre-existed HB 374. It was already in the statute, and so it made sense to use that definition since we were already utilizing that, and it pertained to school districts already. So 76-10-1235 defines pornographic or indecent material as defined as harmful to minors in section 76-10-1201, pornographic in 76-10-1203, or described in section 76-12, and that is a typo, I apologize, it's 1227, not 1217. And I'll go in, Cindy, and fix that, so when it's on, that'll be accurate. In essence, each of these three statutes contain elements of what's known as the Miller test. The Miller test is the Supreme Court case. It's almost 50 years old, but basically where the Supreme Court looked at and tried to define what is obscene, which therefore would not be protected speech under the First Amendment. There. As you're probably aware, there's a bit of controversy or, challenges related to this definition, this 1235 35, because the question revolves around that or in between sections 1, 2, or 3. So given a little bit of background, after this went into effect in May of this year, it was Ashley Beal, an attorney who was an assistant attorney general working for USBE, was the assigned over education, and she drafted an opinion letter trying to provide guidance for school districts about this HB 374. Unfortunately, it kind of created a bit of confusion because this can be interpreted more than one way, which I'll show you here in a second. Subsequently, because people disagreed, some people disagreed with Ms. Beal's interpretation, Representative Ivory went to Legislative Council and said, give me your interpretation of this. And they came back and said, well, all you have to do is look at 1227. It's a bright line rule and you can pull things off the shelf. Okay, well, Leg Council really doesn't provide guidance for school districts or other things, but it does for legislators related to their legislation. So that was helpful for Representative Ivory, but not really for anybody else. So then Sean Reyes came back and provided a subsequent opinion letter in June 1st, as I recall. Again, reviewing and trying to provide some helpful guidance to school districts. And there's a couple important things in this opinion letter. Starting on page 2, Attorney General Reyes points out, HB 374 will likely be subject to legal challenge. If the law is challenged, the Attorney General's office will vigorously defend the law. Okay, that's really important.
And what does that mean?
They will defend the law. So if the law is challenged in court, they will go in and defend the law as they have to do. But what will happen is we will be sued, or some school district will be sued, for following the law. We will not be protected because state risk is already pointed out. So under our insurance policy, we are protected when there are monetary damages. So we have a slip and fall case. Somebody slips. We had one, not too long ago, one of our schools, somebody slipped in the hallway. She hit her head. She brought, a claim against us. If we went to court on that one, they would defend us. We have our flagpole incident, at an assembly that we're, going back and forth. And the Attorney General's office is defending us under our insurance policy. But if it's only for injunctive relief, no monetary damages, then we are not protected. We are not defended by the Attorney General's office pursuant to state risk coverage there. We are on our own. And the challenge that presents to the school district is that the ACLU's general approach to such lawsuits is to assign lots of attorneys to it and run up the bills, because even though there are no monetary damages, if they prevail, you pay their legal fee. And so these can cost $1 million. In the girls tackle football case, for example, if that side prevailed, they estimate that there's $2 million in legal fees that would need to be paid there. So that is the challenge. When he says, we'll defend the law, well, he's not going to defend us. So as a result, this isn't, to me, binding, because we will be defending ourselves. And so we have to pursue the course that is the most legally sound. So let's.
Question on that.
Sure.
The money for this comes from our operating funds, doesn't it? This is our teacher, our books, our bus drivers. That's where the money comes from. It's not some, not some massive amount of money that we have or anything. It's not, we have to take it out of and cut our budget because of it. So it's pretty important.
It is. So, going on, he then talks about these three statutes. And after, citing the language from 1201, he says, if a school library book in Utah were identified and removed from a library shelf as vulgar or obscene based on this standard, 1201, it is, and he puts in bold, likely to pass constitutional review in a subsequent legal challenge. So in other words, we're on solid legal ground there. In fact, we'll get into this a little bit later. That statute has already been challenged, not in federal court, but in state court, and was found constitutional. 1203, he then goes on and says the exact same thing. Again, bold, likely to pass constitutional review. Then he comes to 1227, and he goes on, because the difference is, so.
You mean 1217?
1227, that's the typo. Sorry again. So 1201 in essence is the Miller test applied to minors. So it has three elements. Does it appeal to the prurient interest in sex for minors? Is it patently offensive according to community standards as applied to minors? And does it have any serious value, which is defined as having serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value for minors there? So that's that. And that's just right out of the Miller case. Same in 1203. It's the exact same language from the Miller case, but without the minors. But 1227 instead creates categories of what are descriptions of illicit sex or sexual immorality, human genitals in a state of sexual stimulation or arousal, acts of human masturbation, sexual intercourse or sodomy, fondling or other erotic touching of human genitals or pubic region. In other words, if a description contains any of these things, then it goes on to say that it has no value. And then it defines that, what is value, no serious value.
Serious value for minors.
Serious value. And then it goes on to define that as having no serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. Again, right out of the third prong of the Miller test there. So the challenge is, he says, if you just look at 1227 and say, all right, it contains one of these things in the description there. He says such an interpretation, and you remove it because it has that description. Such an interpretation creates categorical exclusions or a bright line rule. A decision maker that removes library books based on these defined categories directly complies with state statute. But then he goes on to say, even when the removal of library books meets strict compliance with HB 374 and related state statutes, a legal challenge will invite application of federal First Amendment jurisprudence, a body of cases which have not favored bright line rules in obscenity cases. Simply put, while HB 374 provides very specific categories of material to be removed, in federal jurisprudence, there is no bright line rule regarding the removal of books from library shelves in public schools under the U.S. Constitution. In other words, he's acknowledging that courts have never favored any bright line rules. In fact, if you look at the definition, it's all about looking at the book as a whole, taking the work as a whole. You can't just pull a part out and decide, oh, that's obscene, so I can get rid of it without actually looking at the work as a whole. He goes on, and I think this is very important. A federal court might plausibly read sections 1227 2C, not as a bright line rule, but as a rebuttable presumption. Okay, I disagree with that, but what's important is he's acknowledging that there's two ways of reading it. That a court might read it another way. That is a description or depiction of things set forth in 1227 1A 1, 2, or 3, presumably have no serious value for minors unless the school proactively determines that such materials have serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. If you're having a hard time understanding that, it's because it doesn't really make much sense.
I feel better.
He walks it in and he walks
What
it
he's saying is, it can have no value unless you look at it and decide it has value. That's the rebuttable presumption.
But you read that, and I believe what you said is that a school could make that determination.
Yes.
And so any one of our 40 some odd schools out there could say, for our school, it has value or it has no value.
That's how he's saying it, but I'm gonna show you how I think we're on sounder legal.
I am listening, I just am not understanding.
That's a perfect lead into the policy, actually.
He says, failure to consider library materials as a whole may present risk of conflict with federal law. And then he points to the really important part of federal jurisprudence. A cardinal rule of statutory interpretation is that when a statute is susceptible to two plausible interpretations, it should be interpreted to avoid the constitutional conflict.
First Amendment.
So let me kind of take you through how I see how this really is read, and it avoids the constitutional conflict and keeps us safely in solid legal ground. So what are the Roth and Miller tests for obscenities? We've kind of talked about this, which is, taken as a whole, the material taken as a whole is referring to interest in sex. The material is patently offensive because it affronts contemporary community standards relating to the description or representation of sexual matters, and the material is utterly without redeeming social values. That was the Roth case, the first obscenity cases. And then in Miller, they slightly tweaked it a little bit, but pretty much the same thing, that, the average person applying contemporary community standards would find that the work taken as a whole appeals to the current interest. The work depicts or describes in the patently offensive way sexual conduct, and the work taken as a whole lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. What's important to note is that all of these refer to looking at the work as a whole when deciding whether or not it is ultimately obscene. There. So, question is, are those requirements the same for minors? Well, we have a Utah Supreme Court directly on point, which pointed out that there are different standards for minors. So when we ask, under the statute for a committee made up of parents and others, educators and others, to look at it, it's not the same standard for adults. It's different for minors. In fact, this case has shown that it's actually on a sliding scale, depending on the age, that requirement goes down lower and lower as to what would be considered obscene. It would be a very low bar in elementary school, maybe differently of what would be considered obscene in high school. So it's kind of a sliding scale depending on the age of the person who would be reading that book, okay? The court's decision in Ginsburg, which was about a minor finding a magazine that was for sale that had nudity in it, demonstrated that a broader obscenity standard may be applied where a state's interest in protecting minors is implicated. The court affirmed that nude images may be considered obscene for minors, even though they would not be considered obscene under the Roth obscenity standard for adults. There. So a little different standard. Another important thing that the Utah Supreme Court pointed out was the parents' interest in all of this. Again, in the State v. Watts case, it has recognized the need to protect children from exposure to harmful materials. The court noted that parents and others who hold the primary responsibility for minors' well-being are entitled to the support of laws designed to aid discharge of that responsibility. The court also recognized that the state has an independent interest to protect the welfare of children, and to see that they are safeguarded from abuses which might prevent their growth into free and independent, well-developed citizens. Now, I think this is really the basis for HB 374. I mean, this is really what we're trying to accomplish with this bill there. And clearly, parents have the primary interest in this. And that's why the statute requires that parents are on those committees that review and make those determinations. All right. As I said previously, the Utah Supreme Court has already found that 76-10-1201 is constitutional. Although I was looking at the statute 76-10-1206, 76-10-1201 is actually just definitions. And that definition is right in 1206 in section 5. And so says the United States Supreme Court has reaffirmed that explicit or erotic nudity by itself may be obscene for minors. So we uphold the inclusion of nudity in section 76-10-1201 as constitutional. And then skipping down, we hold that section 76-10-1206, and by extension 1201, is constitutional. Okay, so in other words, we're very safe following 1201. The Utah Supreme Court has already looked at it in a case involving a minor. This Watts case was basically there was a record store down in St. George, one of Mont's favorite haunts there, and they put up a big bed sheet, and they just let people come in and spray paint on it. And somebody came in and spray painted some obscene things on this, and then the police came and cited this person under 1201 and 1206. And so he brought a claim saying, you know, this is unconstitutional, and they found in favor of the state, saying, no, 1201 is constitutional. We have a right and a duty to protect minors. There. All right. So what is the process? So what I'm saying is, and you'll see this reflected in the changes that we'll be talking about today. Step 1 is first determine if the instructional material contains descriptions or depictions of the following. Those are the elements of 1227. And why do we do that? Because 2C points out that if they contain any of these descriptions, by statutory definition, that book has no serious value for minors. And then it goes on and clarifies that serious value means it has no serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. The exact language from the third prong of 1201 and 1203. It's the third prong of the Miller test. So in other words, as I read it, that or is you can do that analysis, but if it has those, that's the or. So when you're doing the Miller test, you can just look at those, and if it has those elements in it, it has no value. So instead of going through a value analysis, that's the or, you say, nope, we're not going to do it because under 1227, we've already determined it has no value there. So it's just qualifying that element of 1201 and 1203 there. All right. So we have some resources that make it very easy for us to do this because concerned parents have gone through, found these books, and probably using Kindle editions or other things, been able to pull out those parts, and they're readily available to look at and review. And so that's what helps us to do that analysis very quickly, because what we're recommending in the revision is that we then restrict their access. So in other words, when somebody asks for a review or a challenge to that book, the librarian then goes in and does a 1227 analysis using the tools that are already available to them, pull it up, find those descriptions of bits in there that probably more likely than not may qualify under 1227, and then they restrict the access until they're able to complete the rest of the analysis, which does require you to look at the work as a whole under Miller and under 1201 and under 1203 there. What helps us is because Alpine has already ran into a problem. So they went and took 50 books and pulled them off their shelves because they said, oh, looks like they contain these elements, so we're getting them off. And the ACLU came back and said, oh no, that's prior restraint. You can't pull these things off without doing an analysis first. But here we've already done part of the analysis because under PICO, which is the only Supreme Court case dealing with library books, in PICO, certain books like Slaughterhouse-Five and others I can't remember off the top of my head are taken off. The board decides we want those books off, even though actually they had a committee look at it and the committee said, no, these books shouldn't. The board says, yes, we want them off, and they come off. And the Supreme Court comes back and says, no, but if they had vulgarity, pervasive vulgarity, then you could take them off. And it's a weird opinion, but because nobody can agree, lots of concurring opinions, dissenting opinions, there is no majority, but they all agree that you could take something off for vulgarity. And this, in essence, is reviewing it for vulgarity, and we're pulling it off. So I think it protects us if we get a challenge from the ACLU saying, oh, you used prior restraint. No, we didn't. We did the 1227 analysis, and then we restricted access to it while we did the full review.
Just to clarify, that's restricted unless the parent requests that the child is able to check it out. Is that correct?
So yes, that is correct. Restricted access means pulled off the shelf there, but a parent who wants to have their child can give permission for that child to obtain that book.
There's still a way for them to access it.
Yeah. So that's how it's restricted, not just completely removed. All right. Next step there, which again, I think is a pretty simple step, which is the patently offensive under the Miller test, which is reflected in 1201 and 1203. It's harmful to minor means that the quality of any description or representation, whatsoever form of nudity, sexual conduct, sexual excitement, or sadomasochistic abuse, when it is patently offensive to the prevailing standards in the adult community as a whole with respect to what is suitable material for minors. There. And I'll show you why I think this is pretty simple, because although this is a Seventh Circuit case and we're in the 10th Circuit, I think, it's good guidance here. So what is patently offensive? Patently offensive behavior included representations or description of ultimate sexual acts, which I think is another word for sexual intercourse, which is on the list in 1227. Normal or perverted, actual, and representations or descriptions of masturbation. Again, one of the exact elements that are in 1227. Excretory functions and lewd exhibitions of the genitals. Again, what's in 1227? In this case, the image of the erect penis falls within the constitutional bound of patently offensive material. A jury could reasonably find that the picture represented or described a lewd exhibition of the genitals. As such, the image fulfills the second criterion for legal obscenity. In other words, if we found that it qualifies under 1227, then it should also be patently offensive. So, all right, we're 2/3 of the way there. All right. Step 3. You need to determine whether a description, representation, material taken as a whole appeals to minors' prurient interest in sex. There. So this is where I think we're kind of struggling here, which is this prurient interest. So we have a little bit of help and guidance on that, but what's important to note is it talks about it taken as a whole, both in 1201 and 1203 there. So what does that mean? Prurient interest in sex. Supreme Court says material appeals to the prurient interest only if it is in some sense erotic. The Utah Supreme Court in Butt v. States, another case dealing with 1201, says the requirement that material be erotic is accordingly directed only at the question of whether it is aimed in some significant sense at appealing to a minor's interest in sex. This is where I think additional training may be needed. We haven't yet had a challenge go to a committee, but if we do, to help them understand that aimed in some significant sense, it isn't like, the book itself has to be all about the prurient interest in sex for minors. When it says taken as a whole, it's not like a balancing test that there's so much erotic, material in it that it tips the scales or something like that. It's a question of looking at that, description, that graphic description, looking at it in context, is that graphic description really about appealing to the prurient interest in sex for minors? It's not the work as a whole has to appeal to the prurient interest. And I think that's where we're getting an example. We had some passages read last meeting, and one of them was from something dead girl. I'm blanking. Living Dead Girl. Okay. This book contains a very graphic description of the rape and murder of a young woman there. Okay. Taken in context, does that appeal to the prurient interest in sex for minors? Arguably, no. Rape is not about appealing to their interest in sex. It is not, in some sense, erotic there. Now, that's not the end of the analysis, because the committee should then also be asking a second question. Is that age appropriate? In other words, is it so graphic in its description? Even if it may not fall under sensitive materials, we also are looking to see whether works are age appropriate. And so then the committee should be looking at, well, is that so graphic that that probably is not age appropriate for our high school students aged 14 to 18? And to look at that and say, all right, it may not qualify as sensitive materials. It isn't appealing to the prurient interest in sex for minors in that passage, but it's so graphic that we don't think it's age appropriate. So those are the things that the committee should be looking at when deciding whether or not these materials should stay on our shelves there. And as I said, today we haven't had a challenge, but when we do, I will do my best to provide training for that committee. Steve.
So what you're saying, basically, I think we talked about it, is if this committee comes back and says that it may be restricted for only 17 and 18-year-olds, perhaps, that would require parental, in other words, everybody below 17, we would not be appropriate.
Well, so that's another thing. I don't want to get too much into Jeff's portion, because one of the things we are adding, and he'll talk about that, is the option of restricting permanently access. And so, Blue Sky may be just restricted for seniors. Instead, we decide maybe not appropriate for freshmen, sophomores, so we'll just restrict that. But that would only be at the appeals committee that could make that determination and place that, and that would be district-wide for that book. Okay, but that's in our policy, and I don't want to get ahead of that. But yeah, you're right, Steve. Any questions about HB 374 that I can help clarify? Still,
1,000 of them.
Let's take a look at the proposed revisions to the policy, and did you have something?
I just think I know less than I knew when I came in.
Hopefully after the policy, you'll know more.
I don't know that they made me smarter tonight.
Same one? We're doing the same one?
Back to mine.
Okay.
out of that one.
I knew there was some little.
Maybe an MBA, should get a law degree.
Next week, we'll have next board meeting, our exam for everyone. So,
I wanted to. You talking this.
I know. Yeah, but
thanks to
we'll never make any money.
Dan Harper for his presentation. We have spent considerable number of hours digesting and looking at these things, and he does a great job. We're very fortunate for his counsel. What I'm going to do now is review, having kept all of what he has just reviewed in mind, what we have done to the policy or our proposals from where it was previously. So again, here's my initial slide. I want to go through a few additional facts just to sort of highlight, and Dan already alluded to it. Since the policy was passed in January, we have had 9 district level reviews. And again, if you look back at the policy, that's where a committee doesn't meet, but an individual, either an administrator or a board member, could request a book to be looked at. Not a formal challenge, just reviewed. We've had 5 titles that were retained under that process and 4 that were deselected. Then the initial stage, which was a school level review where a licensed librarian reviews the title, we've had 5 of those reviews and 5 titles were retained. And that's from January to June. From August 22 to the present, we've had 0 district level reviews. So there hasn't been anyone that has requested a title to be reviewed at a district level, which is not a challenge, but just an administrative review. And then we've had 7 school level reviews requested, of which 5 are pending. 1 title has been retained and another title was removed from the catalog. The library, the book was lost. So at this point, we have had no parent or legal guardian initiate the challenge process as outlined in the district policy, as Dan, Mr. Harper already referenced. So we haven't gone through an official formation of a school committee to review the title at this point. The proposed policy updates that we're recommending is to refine our review process prior to the challenge, and then also have some elements that could address accelerating the process that we've already had in policy thus far. So let me review some of these, and then I have some graphics to show that kind of outline how the policy would move forward through some of the review processes. So the policy update includes just a minor really selection and reconsideration. So we're just recommending a title definition, a change. And then we're recommending 2 levels of restricted access, and those are both included in the policy, and then our definitions have been alphabetized. Temporary restricted access would be after the initial 1227 review or a sensitive materials review, where it would only be able to be accessed with parent or legal guardian permission. The other, which is permanent restricted access, would be a determination following a district level appeal. So there's a number of layers before that, and they would be making a determination whether to either retain the title in the library, permanently restrict it, meaning giving it either a grade level or parent or legal guardian access. And then the third option would be to deselect, and I'll get to those in just a moment. I want to focus on the sensitive materials review, which what was discussed as the 1227 review initially, and it has 2 components. I'm going to switch to a graphic. You have it on board docs. This is a flow chart that was originally adopted by Nebo School District, and then we've made some additions to it. This will likely be further refined, but this is our first iteration of looking at the sensitive materials review. As you look at it, on the left is the preliminary screening, which is a 1227 review. On the right is the full review, which incorporates the 1201 statute and the 1203 statute. So you're doing a complete analysis of the book under HB 374, but it's really in 2 components. And the reason we've separated it is 1, to do that preliminary screening, which would, if it contains what has been outlined by 1227, it would be placed in a temporary restricted access. The graphic is a little hard to read, but if you dig in, you will see that what is in each of these shapes is really the questions from the state statutes. Over here on the left, where you have 1, 2, and 3, those are the prongs under 1227, looking for the descriptions or depictions of either illicit sex or immorality. If you review the book and it doesn't have any of those, there is a 4th prong that still requires a full review. So as you were looking at the flow chart, you're going from left to right. So if you did have in 1, 2, or 3, if it is yes for 1, 2, or 3, I'm looking at the gray box, you have an arrow going up, which would put the book in temporary restricted access. At that point, the full review is not complete, and for that preliminary review, we've authorized Gretchen, I think it's, how long did we leave for the preliminary review?
10 days.
10 days. So they'll be looking at some of that website. What does the book contain to determine whether or not it's placed in temporary restricted access? Then the full review is 45 school days in the revision, allowing them to then work through, depending on whether it had the fourth component, the remaining parts of the Miller test or the other two statutes, 1201 and 1203. Asking those two questions. If it did have in both of those, yes, the book would then be deselected. If no, then it's retained. And this is just the sensitive materials review. Again, the two questions from the remainder of 1201 and 1203. And because this fourth prong under 1227 doesn't automatically throw it out for serious value, you have another review in that fourth prong. If no to any, retain. If yes, then deselected. That makes sense so far with so this is the first level of review in the policy, the sensitive materials review. I'm going to go back to my bulleted list. So that's the first level. Now, another modification in the policy is that we indicated that a parent or legal guardian where the library's materials may be accessed is limited to 10 active requests of this kind per school year. So if you were to provide a list of 10 books, those could be reviewed, and then once one is completed, you could add another one if one has been completed. That was our recommendation for the number of reviews of this kind.
One person can do 10 reviews.
Correct. One parent or legal active at one time.
Can start over.
Why did you limit that to 10?
Our thinking was that one is primarily the bandwidth for our librarians and how many books they can realistically get through, given you have not just the sensitive materials review, but then you have the complete review before you determine whether or not it is retained in the library. So the first step is the 10 days to pull off the shelf and temporarily restrict access if needed. But then the remaining part you still have is, we reviewed it in the review of the law. We've only done one part of the analysis. Now the full work must be read and do the 1201 and 1203 analysis. That was the rationale.
But that one parent could go find 10 of their best friends and have them do 10.
Correct. And what we're anticipating, given the policy, is if there was an initial avalanche of requests, then we would over time look at how to address those, but eventually it would taper off. That was the discussion in the committee.
And current policy allows 2.
Currently has 2.
You're expanding that.
The next provision is a significant change in the policy where initially we had laid it out where a full book review had to be completed before a parent or legal guardian could initiate a challenge. We've now removed that where you don't have to complete a review to challenge a library material. But we have embedded the sensitive materials review that I was showing you in the graphic as part of any challenge if it hasn't already been completed. So let's review that one more time. So this whole process here would be an initial step 1 of any book challenge. And once it would be then completed, if it hadn't already was completed, then you would initiate the challenge process. Now, in the policy, recognize that not all challenges are for sensitive materials. There could be a challenge for other issues. And so the policy is drafted in a way that you can address both sensitive material reviews and other forms of book challenge. Then another modification is that the school committee addressing a challenge will only have 2 options with regard to library materials. And that's where that committee is made up of 5 individuals, 2 parents, the district library media specialist,
A library media specialist, a teacher, and a school administrator.
and a school administrator, right? Not the district library, but a licensed librarian, a teacher, the principal, and 2 parents.
Are they from that particular school where they're being challenged? Or are they a committee that's just always the same committee? So
It can be established to need, and selection does not necessarily have to be at that school. However, it could be at, yes, Gretchen?
So I believe your question is, like, if a book is challenged at a certain school, does the committee come from that school community? And the answer is yes.
Other than the librarian.
Yes.
At the school committee level.
At the school committee level, everyone will come from that school community, except for at an elementary school, because we do not have licensed teacher librarians at any of our elementary schools. So it would most likely be myself or a secondary teacher librarian serving on that committee.
That's a good question and really important, because if you go back to the 1221, when we're talking about reflecting the values of the community too, with the Miller 3-prong test, that's why it has to be people from that community. Because this is just at the school level, not the district level, so. And there will be differences between different communities and schools on that.
We have had always noted in the policy, there are provisions to protect the confidentiality of the committee members. They're not known to the greater public. They're formed, they do the address, and then the committee reviews. There's no, that's not public. To protect the confidentiality. Another change is, because the challenge would include a sensitive materials review, we've modified the timeline and added additional time, because there's that initial review, the sensitive materials review that would go forward, as well as forming the committee to meet at the challenge.
so
And
where was the 45 day then? Because that one says 60 days.
so the 45 days is the completion of the sensitive materials review. So I'll show you here, Clarine. So
Sorry.
this review, which is the sensitive materials, so the first part in yellow would be done in 10 days.
Uh-huh.
The full review is 45 days.
It's the 2 orange squares at the top row.
Well, I know, that still only gets us to 10 and 45 is 55 days, not 60 days. I'm just making it.
We just gave them a few more days.
Okay.
The 60 days is for the challenge.
Right. The challenge is this process plus whatever with the challenge. I'll show you what the challenge looks like now. So this is after a sensitive materials review has been completed. Well, or it is part of the process. So a parent legal guardian at the school where the materials can be accessed would initiate a challenge. If it hasn't already been completed, they would engage in that sensitive materials review. And then the committee really has 2 options to either deselect the book, the title, or the title is retained, and that's done by majority vote of those 5 members. And then notice is sent back to the parent or legal guardian within 10 days, 10 working days. And this challenge process can be initiated without any other previous review, and it now would include the sensitive materials review as part of that process. And the last component is the district level appeal, which looks much like the challenge, other than it's really just the meeting of the committee once it's been submitted. And then they have the 3 options as we've addressed, where the title is retained, the title is permanently restricted as defined in the policy, which is they could determine a grade level appropriateness, as Dan was suggesting earlier, where, for example, Living Dead Girl, where it could have an age appropriate component placed upon it, or the title is deselected, depending on the majority vote of the committee.
Who's on the district committee?
So there's 7 on the committee, and you have so you have 3 Gretchen, you've looked at this more recently than I have, so
3 parents, the director of ISD, school performance,
performance,
myself, and I think there's one other, I can't recall.
so it's a committee of 7 with 3 parents.
That's the district level.
And then a member of school performance, an administrator, and the director of ISD. And they would be making this determination by majority vote on.
Jeff, I think it's important also to let them know that if a school, if the book's gone through the school and the school has decided to have it permanently restricted, the district can't overrule that. This is just for the district. So if a school determines, goes through all those processes on the flow chart and decides, hey, this should be permanently restricted because it doesn't meet these things, it automatically goes to the district level to see if district-wide it should be restricted. But district-wide, they can say, no, we think for some parts of our communities and other parts of the district, it doesn't have to be restricted. But they can't overturn what's happened at the local level, which I think is really important.
So just yeah.
That's right.
So just to clarify, the school level, I'll get you in a second, Gretchen. So the school level library material challenge is for that school.
Yes.
So if it's deselected at the school, then that's for that particular school. If it's retained at that school level, then a challenge later, if it's retained at the school, it only applies to that one school.
Yes.
However, if it's determined to be deselected during the school level challenge process, it automatically goes to a district level appeal if they determine to deselect. So by initiating the challenge process, if it's deselected, you're triggering also the appeal process, if that makes sense, if it's deselected, and that's outlined in the policy. Go ahead, Gretchen, you wanted to add something?
Oh, just for clarification, a title can only be permanently restricted by the appeals committee, not at the school level.
Not at the school
So
level.
then that's
Right.
changed since our meeting in the morning.
Well, no, we talked about that.
Our meeting, you and myself and Jeff.
So it's only deselected
Friday.
at the school level. It can't be permanently restricted at the.
But it still can be deselected
It
and
can be
it stays.
deselected.
Yeah.
But only the full committee at the district level can permanently restrict a title.
Right, but at the school level, it still can be deselected, because I thought
Yes.
Gretchen was just.
Yes.
Yeah, it can be deselected
Okay.
here,
So
and
there's-
this deselection only applies to the one.
Just that school.
Just that school.
However you-
And then it will automatically trigger
Yeah,
a district level review
yeah.
of that deselection.
Well, see
for
that,
other schools.
okay, so I need some clarification, because I met with you Friday morning and then I was on a flight and y'all met again Friday afternoon. I talked to Nancy about it because I didn't get anything sent from you, but there's a few changes I'm hearing that I didn't hear in our conversation. So it automatically goes to an appeal. That's not something we discussed before. So you're saying going to an appeal, whereas the district can appeal and reverse the school decision? Because we talked about they cannot do that. Reverse
No,
it.
what I'm indicating here is already drafted into the policy. That's not new.
You didn't change that. So,
No.
okay, so when you're
So-
saying it automatically goes to an appeal process, you're just saying at the district level where the district can then determine for it to be fully deselected,
Other
or it can
schools.
still say in other schools,
Which we talked about.
which we did talk about. When you're saying an appeal, it sounded like an objection. Do you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, whoa, we didn't talk about that. Okay,
So once it's deselected.
you just mean it goes to the full district committee, yes, for the
Right.
review.
Functions as a red flag.
Sometimes like when you say initiates an appeal process, it sounds like I'm appealing that decision. Does that make sense? Rather
Yeah, no, you're not appealing that committee's
Yes.
decision. The
Yes,
district level appeal is essentially reviewing.
yes.
But
Perfect.
to clarify, if the title is retained and the person initiating the challenge wants to appeal that decision,
They can do
then
that.
they take.
That's right. That's right. Okay, and then one other change is the grade level. That's not something, that grade level, we talked about temporary restriction, permanent restricted access, but grade level, that where it's determined that it goes to a special grade level. So you're
Well,
saying
this
if,
would be part of, this title is permanently restricted.
uh-huh,
That's within the hands of the district committee. at the appeal to determine this book is age appropriate for middle school. This book is age appropriate for high school. This book is appropriate for only parent or legal guardian access. That process where they're looking at age appropriate or looking at the work is only for the district level committee.
So then, to be clear though, because there was a scenario Steve was saying, if there's a book like Bluest Eye where we say, okay, after all these committees, it's permanently restricted up to the age of, say, you're a senior in high school. So then we've talked all about what happens with permanently restricted, how that's going to work when they request the book, but we haven't talked about that. So this idea that it can be grade level, you're saying then when they go to request it, if they're a senior, there's no restriction, no warnings, parents aren't informed. It's just, oh, you're a senior, you have access to this book. But if you're younger than a senior, you don't. Is that what you're saying? Because that's not something we've talked about. Yeah, which that's the thing. Steve was saying if they're a senior, and then we've been talking about ages. So that's not something
He's an
we
adult.
talked about on Friday morning.
Talked to a
Talked
parent
about it
and family.
earlier in the week.
Yeah, and I felt like after Friday, that wasn't something we were considering. So to be clear, how is that going to work? If it's failed the Bright Line test, if it's failed these other reviews, we're saying this book ought to be in permanent restricted access, but now we're saying, well, maybe we want to put a grade associated to that. How is that going to work? Because clearly, whether, the way the law works, it doesn't say for minors, anyone except for if they're seniors and they're 18 years old, we still have to be liable that the parents that we are respecting, that our LEAs are, in accordance with parents, and then we take that right, that we acknowledge the right of parents to the access and informed consent to their kids' education and the materials that we're distributing. So I'm not sure how that grade level, how we're going to do that, how it's going to work.
Well, if I might.
Yeah.
That's a really good point, if it's determined to have sensitive materials, it comes off.
Yes.
It's elected.
It fails all of
I
that.
think this falls under the age appropriate analysis.
Okay.
So if they're looking at a book, they've decided, no, it doesn't qualify as sensitive material, but it has some pretty mature themes, or, has a little bit of vulgarity or an obscenity in there. It has one F-bomb in there, which, would make it R-rated. Maybe that comes off, or it has, something else. I don't know, but they decide, well, it has enough value that we want to keep it, but we're going to restrict access. This would probably happen in a high school, to say only seniors could do it. All the details, those are important. How we would reflect that in the catalog, if there was some sign, only seniors can check this book out, to let parents know that that is a restricted access, restricted only to seniors, because we've determined it's not age appropriate for some of our younger students in high school. That's the scenario where I would see.
Okay, so it's not actually applying to sensitive materials, Bright Line, or anything like that. You're just talking about age appropriateness only. So then would that book be on the shelf? Because if it's open on the shelf and kids say, because this is what happens, right? Oh, hey, that's only supposed to be for seniors. Well, what's going to happen is all these kids are going to go look at that aren't seniors. We're still providing plenty of access. So would it then be placed behind the circulation desk like our other restricted access? So that it can't be accidentally, minors can't accidentally be exposed.
Gotten that far in the weeds of where they'd be putting, but somehow to restrict.
Something
that
we need to
access
think
and probably
about.
not directly available on the shelves.
And I think go ahead, Nancy.
Oh, I was just gonna say, this is a first reading. It's opportunity for everyone to kind of provide feedback, and then the committee will go back and discuss it further. So that's a good question, Jen. So, are you finished and ready for?
I was gonna say this, so one of the issues we face in developing this scenario in this process is we don't have experience with the challenge yet in our district. So what this was an attempt to do is address the concerns raised with library books that may be on our shelves that individuals are concerned about with the sensitive materials review. Based on the policy now and the legal analysis that Dan provided, we think this process would be defensible, A, because we're going through HB 374 sensitive materials review, but also we have the second process, which is following the constitutional analysis of considering the other federal prongs that are part of that initial analysis. And then also allowing for patrons to initiate a challenge process without going through a review. And again, this is for first reading. If you see issues that the committee can reconsider, that's why it's here.
Okay, I think Mrs. Schill said she had a comment, and then Mrs. Arnold. And then Mr.
Okay,
Rick.
so first of all, I just want to say thank you. Like, I already thought we had a really good policy, and I have had state board members tell me they think ours was one of the best. But I really do appreciate, like, I think it's even better now, and I really appreciate you guys. I know that was a ton of work. I do have a question though, and my question is, a lot of the parents that came and spoke at last board meeting were saying like, why can't you guys just get rid of them? I mean, what, can we just get rid of all these books that are bad? Like, is that legal?
So that goes back to, I think, the question, what I think the parents are referring to is, why can't you just do a 1227 analysis and be done there? And the problem is, we would probably lose in court. I don't like
We don't spend the money.
state court, federal court, I think we'd lose in court. Because no court has said, yeah, just take that sentence out of context, doesn't matter, you don't have to look at the whole work. We've decided that work is obscene. They're going to, I'm quite confident, require us to look at the work as a whole before making that determination. So we can't just pull these things off. But what this allows us to do is, if we decide that it falls under 1227, is to restrict the access to it while we do that whole analysis. So it's not still sitting on the library shelf. And that's why we've also increased the number of review requests and active ones. And then also allowed them to go direct to the challenge. And so.
And then my second question is, the restricting access, is that legal? Will that part of it?
Right,
keep us
again,
Safe, legal.
by doing a 1227 analysis, instead of other districts have just taken as soon as somebody challenges it, we're taking it off the shelf. And that's the one that's more susceptible, I think, to the ACLU coming back and saying, well, that's prior restraint. You haven't even looked at the book. What we're doing is we're saying, well, we know by doing this 1227 that there are vulgar elements to the book. We haven't looked at it as a whole, but we're going to restrict its access while we do the full analysis.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay, Mrs. Arnold and then Mr. Wrigley.
So I think too with this, that we need to take a look at what the one parent said about why are they getting on the shelf in the first place? Because there are zillions of books we can choose from. We don't have to put all those books on our shelves. There's no law that says because these books are available, you have to put them on the shelf. They're just available. And if you can look at titles and you can go through that other piece that Dan showed us, or the rating, if we can go through the ratings before we ever purchase them, then we don't have as many books on the shelves. I was totally taken back, shocked, and I learned more about things that I never knew existed, and I don't want to learn any more about them, okay? I'm too old, I'm sorry. So I think we have to also look about how not to get them on the shelves in the first place. So then we don't have to go through this process in the second place. And then,
We have a policy.
I know,
We should
right?
add up.
Stop that.
Correct. But then back to Dan, I see it both ways though. If we don't take them off by the parents who are asking us to, or at least, like you said, take them off and do the review in 10 days, they're gonna come at us and say, here's the law, and now we're gonna sue. And I know that's why we have a policy, and I know that's why we're looking at this and figuring it out, or the other parents are gonna say, well, you're banning them. And it's like, I don't know. I'm a mom with 9 children. It's like, look, can we just work this out together and figure it out? But sometimes there's no working it out, figuring it out together. But I think I really like the fact that we're taking it off while we're reviewing for the 10 days, so that at least we're reviewing, right? And then where looking at that piece because it's explicit sexual content that's really bothering me. That these little 11-year-olds and 12-year-olds and 13-year-olds have access to. You know, that's not right. It's just not right on any level that you want to look at it. And then, and then other books have other issues that maybe can take a little longer to review and see. So thank you for all the time and energy and effort you put into this. I can see how much more better this is than what we had before and how this follows the law and how we can say that we're trying, to follow the law and doing the things that's, best for our students and their education, because we're really here to educate as well as to, I love books too. And in my classroom, I have hundreds and hundreds of books, that I have kids read, but I can't let them just read any book. I have to read every book. I have to make sure that there's no words in there. I've gone in, blacked out one word in a set of books, like this one word shows up. And so you just black it out, tell them to use their imagination. But I really appreciate all you've done. And I think you've safeguarded us. So thank you. But on the other hand, how do we stop getting them put on the shelves? Because this is an attack on children. This is an attack on families. And we do have the responsibility to protect them. So that's my next go around, and I'm not going to be here. Your next go around and step, please, would be
So this policy
stop that.
does have a section about selecting the books with some very strict criteria. So,
Okay. Age appropriateness.
And it was not in there before, now it is. With some strict.
so, let's see, Mr. Wrigley, and then anyone else, or are we ready to?
So I've been on the policy committee maybe a decade. This has been probably one of the most difficult policies that we've tried to address. I think we've struggled in this process on trying to get a balance between all parents. Because as many parents are on this side reading books in our meetings, which are getting us banned from YouTube. The last video was banned from YouTube. So we have a board meeting now that nobody's going to see because it's banned. Anyway.
And YouTube's so conservative.
But so and then I've got parents on the other side calling and saying, I read that book in high school. I want my son to be able to read that. Now, mostly they're not arguing on the sensitive materials, but they are arguing on the other books that may have a word here or there or whatever. So we've been trying to figure out and balance that so that each book has its day in court, basically. Each book, because each author's been asking that too across the country. So I think we're giving, by this process, we are restricting it and hopefully meeting the needs of the parent that is challenging it, and that we're getting it out of their school library. And if it makes a sensitive criteria, all school libraries across the district during the challenge time, so that it has its day in court. And that's that due process that we need to be able to not get sued and take a day or two of our teachers' pay to fight a lawsuit that we may even lose. The legislature says, oh, we got money, we'll just go. Anyway, but we don't have that money. So the other issue so I think this process is going to give us that opportunity. Now, there is a question. We just can't have anybody in the district to say, my son goes to Jordan, but there is this book over in Corner Canyon, and I want it out of the district. We're saying you have to have some standing. I think most lawsuits, you have to have some standing, don't you? You have to have, when they take it to court, you say, well, you can't bring this because there's no standing, it doesn't affect you. So a lot of the times it's a parents, if the book's in Jordan and you're a parent in Jordan, then you can protest this and bring it through the process, right? But you can't do a school that you don't have standing on because your kid's not going to read it. Now, some other kid may. And so you talk with the parent at that school, and if they have the same concern, then they would go ahead and file it because that's where the book is. So I think that makes some sense too, because I think if we got in court, the first thing to say is this parent that brought this request that started had no standing. Her kid wasn't even going to be able to see the book because it was at Corner Canyon, and their kid goes to Jordan. So what gives them the standing to bring that to you to begin with? So I think makes it stronger during that process, and there's a lot of parents at different schools that can do that. On top of the whole process, at any point, the parent can restrict this book, even if it's determined that it's gonna stay on the shelf. The individual parent still has the right to restrict the book from their child. So in any case, we may not protecting the other kids that they think they need to protect, but they are be able to protect their particular child. And then I think the last thing that we need to understand is a lot of the books that have been brought by, we do not have hundreds of copies of these books in our library. They're not being read every single day. I think Lawn Boy, we had one copy, had never been checked out.
In 4 years.
In 4 years. So a lot of these books probably don't need to be on the shelf, and I think I'll agree with that. And it probably would not pass our new process. But it's not like we've had kids pulling all these books off the shelf for the last several years and causing all kinds of sexual issues. They haven't been reading them. We still need their process, but sometimes it makes it sound like our school districts had all these books and they've been reading these books. Most of the books we've had, they've never been read or they're lost or whatever. And I think we need to do something about it. But I just want to make that clear that sometimes it sort of seems like we've had all these books on the shelf that people have been reading. And we may have had one or two copies, but I don't think we looked at the circulation of most of our books. People have not read that. So I think the process is sound. We spent a lot of time on it. And I think it's going to meet the needs of all the parents, maybe not as much as everybody wants, because I've got parents on one side that said, I don't even want you to look at the book, it should be on the shelf. And parents on down this side saying, it should just be pulled. I think it's a good compromise that will stand up. Should we get sued on either side with the parents?
Thank you, Mrs. Oaks and then Mr. Miller, Mrs. Nybauer, Mrs. Oaks, Mr. Miller. And then just remind the board, we do have a business meeting.
First off, I just wanted to thank everyone who sits on the policy committee. I'm really, really grateful for the changes that we've done to this policy. My largest concern at the beginning, even last year, was books being on the shelf and accidentally being picked up by children and the parents have no idea. The parents are entrusting us with their children and we promise to provide a safe learning environment. And so I really appreciate that we have the temporary restricted access and that quick 1227 screening. I also, one thing I really like about if a book fails all of the sensitive materials and the big, large review of the other parts of the law, what I like about that permanent restricted access is Steve says there's two sides of the issue. This still allows parents, if they want their children to check out the book, they can. They just sign a parent informed consent. And then I feel good about that because I feel like the parents know that this isn't happening without parent knowledge. And I know we can say, I've heard a lot of arguments about kids can access things on phones and computers. They sure can, but just like we put firewalls up with our technology as best we can, we also ought to be careful that we're not openly distributing things in the library with the parents, without the parents' knowledge. So I like that restricted access because what Steve was talking about, parents can go in on Destiny and restrict their kids' access, but not all parents even know how to do that or have internet access. So I like that we've provided this other avenue. When Steve was saying a lot of our books haven't been in circulation, I think that's the best argument for making sure that we are selecting books that reflect the community values, right? If they're not being checked out, it's because it hasn't been appealing to the community. So I hope also, we've talked a lot about this, and that's my primary concern too. In the future, with library media specialists selecting the materials, that there should be a really good look at as they're looking through and reading just the synopsis of the book, that it's not violating 1227 and the other parts of the law, because this is going to be a lot of time and resource for the district to go through. And as Clarine said, the easiest thing is not to put it on the shelf to begin with, rather than the process of getting it out. But just wanted to say thank you to the policy committee, because I definitely feel like this is I think this should be a model for the state. So.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Oaks and Mr. Miller.
So thanks for all of the work. Dan, I really appreciate it. I felt like I was back in law school again. It was awesome.
I'm sorry if you got any PTSD.
No, it's good. It challenged me and I'm still processing a lot and what all of this means. I do have a question similar to kind of what Steve brought up. I have a constituent who is a mathematician and he brought up something I think that's a pretty viable point. He said, how many students are we talking about here that are impacted? And how many resources are we spending on this particular issue? And I think that's a viable point. I'd be interested in seeing some of the books that have been contested, how many times they've been checked out over even the last 5 years. And I'm really actually interested in understanding more about how much our students are even accessing the school libraries. Because speaking from personal experience, my kids read a lot. They're not really using the school library very much. They're usually going to the public library or accessing books online. I'd like to see a comparison between how many students are using the physical libraries. We did.
Yeah, they did one last year.
Books a month.
Okay, you do.
Yes.
But I'm interested presentation in last year. seeing it in per school, like which schools is it being used more? And anyway, we can get that data. Yeah, I'd like to see it again. I'm just I've been processing that ever since this patron said what he did, because I think it's a really good point. And the biggest thing that people on the other side say, if a kid wants to get a hold of a book, they'll get a hold of a book. They can get a hold of it online. They can get a hold of it at a public library. How much are kids actually getting hold of the books that we're concerned about? And how often is that happening? On the other side of that, I also recognize that there is a major value here attached to the sense of safety that parents have when they send their kids to school. And it reminds me a great deal of the issue with masks. In that situation, we as a board, when we were going through that whole thing with COVID, and we were trying to decide upon a policy where, thresholds and infection rates, and when we went online and when we stayed in school in person, there was a major issue attached to teachers not feeling safe without masks. There were a lot of parents on the other side who said, we don't feel like we need them. You are thrusting something upon us that we don't need. It almost feels like the tide has flipped. And at that time as a board member, I felt very strongly that regardless of whatever your personal position was, it's very important that you recognize that there are people at the table who their sense of safety and feeling like they're secure when their child goes to school or when they participate in school, that they are comfortable and safe being there. That is important. And as I'm processing through this policy, that's part of the lens I'm looking at, is I want to make sure that no parent feels like they have to take their child out of public school because it's a place where their personal or family values are being attacked and their child is vulnerable to that. So kind of like what Steve said, I think it's important to look at it. Are we protecting that value system? Are we making sure that kids still have access to be able to explore and learn and grow? It's a very, very difficult thing. It reminds me a great deal of when I was in high school and I took an AP art history class, and we talked a lot about what is pornography. We're studying all of these different Greek and Roman statues, and the question, does it have the intent to arouse? Does it not? Some of these are subjective questions and they're very difficult. And I appreciate that some of these committees will have multiple eyes looking at it, multiple perspectives, and that we are trying to guide with state law. We are trying to recognize that it's federal law. Anyway, long story short, I really appreciate the work of the committee. This is a difficult issue, so.
Mr. Miller.
You guys have done a ton of work. You know that, I'm guessing. I listened to the concept here about many of these books have not been checked out for over 4 years. I'm going to make the bold assumption that our library space for books on shelves is limited quantity. And regardless of the content of a book, if it's not meeting some sort of a circulation test, why do we keep them in the library?
anyway,
Hmm?
It needs to go anyway,
Yeah, regardless of the content.
And that
And
is
they
part
do.
of the criteria that can be used to weed a book out of the collection is whether or not it's been used.
Checked out.
And we talked about if it has sensitive materials in it and it hasn't been circulated.
And but I don't want to get into that end of it. I'm just saying regardless of the content, it could go. And I think you may have some issues if you start saying if it has questionable content, we'll get rid of it, but the others we'll keep. But I think that if it's just a blanket, that if it hasn't been checked out in, pick the number 4, 5, 6 years,
Well, it's specifically 10
well,
because of the budget.
okay, I picked 4, you picked 10. I don't care where it comes down. Okay, but thanks anyway. The other thing that I think that I picked up as you presented tonight, and if I'm reading this incorrectly, please let me know, that we can't just go in and start pulling books, but there needs to be a challenge. And the thing that I'm really, really liking about that is I have so much respect for the parents that came to our last board meeting and spoke. That they quite literally rubbed my nose in it to let me know what was in there. And the one statement I would like to make is we are on the same team. It's not us against them and we're not butting heads. And if we are going to clean out our libraries, we need those parents to make challenges so that we can do our end of it to make it happen. We are on the same team.
Right.
So, and I think that's a very, very important thing to realize that we're gonna work together. The public schools belong to the public. They don't belong to our superintendent. Sorry, Rick. But they belong to the parents. They belong to us as a board. We are elected to represent the people living in our district. So thank you for putting that portion in there. Maybe it's just that it had to be there, but the cooperation that is needed to make this happen.
Thank you. Anyone have anything else? Yeah, so it's important that we have a process that covers everything. And I know it can get frustrating but we are a public entity and we are funded by public dollars. And so we have to be very mindful and careful and kind of do a 360 on this whole issue, which I feel like this policy is very strong that way. So, so we'll take the feedback, the committee will take the feedback, and if everyone's okay, we'll bring this back at next board meeting for a second reading. Okay. All right. Great. That concludes our study session. Let's take about a 3-minute break and then we'll.
I noticed this when I came in, I hadn't had a chance to mention it. I don't see what you think of these things.
That's
terrible.
healthy.
I know, these are terrible. Oh.
Half a can. I told Cindy I need some help, so she bought me smaller.
Okay then. You're not addicted.
Oh,
Hi.
Sorry.
They look really good, huh? These pictures. Those are all.
Yeah. Pictures here? I think that one of Brighton is awesome.
Nice.
It's a good place to be.
With the football field. It's a different view coming in from the back side.
Yeah, I don't expect anything to be significant.
Oh, I need to check. Are we ready? Okay. Okay, good evening. We're ready to begin the business meeting portion of the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is November 15th, 2022, and we're meeting at the district offices located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. I would like to thank those that are joining us via the live stream, as well as those here in person. And thank you for being here with us. And thank you also for your patience as we are running a little bit behind. So the first item on the agenda is to approve the agenda for this evening. I will ask, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda for November 15, 2022, as is posted on Board Docs.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
All right, Mrs. Arnold seconded the motion. Thank you. Any discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask for the vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Mrs. Oakes, do you want to register your vote?
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes. Thank you. Next, we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Daniel Ashbridge, Mid-Valley Elementary Assistant Principal. And then Mr. Ashbridge will give us some school highlights from that school.
Thank you. Principal Swaniki's homesick. If you're watching, sorry about that with their family. So I get to fill in tonight. So everybody, please stand. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Let's see if I can get. Oh, now turned off. I'm going to share a little bit about Mid-Valley over the course of, I'm going to say the last couple of years. Personally, I've been the assistant principal. This is my second year. We were appointed with Principal Swanike and myself, and we were tasked with helping the school and the community transition to a Title I process. And that came with a lot of resources by the district, by you guys, and it was quite the process. But what we've seen is a lot of success and a lot of success stories coming out of the allocation of resources. And so to begin with, we really want to look at what causes those successes, or what does that success look like. Last year, we really focused on our ELA test scores and improving our students' outcomes with English, and we actually scored over 14% based on RISE data, and that's the highest the school has ever achieved in history that we can mine all the way back. And so looking at that, what really shows like, wow, that looks good, but that is a number that's a spot on a chart. And so when we dive deeper into it, we wanted to see what is really going on. And what we are seeing is that we see it's threefold. We see a commitment in our community and the partnership that we're able to create with our community. We're seeing the commitment of our staff members, from teachers to support staff to even volunteers, even our lunchroom and custodial staff, and then obviously the commitment of our students. So again, we've had some tremendous growth coming on throughout this school. But to begin with again, going back to Title I, we've been able to include a lot of resources, and ones with the community schools facilitator. And I don't know if you know a lot about Mid-Valley Elementary, but it is one with a lot of rich history. a lot of ingrained families who have been there for a long time, a lot of history, a lot of grandparents, a lot of people who even come into the school who went there over 30 years ago. We've even had teachers who have taught their entire careers at Mid-Valley. But we're also seeing a population that is growing. Like we only have about 540 students currently now as a school, and it's continuing to grow. So what we're doing is we're seeing this great melding of the community that's been established as well as the new community coming in. And we're able to do that like by doing programs like All Pro Dads, which is absolutely amazing. We saw the whole media center completely filled up with nothing but men. Well, there was a few women in there, I apologize. But it was there all to support their children, have breakfast and learn for ways they can volunteer. This morning, we did another community event that was Moms Matter, same type of thing, but we actually had to fill up the entire gym. So they outdid the dads, but it's still one of those great things. Apart from that, we've been able to do community nights where we have literacy nights, math nights, and technology nights, and even hot dog hellos where Mr. Millerberg actually saved me with the barbecue and taught me how to turn it off and turn it back on so we could feed enough people stretching across the gym. So that was a lifesaver. Thank you. But what we're seeing is a tremendous community input coming into our schools. They want to volunteer. They want to be a part of the school, and it's showing that Mid-Valley is the center of the community where people feel welcome to come in. The other piece I want to talk about is our staff. And we do really focus on our teacher development and high quality instruction and working with PLCs and supporting our teachers in connecting with their students and transitioning or transferring the curriculum to the students. But we also have a group of individuals, our support staff, our ESP staff, who again have been there for their entire careers, who work with students in small groups. They're the ones doing the interventions. They're the ones targeting the little skills each student needs so that they're able to jump to that next level. And then we also have staff that are there to support students based on their emotional and behavioral needs, which coming out of COVID, we all know has been a big issue. So we really put a lot of support into getting our teachers the support they need, as well as supporting the support staff and giving them the resources that they need. And then finally, our students. We've gone above and beyond in trying to recognize our students' success. We have what we call the Junior Husky Success Board, where we put up every week a student's exemplary work, and students will wait for Thursday to come up so they can see if their name was drawn, and then parents will come in, take a picture, get a certificate, get a cool little pin. But every student gets recognized throughout the year for their high quality work and achievement. We do student surveys as part of our school improvement goal. And what we found is over 97% of our students feel connected to Mid-Valley. They have friends, they feel an adult cares for them, speaks kindly to them, and expects them to learn. And what we're seeing is that gives them confidence and it engages them in the curriculum. So it's like a success story. I know I only have 3 minutes, so I'll wrap it up, but really it has been on the right trajectory. And it goes to show that given the right support, the community, the resources, and the staff, that we can have a lot of success. So we call it Junior Husky Success, nothing less. But thank you.
Thank you. That's a wonderful report, and we're so excited to hear about all the great things happening there at Mid-Valley. And please tell Principal Swaneke that we missed her, but we're glad that you could be here to share that with us. And please extend our appreciation out to the staff and students there.
Thank you so much.
Before
Oh, yes, Mr. Millerberg.
Dan goes away, could I just make a brief comment?
Yes.
He did not mention, last week, they had an assembly for the school for Veterans Day. And it was very touching to me. I walked into the school and I was met by about 5 students holding small American flags. And everybody that walked in, are you a veteran? Are you a veteran? If you said yes, you got a flag. And I don't know how long that lasted, maybe an hour in the gym area. They sang, they told stories, they defined what a veteran was or is. And probably the most touching part to me is afterwards, they had a couple of benches where people that were veterans were seated. There were probably at least a dozen students that came over and wanted to shake my hand and tell me thanks for your service. And that was just really a great day to have. And I know it happened elsewhere in the district, but it was really touching to me to see people understand the value that people that are serving and have served have made in our country. So Dan, thanks for making that happen.
So thank you too.
Thank you. All right, next up, I'll turn the time over to Jeff Haney and Kirsten Stewart from the Communications Department for some recognitions.
Thank you, President Tingy. And we appreciate the time that the board grants to us to recognize the students, faculty, and staff of the Canyon School District who have gone above and beyond. Those who are mentioned tonight will receive a letter of commendation from the board and the superintendent. And to follow along with what Mr. Milliberg was saying, we would like to note all of the Veterans Day celebrations that we had to salute the men and the women in our community who have given so much of themselves in protection of our country. Last Friday, Canyon Schools marked Veterans Day with assemblies and breakfast, flag ceremonies, musical performances, art shows, and essay contests, and then many other activities. Here are a few of the images that were captured at some of these Veterans Day celebrations. I believe that Mrs. Oakes was at this particular Veterans Day ceremony at Alta High School. You can see there the joy in the teachers' eyes as they embrace their former students who returned back in their Army uniforms to be celebrated during Veterans Day. It was a very touching day. It happened all across the district. A Veterans Day message featuring HR Administrator Everett Perry also was posted on CSD TV, which is our YouTube channel. It was shown in several middle schools. If you haven't had a chance to watch and listen to it, I invite you to do so. Everett did a fantastic job in his Veterans Day presentation. Now, photos and videos of our Veterans Day celebrations can be found on the website and our social media pages. If you haven't looked at them, please do so. They're very touching. And it was nice to go to all of these various events across Canyons to celebrate Veterans Day. Our first honorees tonight are student athletes from Corner Canyon High School, the football team. They're headed to the 6A championship game on Friday. They advanced to the big show at Rice Eccles with a big win over Farmington in the semifinals. They won 45-28. The final game of the postseason, and that will determine the champions. It will be at 11 o'clock this Friday. The Chargers are ranked number 1. They will play against Skyridge. The Falcons, they're ranked number 2. So it's sure to be an amazing game. We wish the Chargers much luck in Friday's game. We also congratulate Corner Canyon's volleyball team. They battled to a 6th place finish in the 6A tournament. But that's not all. The volleyball team, along with the Charger girls cross country team, are the Utah Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association's 6A academic state champions as well. So congratulations to those teams. We also want to note the postseason performance of Alta High School. In the last board meeting, we talked about the quarterfinals that were coming up. Alta High lost. It was an oh so close game. They lost in the quarterfinals. They barely lost going to the semifinals. They lost to Orem in a 26-24 heartbreaker. So a big congratulations to all of our student athletes in fall sports for their accomplishments. Now, our next honorees are state winners in the 2022 Heisman High School Scholarship. Canyons District dominated this competition this year. A student from Alta High School is the male athlete of the year in the Heisman High School Scholarship Competition, and a female athlete from Corner Canyon High School is the winner for the women. And the Alta High athlete, his name is Ryan Richards. Corner Canyon's athlete is Fern Chira Chanakul. They are those winners of the state winner scholarships. Now, Ryan is a three-sport athlete, soccer, basketball, and golf. He's also on the honor roll. Fern also is on the honor roll, and she's a swimmer on the Charger team, and she also competes in figure skating. They are both now being considered for national awards. The two top boy and girl honorees across in the national awards received a $10,000 scholarship. Now, the program requires the honorees to submit applications and essays. And this program was created in 1994 through a partnership between Wendy's and the Heisman Trophy Trust. So fingers crossed for Ryan and Fern. We hope that they are the national winners. Now, I know that we noted this before, but I have been to a few of these shows and I could not resist urging the community to go see our fall musicals. This week, Adam's Family at Alta High School and Oliver at Hillcrest will be on the stage. And then after we come back from Thanksgiving, SpongeBob the Musical at Brighton High School will be performed. These have been fantastic shows. I was at Crazy for You with Mrs. Tingy, and we walked away with a smile on our face. All of the shows have been phenomenal. And if you haven't had a chance to see the fall musicals in Canyons District High Schools, please go. It's fantastic family entertainment. These kids put their heart into it. And as Mrs. Tingy says, it looks like they're having a heck of a lot of fun. And it's true. So our next honorees are the student musicians who make up Alta and Brighton High marching bands. The Hawks and the Bengals won the top awards at the 2022 Utah Regional Championships of the Bands of America competition. This was held in St. George. Alta High School took first place and Brighton High School took second place in our division. Alta's Band and Color Guard also received the top awards for Outstanding Visual Award and Outstanding General Effects. Now, I'm a former band dad, so I know how hard these students work. And I also have seen the band advisors work hard, literally from spring until now. They work nonstop. Alta's advisor, Caleb Chavasteri, and Brighton's band advisor, Michaela Mortensen, they are nonstop working with the students in the band, and it truly shows. 10 years ago, Canyons District didn't have a marching band, and now we have two of the best programs in the state. So congratulations to our student musicians and to the faculty advisors. They've done a fantastic job. Our next honoree has already been mentioned for her award, but we wanted to note that Mindy Robinson went to Washington, D.C. to be celebrated as Utah Middle School's Principal of the Year. She told us in text messages how special it was to be in DC over Veterans Day. Congratulations to Mindy once again for being the top middle school principal in this state, and we're so glad that she got to go to DC to be celebrated with those other middle school principals across the country. We also celebrated Sally Sampson, who is the winner of the WGU Elevate Award. She's a human resources administrator here in Canyon School District. She was awarded this by WGU for her work in being committed to providing high quality educational and professional development opportunities for others. Now, Sally is the very first Utahn to receive this award, and it's for the lengths that she goes to find and recruit skilled educators, and also to ensure that those teachers, when they get here, have access to resources and feel supported as they grow in their careers. So congratulations to Sally. And our final honoree of the night is an education support professional extraordinaire. We congratulate Diamond Ridge Head Secretary Suzanne Hales, who was recognized by the Utah Governor's Office. She was surprised at an assembly at Diamond Ridge High School. She won the 2022-23 URISE Award. It's an honor reserved for up to 2 outstanding education support professionals all across Utah. She's one of them, and she deserves it. She will represent Utah as a nominee for the U.S. Department of Education's National RISE Award. Now, Suzanne is cherished at Diamond Ridge. She encourages students. She oversees the main office. She watches the school's finances, and she maintains student records, and they call her the heart of Diamond Ridge. But make no mistake, she puts up with zero nonsense from the students there. She's kind and she's firm, and all the students know that she wants what is best for them, and that's to graduate from high school. So congratulations to Suzanne for being the ESP of the year. This is a RISE award that's very special from the governor's office. Now, this also comes as Canyons District prepares to celebrate education support professionals. Now, ESP Day, as designated by a House resolution, is November 16th. Across the country, nearly 3 million men and women work as ESPs in the country schools, and that makes up about 1/3 of the employees in public schools across the country. ESPs strengthen our schools, our communities, and associations across the country. They play a vital role in the education team and in the lives of students inside and outside the classroom. As is tradition, the Board of Education honors our education support professionals as we approach ESP Day. President Tingey, I understand the board has a statement for the official record, the minutes of the meeting, regarding Canyons District's ESPs. Thank you for the time for the recognitions. We turn the time over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Haney. So yes, I will read this resolution. Whereas public schools are vital to the future of our community's children, the strength of our democracy, and the continuation of America's role as a global leader. And whereas, as part of American Education Week, the National Education Support Personnel Day has been celebrated since 1987. And whereas a 2020 House concurrent resolution approved during the general session of the Utah Legislature and designated the Wednesday during the week that precedes Thanksgiving holiday as Utah Education Support Professionals Day. And whereas the day honors the contributions education support professionals play in creating and maintaining clean, secure, prepared, and welcoming public schools for every Canyon student. And whereas education support professionals in Canyons District have been at the forefront of ensuring schools remained operational even during the upheaval of a worldwide pandemic with vast local implications. And whereas Canyons District joins in celebrating National Education Support Professional Day on Wednesday, November 16th, 2022, and honors the endeavors undertaken by CSD's information technology professionals, custodians, administrative assistants, office staff, business managers, instructional aides, bus drivers, nutrition service workers, school nurses, maintenance workers, and so many others. Now, therefore, I, Nancy Tingey, speaking on behalf of the Canyons Board of Education, recognize November 16th, 2022 as Education Support Professionals Day and acknowledge the importance of the work done by education support professionals in Canyons School District. Thank you to all those wonderful, wonderful individuals that reach out and make our schools such special places. All right, that concludes our recognitions. We have now come to the patron comment portion of our meeting. The board designates time to listen to patrons of the district. Patron comment time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyons District, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. Patrons may provide board members with written documents. These documents should be submitted to the board secretary at the meeting. Cindy's over there. Or emailed to the Office of Public Communications by noon of the day following the board meeting. This evening, we have one individual that has signed up to address the board and is representing a group. So she will be given 4 minutes. And it's the board's practice to listen and take notes during the patron comments. The Board of Education does not discuss matters that are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on individual students to protect their privacy or employee issues. If a patron wants to comment on a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health, the board requests that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if the patron determines to verbally comment on those personnel issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. The Board of Education would like to make it clear that critical race theory is not part of the curriculum being used by Canyon School District. There are no plans to incorporate it into the curriculum or instruction. The Board of Education values input on all sides of issues. To maintain decorum and respect, we ask that those in attendance refrain from applause or other types of demonstrations during the patron comment time, as well as throughout the meeting. So with that, Tiffany Smith has signed up to address the board. So go ahead and come forward.
I'm gonna set my timer because online it says that you can have 5 minutes. So I'm gonna be speaking quickly to stick to the 4 minutes.
How about you can have 5 minutes if that's what you were expecting.
Okay, then I'll breathe while I talk.
Okay.
Okay, well, we are here to advocate for the teachers of our district. We currently have 1 day over the course of the school year to work in our classrooms without our students present. 1 teacher workday. We are drowning. I want to share with you that this weekend, we spent our personal time completing our report cards. We sacrificed time with our families to be able to fulfill this responsibility. I listened to the study session from 2 weeks ago and heard an in-depth discussion of how you believe that Canyon's teachers do not understand that we are being paid for 16 hours of work. Yes, you pay us for 16 hours of work, but I'm confident that you already know that every teacher in this district has worked those 16 hours by the end of the 2nd or the 3rd week of school. Those 16 hours are long gone by now. If you think we saved those 16 hours to use 8 of them in November and 8 of them in February for report cards, you're wildly unaware of what the teachers in our district are doing. Do we want to be paid for our time? Of course. But what we're asking for is the actual time to do it being built into the schedule. During the same study session, there was a large emphasis put on how much our community relies on the calendar of our district. A board member stated that even the piano teachers are relying on our calendar. The piano teachers? You mean to tell us that you value the needs of a piano teacher over the needs of our own Canyon School District teachers who are trying to teach the youth of our community? To say that we can't change our calendar because the cities, counties, and even the piano teachers are making decisions based on what we publish is a cop-out. It says right online that our calendars for the next 3 years are tentative. Tentative means that gives us flexibility to make changes where needed. I've done the research of the surrounding districts and I've submitted it to each of the board members and to the superintendent, showing that other districts are providing between 4 to 12 teacher workdays. Canyons is giving 1. Under the 990 rule, we can apply for 4 teacher workdays through the state. We are currently only using 2 of them. Why aren't we using the other 2? The state allows for them, but Canyons doesn't want to use them. You are directly denying teachers the help of the time that's been provided, and you don't see this as a problem. It's shocking to us that Canyons doesn't see the value in teachers having the days that the state will allow. Another discussion point during your study session was that at one point, a survey was conducted and the results were that this is the calendar that everybody wanted. This blanket statement raises a few things to consider. First, when was this survey conducted? I don't know for certain, but I think it was around 2017, which implies that nothing has changed over the course of the last 5 years, which with COVID, we know that things have changed. Secondly, the wording of the survey was in favor of families not wanting disturbance of having a few Fridays off throughout the school year, Fridays in which teachers were getting work done without their students. The survey implied allowing for the desirable 2 weeks for winter break and also an earlier release for summer. I've spoken with most of the parents of the students that I teach, and every single one of them said that when they were answering the calendar questions on that survey, they had no idea that the result would be the loss of work days for their child's teacher. Our surveys should be asking transparent questions and giving all the needed information in order to make an informed decision. Thirdly, elementary teachers and secondary teachers have differing opinions on the matter. Elementary teachers' report cards cannot be completed through taking a bunch of scores and calculating a grade to put in Skyward. We must do anecdotal records and sit and look through each of them in order to input our grades for our report cards. The idea that some teachers want it this way, meaning the current calendar that we already have, isn't an acceptable reason to require it of all teachers. If 60% of teachers don't want a teacher workday, it's not okay to require the other 40% who can't manage the work to have to sacrifice their families and their mental health to stay caught up on the work that we are being asked to do. We are barely holding it together on a normal week, but a week like last week and this week, where we have the pressure of report cards without the supportive time, is truly breaking us. The group that I'm representing tonight is all in agreement that our classrooms are suffering when we are stretched so thin, and especially during report card and conference times, which report cards went home today for us. Whether you acknowledge it or not, the fact remains that when we are so overworked, it directly impacts our students. We need you to look at the calendar, and we need you to give us time to do our jobs. Everything comes at a cost, and right now the cost is at the well-being of your teachers. As a district who values mental health of our students, we need to also value the mental health of our teachers. Can you please prioritize making this change for teachers? I just want to end with that you must know that a teacher's working conditions are directly a student's learning conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we appreciate your addressing the board and all of you for attending. Okay, next on the agenda is the consent agenda. I will ask someone to make a motion, and in making that motion, please read off each of those items on the consent agenda.
I will move to approve the consent agenda. Item A, approval of minutes for November 1st, 2022. Item B, approval of hire and termination reports. Item C, approval of purchasing bids. Item D, student overnight travel. Item E, approval of October financial reports. Item F, approval of March 2nd, 2023 as early out for secondary schools.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. Okay, next, under new business, item A, school accountability report. I will turn the time over to Dr. Hal Sanderson, Director of Research and Assessment.
Good evening. It's always exciting to come and talk about student achievement and school success, but I want you to know that it's a two-part presentation. So the second half will be my colleague, Dr. Laura Tuesday-Heathfield, and she'll be talking about educator satisfaction survey results. So there'll be a part one and a part two, and I get the honor of starting out with school accountability. And I've just put to make sure that we always see those connections, that it ties to the strategic plan in two kind of key areas. We could probably put it into other areas when we bring together school results and kind of where we're at. It's hard to pull it into one measure, so I want us to all think about that. There are different pieces that our current accountability has that I'll review with you. If you can have those elements in mind going forward, that's going to be kind of huge. They're not really any new ideas. It's probably just putting it back in your memory, because you'll see at the end, as I talk about some of the findings, we haven't had a school accountability report for several years due to COVID and some cancellation of testing results. So it's good to get back to having hopefully the right discussions. One thing that I'll point out is that the high school has post-secondary readiness indicators. And so the high school has more points than our elementary and middle school. In terms of what they have, sorry. There are descriptors of what a school can have in terms of a rating, bringing those measures together in terms of total points. As we look at academic proficiency, we'll talk about as we look at student growth, as we look at the progress of our English language learners. And then the last one is looking at our bottom 25% students and their academic growth. When you bring all of that together, there is some categories of school ratings that was done by the state board. And these are set and fixed. They're not on a curve. It's based on the percent of points that are earned from the school. So it's as we look at our proficiency way of thinking of, we do that with our students in terms of their own content and looking at grade material. We need to think that way when we look at schools. There could be a large majority of schools that are typical or commendable. There isn't grading on the curve when we talk about our schools now. That's been implemented for several years, but I just want that to come back to your attention. And the ones who helped write these descriptors for schools are a variety of stakeholders. Now, there still is school letter grades, and I've made that note off to the side. But I think as we talk about wanting to go to mastery of content, that it's important that we want to talk about and get familiar with the terms of what an exemplary school looks like, a commendable school, typical, developing, or one that may have some critical needs. So I'll just go forward. The high school has similar, I'm sorry that I missed the point system on that one, but it's similar points, but they have more with the post-secondary indicators. I won't go over all of it, but I'll just go over the highlights. And that is, it's looking at percent of students who are proficient. Largely, it's on our RISE test when we think of elementary and middle school. And I'll go over those grades, but it's grades 3 through 8. So when we look at our elementary schools, there's a lot of grades that are not under this umbrella of school performance. When we talk about our Acadience results for those younger grades are not included. Aspire Plus is administered in grades 9 and 10. We have the DLM, which is for our students with most severe and profound disabilities. They are also included in this, looking at their performance with their own level of what grade level or a strong understanding of the material looks like. It's for that group of students. And you can see off to the side with the pie charts kind of what percentage of points makes that up. And then there's the geeky calculation underneath. I should have probably taken that off. But so our growth, this is an important concept that we've had in our state, and many other states have it as well. And that is progress for learning during the year. I'll have a chart to go over that, but let me do the chart first. So it's called the student growth percentile. It is a comparative question. So it looks at a given student with a score at, my example, as I said, in 3rd grade, looking at mathematics, and that individual scored a score of 322. It then looks at how they did in their 4th grade year. And the way that we get the percentile rank is said is, what about other students who had that same score? How do they end up after a year of instruction? And what does their score look like on the same test? And it literally just rank orders as to where the student is. So they can get anywhere from a percentile rank that you can see there. That's what we have as our student growth percentile. And that when we talk about student growth, it's a competitive look at growth. How did you score compared to like scoring peers after a year of instruction? It isn't standards based. So that's just being, I want to be straightforward about that. Just you need to keep that in mind. Because of COVID, there was a combination that we had a student growth target, which looked at progress towards meeting grade level expectation. And it looked at the amount of growth you were making towards that. Because of 2021, with still heavy into at least working through COVID, you can remember dealing with the Delta variant and dealing with a lot of absentee rates. The amount of testing was good for this district, but as we went up in our grades, we weren't able to test up to 95%. So they looked at that and felt that it was compromised looking at that student growth projection too much. So they've pulled it off for this year. So that's going to play out a little bit later that I'll show for you. Have these growth percentiles, and then you get some points associated with it. I think it's a little too geeky. I think it could be more straightforward, but they didn't always listen to me on that one. So that's growth. At its heart, it's looking at how you did against similar scoring peers. And then when we jump to high school, we look at some indicators that at least the first 2 you're very familiar with, looking at our graduation rate. And that makes up 11% of the high school rating. And That has lagged a year. As you know, that we're just kind of finishing up for 2022. But on this report, it was all data from largely the previous school year. And it's just having to do with the data coming in. ACT looks at basically a 0 or a 1, and the number of students who get a 1 are getting a composite score of 18 or higher. And it just looks at percent of 11th graders who got a score of 18 on composite or higher. And that makes up the percent for ACT. And the one I like that we probably don't talk most about is looking at coursework within looking at AP, IB, concurrent enrollment, and CTE, completing a pathway or getting a C or grade, a C or better. So it's nice that it does get to really more that next training that we can have for students as they are moving through high school. And that's included in the calculation at 11%. And then we have wanting to look at the progress of our English language learners or multilingual learners. And they have their own assessment, which looks at academic English. It's administered once during the year. It's a collaboration between my department and federal programs where we test about 2,500 to 3,000 students who are English language learners. And it's looking at their progress towards acquiring academic English. And they have trajectories and growth targets that they should meet over several years as part of looking at how they're doing as a group. And so that's made up of both elementary, middle school, and high school. And the last indicator is looking at the growth of the lowest 25% in your school. And it asks, and so this group varies based on the school composition. It could look very different across our 29 elementary schools in terms of who that 25% is. So it does vary based on school community. And it asks in that group of students, what percent of them scored an SGP of 40 or higher, 40th percentile rank or higher. And it just adds them up. So those are kind of the components of it. It looks at both achievement as well as growth. And then it focuses on more of those traditionally at-risk students and gives them an extra look and points to see how they're doing. And so the question that we always get, especially for our schools and school community council is, well, so can a child be in each calculation and each component? And yes, they can be. Almost everybody should be in the achievement. I've tried to put the percent that you can see, the growth. When you look at growth, you have to have a year of results. So when we look at our elementary, we're looking at math and English language arts for only 4th and 5th grade students. And then in science, we're only looking at the growth into 5th grade year because the first test they took is in 4th grade. So it's a smaller percent of the school when you're looking at growth. But in middle school, we have every grade taking it and they have their prior results from elementary. So it's a much more broader group at the middle school. And then for our multilingual learners, that range is based on our schools as to the percent of students they have in their community schools that are taking that measure. And then the growth of the 25%, you can see that's kind of the simple math part. But in this example I've kind of shown for this elementary, they had 20 students who were in 4th or 5th grade because they need to be in those upper grades, but they were in every single calculation. So if you moved those students, those 20 students, you would be magnifying it across 4 different categories in terms of looking at it. So when we're looking at our results and looking at intervention strategies, looking at those students who are more at risk and are struggling, if we are moving those students, it's really amplifying the portrait and the picture for the school. Thank you for letting me get through that. It's a big concept to get. So let's jump over to our results. I have the link there. I've had it in several places. If you just Google search for the community that's out there, just Utah Accountability Report or school reports, you'll be able to pull it up. It's pretty user friendly. There's a lot more detail that I can't put into this, but if you click on every chart, there's more detailed information. It compares where the school is compared to the district as well as the state. So again, with time constraints, but I just want to encourage everybody to kind of go out and just click through it for your schools of interest, because there's a wealth of information that you can learn with quite detail. So I think it's a good, transparent report that people can learn a lot. So I just encourage it with anybody who wants to know more. Bringing it all together. Again, kind of looking at that broader idea of student learning and school success. We had 43% of our schools are in the highest category of exemplary, and we had 27% in commendable, 25% in typical. And again, typical is not huge concerns. I mean, that's still very solid. And we have a few that are developing that are critical needs. But in that broader look, if you're looking at the aggregate of the data coming together, there's a lot of districts that would like that portrayal of their schools. When we look at our student achievements, so you're looking at proficiency. Overall, you can see where we are with our proficiency, not quite as strong as the overall rating. There's, a fair amount that are typical with their looking at academic proficiency. So even if we're in pretty solid footing, there's places to go. We certainly aren't done with where we're at. There's plenty more students who can move into proficiency level that we can even go up with. And then let me talk about the student growth. Because of COVID, they pulled that one component out of growth. They kind of modeled it, but they kind of didn't. And I think it's inflated. It's giving us a little inflated picture right now. We have some schools that are probably doing typical growth. And this is a little bit too rosy of a look. I've compared with colleagues and we all kind of smile and go, yeah, it looks incredible with our growth right now. But I'm looking forward to next year where we can have a balanced picture, because it's good, but it just can't be quite this good. They changed the measure without really modeling it the way I wish they would have, because I could have messaged this more if I'd known in a balanced way. We want to give honest appraisal. And when they change the definition, it can translate. So I want to talk about those other pieces as we talk about it. At the top level average for the school, it looks really good. But when we flip over and look at the bottom 25% of our student body, it doesn't look like the whole school. So I've just ran an example, and I don't want you to go over all of it, but what you can see when you look at the percent is, what does that group look like for the school? But then in the bottom 25%, what percent are they? So for the English language learners in this school, there's 23%, but in the bottom 25%, 48% of them are English learners. So, and that plays out in all of these areas. There's not a category of students with disability within the school report card on this top line. When you click into the report, you'll see it. But you can see that they're double the number as to what it is for the school. And you can see that in some of those other areas. So those areas that we have, we see some traditional academic risk. They're overrepresented in this bottom 25%. So as we look at access, opportunity, all of those kind of questions, we know that we're having those right discussions and continue to look at, appropriations and how to approach these things. There's work to be done, and that's nothing as a surprise, but the picture changes as we dig a little deeper. And so when you look at the growth of the bottom 25%, I think that should be commended. I mean, that's, that doesn't have, again, there's that mixture of growth that I have a little caution with, but it's going to change a little bit with our calculation. But it's just hard to know the impact of it. But the ongoing concern about multilingual English learner students and kind of where they are, you can see through that state lens. We've got work to do. There's no other kind of way to put it. But there's a lot of other districts and schools wanting to have that focus. So we're not alone in that focus. But It needs to be part of the picture when we talk about schools. I think I've kind of hit on most of these for the sake of time. I think I'll kind of leave it at that. But I do want to wrap with this with board member Schill to say there's a committee that wants to look at accountability, and we both have been able to serve on that. I think there's some exciting ideas that it's just the starting point, as there's the state board is the one who kind of commissioned it with kind of legislative support. It'll need to go up to the legislative session to look at everything regarding school accountability with that balance between state board and legislative look. But at least some ideas brought forward, I think were pretty encouraging. But I at least want to put that out to kind of stay tuned, depending on how that moves along. It will be there in the session. But it's going to be a while for it to be fully implemented. But I will tell you that the ideas and the concepts of competency-based learning and looking at portrait of a graduate are pretty strong elements within that reimagined, I put reimage, sorry, there should be reimagined as school accountability. So I hope that there'll be a stronger match with the board strategic plan, and that part excites me as well. So are there questions before I turn it over to my colleague?
Questions or comments? Let's see, Mrs. Nybar and then Mrs. Schill.
Thank you for that comprehensive report, and I appreciate you already addressing the question that is always asked if they're represented in more than one student representing more than one demographic. I just wanted to draw attention to the fact that these categories have been set forth from the school accountability performance bill. And so these categories that we're highlighting here are dictated from that school accountability performance, correct?
But a community came together to figure the cut points of what they were. That
Mhm.
wasn't the legislation. It was a variety of stakeholders to say, what's the thresholds within
Okay,
it.
thank you for that delineation. So my one question is something that I would love to see, if it were possible, just internally, even though we're doing this as per the committee's guidelines. We have another group of students that, if we're looking at how our schools are performing, would be a good thing to look at. And that's the students that are proficient or just nearly proficient. I call them the invisible students, because we usually have categories for the lowest 25% and multilingual. And all of those are so important because we see that there's too many of them in that lowest, quadrant. But those students who are proficient or just nearly proficient, not quite there, when we break it down at smaller bits, like at the school level, when we're writing land trust plans and things like that, those kids sometimes are invisible and we don't see the growth there near what we would like. So I would love for us just internally, when we're looking at this, to also look at including that group, because that's
And I can tell you that we've tried to balance that message to say, it's just not the growth, but we want to look at proficiency. So when
Yes.
you're looking at a group of 4 students that are just under that threshold,
Yes.
my conversations with schools and with principals are, let's run a few numbers. If you have X% and your average class size is this, I've given some clear examples to say, if one more student is proficient in each classroom, what happens to the school
Yes.
portrait? And it goes up quite a bit.
It does.
And every professional that I have talked to in this district, and I know it would be in this district or at school wide as well, and that is to say, if you can make one more student proficient and hold everything where it is, this is where we can go as a school. So it's trying to bring it more concrete to the teacher level on that goal setting. So I'm hoping that we'll see more of that, because one more student makes a big difference when every teacher has one more student.
That's right. And when you have a classroom of so many children, it's hard not to have the attention and focus go to the greatest need. But there are some of those kids that maybe, oh, well, they're close, they're good enough, and they may not receive that amount of attention. And like you said, it just takes a little bit of extra effort and attention, and the difference it makes for that child as well as the school as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Schill.
I just want to tell you thank you. And I was so excited. I'm like, yay, we're finally looking at data, right? I mean, I love it. And it's been a long time.
I'll be here every meeting if you want me. There's a lot of student achievement that is exciting to look at. And again, our strengths and where we need to grow, but I'm pleased to have the conversation.
Well,
Absolutely.
I just think overall it's a really good report and it's something we should celebrate. I mean, of course, we have more work to do, but I'm really proud of it. Then I just wanted to add that the consultant, he did present the whole school accountability task force a couple weeks ago to USBE, and I went and I looked at that. It's
Right.
on USB's website if you guys are interested, but just like Hal said, we got to wait and see what happens with USBE, with the legislature, right? Because we're trying to get away from the school grade and look at a bunch of measures and actually make it more about local districts making goals.
Yeah.
Which I think is really
It's
good.
exciting. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's hope they'll take some of our suggestions.
And they've said,
Anyway.
there's other states watching what we're trying to do as well, to blend in some local elements and honor it as much.
Yeah, and it was a great process. We had a lot of, we had superintendents, we had teachers, we had, PTA, we had parents, we had, they did a bunch of parent actual nights and gathered feedbacks from
Yeah.
parents and the community. Anyway, it was a really great process and I'm excited, hopefully, about where it can go. So thank you.
Thank you,
Can I-
Mr. Oh,
Can I turn it over to Laura?
well, I
Do
think we
any
have a
questions?
couple
Oh,
other
sure.
comments.
You
Mr.
bet.
Wrigley and then Mrs. Oaks.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm excited about some of your scores coming off here. I think, especially coming off of COVID.
Yeah.
We expected, in fact, we're hearing we're doing much better than the rest of the country and probably better than some of the rest of our peers in the state. It's really sort of interesting, how we measure this stuff, student achievement. So if I've got a kid in Draper Elementary who's never moved, pretty stable, high economic family, and then I measure him against a kid that's in Draper that moves every 6 months, low economic family, he may never get the same level of school achievement, though he's making major growth. Is that correct? I mean, sometimes our teachers almost is better to look at the growth they make with the kid rather than if they get them up to achievement level or second grade or
Our-
third grade or fourth grade. Because that may be if they got him at a first grade level and they get him up to a second grade level or a third grade level in that 1 year, that's quantum leaps. He may still not be up the fourth grade level where he's at, so he hasn't met that achievement level. Why don't they give us more credit for that?
Trying to think of our redesign model and where we are with it. You probably not like my answer, but we've got to keep a both message, and that is we honor growth, we applaud it. You can move really far, but without moving to that grade level threshold, we've got to have the companions together. That my concern is if we do competitive growth and we have a third grade student and they're really kind of struggling, but compared to other struggling kids, they have an SGP of 60 and you go, this is really great. But if you draw a line and say under this year to year gain, it's going to take them 5 or 6 years to get to grade level, that isn't acceptable to me. That we've got to always balance that measure of growth is rigorous enough and at a trajectory that we can get to grade level. We've got that responsibility, and all educators think that way. We certainly want to applaud those huge movements, but we want to hand the torch to the next grade level teacher to carry it on. And if we can get 2 or 3 years of that, we know that we can get them to grade level.
I mean, if we're getting grade level, a really good grade level growth each year, eventually we'll catch up. And I think each teacher should be given credit for what they do. The other one is we're getting more and more multilingual families. And then to say to them that they're making no growth because they're in a different language, Midvale, I think, is sort of a unique. That way, are teaching dual language on most of our kids. Is that correct? Why don't we test the kids for growth in their native language and see what's happening and where they're going, and then growth in their English language, rather than just testing on the English, which they may not know. They may be in third grade, but have in their own native language the second grade levels, but in English, it's first grade. Why don't they allow us to, in our model, especially where we've tried to work
jointly and bring the kid up this direction here, go in their primary language as we're raising up their secondary language. I'm out of my expertise in being able to talk about something like that. I mean, I just know that we definitely want to look at their acquisition of academic English and want to get to the idea in the native language. I don't know how to speak to that. That's not my kind of area, but I can tell you some of the practicality that to build all of these things in a variety of native languages is a very expensive endeavor, but that doesn't mean it's for me, it's the right thing to do, but I can't speak on that As I part. substitute in some classes with people that are do not have the language yet, you can just see these kids are really smart, but yet they don't speak their language, so therefore they're tested and they're not shown. So let me clarify that. That's important, and I didn't do it on the slide again, balancing time. So for a student who's new to a US school, new to Canyons, the first year they're just asked to take the test. They count as participation, that is it. In year 2 that we have that student is they're requiring academic English. And this is only on the standards-based testing. The next year, they look at only the growth calculation. So that baseline they had when they were probably not even able to engage on the test. The second year of accountability, it says, how much did you grow? It's in the third year of instruction in a US school in the Canyons that they get all of them. Did you participate? What was your growth? And in the third year, it asks, are you at proficiency level? So it's not that the first 3 months they count fully in accountability. It's a stepwise progression, and it's year 3 where they have all of those elements. But on the WIDA test, which they take in terms of their initial screening, they get full credit for that growth in academic English, and they make some wonderful gains. What we're seeing is a greater share is at those elementary level grades, and that we're asking the questions about making sure that we're seeing that more at middle school and high school. But they are active in that. And you could see from my chart, those very students that we're talking about could potentially be in all 4 categories in year 2 and year 3 at the school setting. So they should be a focus. Interesting. It just makes it hard on us. Yeah. Doesn't recognize.
Thank you, Mrs. Oakes. So I'm intrigued by hearing what you have to say with regard to how you wish that they had weighted things differently. And there's a part of me that wishes that I could see what the charts would look like if it were up to Hal Sanderson. And it kind of actually brings up this next question of, I wonder, whether or not there have been other districts that have said, we are going to set our own accountability measures. We recognize we have to report to the state, but do we do it based off of what's in our strategic plan, the things that we've established, our values for the district, and publish that for the public to be able to see?
The visibility is an interesting question. I would say that we have some of those progress monitoring tools that we do that are outside of state accountability and what the state wants us to do. As we look at benchmarking and following where students are in interventions, we have at the upper elementary grades, our middle school, and most high schools elected to do it almost every grade. We have our reading and math inventory. That has been determined as a value for our education community. They value the results of looking at it, and that's completely outside of what anybody's asked us to do. But we want to look at growth during the year and then look at, if it's below a certain threshold, some interventions that we're able to provide. So that is that's a Canyons thing. Colleague districts, especially if they're middle or large, have different variations of measures that they value that they wanted to look at. Now, again, how we report on that, again, I talked about achievement results. You want me to come back and talk about those benchmarks? Myself or Dr. Tuesday Heathfield, we'd be glad to talk about some other benchmarking. But our schools, a lot of their school plans look at the reading and math inventory because they can look at progress during the year. So we have some of those elements, but maybe we're not making it front and center as visible. There's a double-edged sword with that. We want it to be organic. We want it to be important for teachers. We want the conversation with parents, but I don't know if we want that visibility of an accountability. In addition to, there's just a double-edged sword with the increased visibility on some of these things.
When you're talking about growth measures, is that for every strata of students,
Yes,
kind of getting
absolutely.
back to what Ms. Nyberg
is.
talked about? Okay.
with completely disaggregated results, so we could look at very specific student groups all the way to teachers and sections. And if they're doing some interventions that we're aware of, we can follow that very closely. Well, and that brings up a good point. If we have that data, how are we effectively using it to inform what we're doing, whether it's on an SEC or at the school level? Are we weighting more of what is, the state's working on, or are we weighting more of what the district itself values, right? Good question. Kind of the COVID thing kind of disrupted some school stuff or some state level things, but some of our district measures kept going. So we were able to kind of make those local decisions, and the vendor helped us do some remote testing. When things got closed, we tried to maintain a lot of those measures, and there is something to be said for local decisions and flexibility that we could do. But yeah, we value that. You'll see that with a lot of the TSSA plans from schools. You will see the reading inventory, math inventory in many of them represented. So it's on the minds of the educators and being valued. Well, and it makes me wonder whether or not that ability for us to pivot that way during COVID is part of why we're seeing some better results here. I don't know. It's food for thought. Thank you so much for all your work. Glad to do it.
Yes, thank you. And just kind of along this lines, in I think it was 2015, the board did a lot of extensive study and identified indicators and set some targets.
Yes, we did.
And then we kind of reached, we did 3-year and 5-year targets, and then COVID hit, right? And so, in the past, we have had a look at some of those
Absolutely.
other indicators as well. And I don't know if with the strategic plan, if that's something the board wants to try and do again, to do a little bit deeper dive than just what the state has provided. So just for future reference and conversation. Okay, I think we're ready to move on to the next section.
Okay, I'll
Thank you.
let Dr. Laura Tuesday Heathfield talk about the educator satisfaction survey. Thank you.
Hello. Thanks for having me. So I'm going to shift gears to something much less complicated and talk about our educator satisfaction survey results from last year. And we've all heard national news reports about massive resignations of teachers and teacher shortages. But I think it's important to look at locally at our own district and how our own educators are feeling in terms of their job satisfaction. So we have data from the last 7 years on educator satisfaction. And first of all, I want to talk about why educator satisfaction is important. So research has shown that employees who are satisfied with their job and are feel supported at their work are more productive and enjoy their work and do a better job. So I think employee satisfaction is an important variable to look at. So we first distributed this survey in the 15-16 school year, and we've continued it every year since then for the last 6 years. The 2022 survey was sent at the end of April with a 3-week response window. It was sent to all CSD licensed employees. The survey itself typically has 23 Likert rated items in the areas of general satisfaction, expectations, professional growth, and value. We added 4 additional Likert items this year that are focused on belonging and well-being, because the research suggests that this is also important for job productivity. So now we have a total of 27 Likert items. And then we also have 2 open-ended response items. So our overall reliability on the survey is 92%, which is considered excellent. We had 58% of our licensed educators, these are licensed educators not including administrators, who responded, which is a great response rate. And we had fairly similar response rates across groups of educators. It was a little lower among our special education related service providers, but pretty good response rate across all different categories of educators. I'm planning to go over some of the highlights from the survey. You have the actual full report that goes into much more detail, but just wanted to highlight a few things. So the first thing you're going to notice is that there's a number in red, and that's in the 2022 column. So any of the percentages that show up in red mean that it's the lowest percentage that we've seen in the last 7 years of the survey. So this first question, or this first survey item, all in all, I'm satisfied with my job at CSD. We've dropped to our level from 2016. And the percentages essentially express the proportion of educators who either said they agree or strongly agree with the survey item. So essentially, what that tells us is that the majority of our educators are still satisfied overall, but it has dropped significantly. And all of the items on the survey, Likert items, did drop from last year. And about half of them was the lowest rating we've seen since 2016. So it kind of raised some red flags that perhaps we need to pay attention to what our educators are saying to us. So if we look at this one item of overall satisfaction, we see a 22% drop in the last 2 years. So we're back to the rate that we were at in the 2015-16 year. We were making great progress in improving overall satisfaction, and we kind of took a nosedive. What's interesting is that 2019-20, which was the year we had school closures, we actually increased in our overall satisfaction. So pretty substantial decrease across from the last 2 years in overall satisfaction. This kind of mirrors what we're seeing in our district in terms of retention of licensed educators. This is data from Steve Diamond in HR. So we did see a significant drop last year in our retention rate. And while satisfaction is not necessarily the cause, there's certainly some pause for reflection on that correlation. So if we look at the different areas of the survey, again, the numbers in red reflect for this year the lowest numbers we've seen since 2016. And what I've highlighted is the items that dropped the most from last year. So we saw greater than 10% drop on these 3 items specifically. And the 37% of individuals that would say they recommend a teaching job to a friend or relative is the lowest we've seen. Also a cause for concern. In the area of expectations, again, we saw more than a 10% drop in a couple of the items and the lowest rating on 3 of them. Fortunately, more educators said that they thought the expectations for teachers in Canyons were more realistic than nationally, but not by much. So that's pretty low in terms of their.
Can I ask you a question? I have lots of questions, but on this particular one, my guess would be, and I don't know, that the elementary teachers are the ones who thinking that the expectations are not realistic. That would be my guess, but I don't know because I don't have the data in front of me to see who said that it was realistic or non-realistic, knowing what they're doing. But then the support of my administrator, I guess I need to know which ones are elementary, which ones are middle, and which ones are high school. So then how to start fixing some of this issue, right? Do we have that breakdown of which ones were middle, which ones were elementary and high school?
So we haven't in the past years done that type of analysis, but we certainly could dive deeper into these data and break that out for you.
Well, I don't care about past years, just this year.
Yep. That's why
I do have it.
Yes, well, we have access to it, but we haven't generated those data, but we can easily.
It would be, well, for me particularly, it would be great because if it's just the elementary teachers feeling overwhelmed,
Mhm.
then we can do something else to find out what we're doing that causes that unrealistic expectation, right?
Right.
Or if it's like middle school who's saying the administration doesn't support because maybe the kids are out of control. Then what we can do to help administration help with those middle school kids, if that makes any sense.
Mhm.
So
does.
I'll talk to the board and ask them what they want in a minute, but I just wanted to know if we had that data.
We have access to that, yes. Okay, on the area of professional growth, again, we had one item that dropped more than 10% and two that were the lowest that they've been since 2016. And the biggest one is I've received adequate training and support to be able to manage student behaviors in my classroom. This kind of correlates with reports that we're hearing of increased behavior issues in schools. And then in terms of value items, we had one of them that dropped more than 10%, and then 5 items that were the lowest that they've been since 2016. The lowest being I receive adequate recognition for good work. And so educators don't feel that they're being acknowledged for the work that they're doing. And that's just half of our educators feel that they are. These are the new items. So there's the good news is that teachers do feel that they are supported and have a sense of trust with their colleagues at their school and feel like they belong at their school. They don't share that same perception of relying on their administrators for that support, but they do have that support from their colleagues. The open-ended items, there were 2 of them. One is what single change would have the most positive effect on your overall job satisfaction. There were over 1,000 responses, and that could be that one person had more than one response because they sometimes talk about multiple things in their response. That doesn't mean that many educators, but that many responses. The most frequently mentioned is higher salary, and what we're seeing in the open-ended responses is talk about that they acknowledge that Canyons is one of the highest paid districts in the state, but that it hasn't kept up with inflation, and that they feel like by having that, having to ask for a higher salary makes them feel less valued as a profession. The second was more prep time or more time without students. Again, acknowledging the digital Fridays and the virtual Fridays that were provided last year that gave them a lot of relief. They missed those. Third was the more appreciation, respect, and recognition, not just from administrators, but from the community at large. And then improved communication and backing from administration, smaller class sizes, more effective support with discipline and behavior again. And then the second open-ended question, what supports or resources would make your job easier for you? We saw some of the similar responses to the other open-ended question. More prep time, more collaboration time, virtual Fridays, they love those. They also talked about more and better quality staff, including paraprofessionals, counselors, etc. They also talked about extra paid time, and this was reflected with the time that they're spending on their own or out of contract time to get things done. Balanced accountability, what was most often reflected in that was that they often don't feel that their voice is being heard. Again, more support from school administrators, administrators who listen to their concerns, and again, consequences and better control for behavior. So just to summarize some of the main points, we had a good reliability and strong response rate for the survey. The majority of our educators are satisfied overall, but it's at the lowest percentage that it has been since we started the survey in 2016. We did drop up from 2021 on all of the survey items, and that decrease in overall satisfaction mirrors that drop in our own retention rate of educators. So recommendations are to look at what action plans we can create to have the most impact on those identified sources of their dissatisfaction.
both at the district and the school building level. And then establish ongoing communication of those action plans to ensure that educators know their concerns are being addressed. And this is one of the success criteria in strategic plan, is to make sure that our educators feel that they're supported. So that's a brief synopsis of that long survey. So questions or comments?
Questions, board comments? Mrs. Oaks?
Thank you so much for sharing this. I think it's so important for us to take a deeper look, and I really appreciate the teachers that came and spoke to us tonight, by the way. I know not all of you spoke, but you did in spirit, right? So it's critically important that we're taking care of our teachers. There's nothing that we can do to move forward as a district if we're not. And it was a very sobering look at all the data. And in our conversation in our operations subcommittee this last week, we talked about this, and I'd like to do a deeper dive and really talk with my colleagues more about what they feel like would make the biggest difference in order to support our teachers and kind of turn part of the ship around. I'm sure, I would imagine that a lot of this is based in part upon when the survey was filled out, like what month and year was that? Was it this past spring? And
So it's always in the spring, yes.
in the spring, which was at the end of a hard year. So, but I don't want to minimize the responses. I think it's important for us to pay attention and really look at that. So anyway, that's my thought. I'd really like for us to talk about it a little bit more in the operations subcommittee and maybe bring back some ideas to the rest of the board about some ideas or initiatives we could consider in trying to make a difference on this.
Thank you. Other comments? Mrs. Nybar, then Mr. Wrigley.
Thank you for your presentation and for the work that went into this. I think there are some things to celebrate. I wanted to start with that. I like to see that we're in the 78 and 80 percentile in a lot of different categories. Having access to their achievement coaches, adequate training, that we're providing sufficient opportunities for professional development, as well as that their administrator is available and open to discussing important matters. There's a lot of great things. And the sense of trust between colleagues, I also think is something to celebrate. 81%. I mean, you'd be hard pressed to find any other organization that feels that strongly about all their coworkers when you think of how many teachers Canyon's employs. So I think there's some really wonderful things here. One thing I'm very interested in is we've talked about student behaviors, and it's interesting to me that better behavior control was only 96 of the 1,122 responses, which is like 0.03%. That I was surprised for that. I think that I agree with Clarine. I really would love to see the breakdown. I'm going to talk about the opportunities for growth here. I think the biggest thing is the expectations of teachers in CSD are realistic. Only 24% of the teachers saying that it's realistic. We need to take a really hard look at that. I agree with Clarine. It would be nice to see the teachers at which level, but still only 24% of them. That's going to be, I'm sure it's going to bleed over to not just elementary, although we have more elementary school teachers in schools than we have anywhere else. When we're looking at implementing the strategic plan, there is going to be additional differences in the classroom and probably different expectations placed on the teacher. And I just think it's really important that we also look at where we can simplify and that we have established very strong feedback loops from the teachers. I really appreciate the teacher that came and spoke today. I think, we need to do what we can to support these teachers so that they can provide the support they need to their kids. And we know that they do know what's the best need in their classroom. And so really, I'm really interested in taking a deeper look at that. And would it be possible to have you come back and do the breakdown to the different levels? Because I think elementary school teachers is something it's been in my mind and heart for over a year. So with the letters and things. So
Yeah, I could come back, or I can create a report, or I can do both.
I would be interested in that if my fellow board members are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wrigley.
Thank you. This is interesting information. I wonder how much of it's canyons and how much of it's the residual from COVID. About 55% of the population are looking to change their jobs right now. A lot of the individuals that got to stay at home are now wondering if there's a way to move to home. A lot of our teachers don't have those options. There's been a real values change in COVID in that, do I really want to do all this work, even though I've done it all my life? And now it's changed. So we're seeing a whole bunch of stuff just nationally when you look at Gallup and all the other stuff, and we're not immune from that. So when I start looking at this, I'm going, I wonder how much of that is just, I always worked, but that was it is, but now it's changed and life sort of changed and I value life a little different. Those are kinds we have to deal with. You don't ignore them, but all the other employers in the country are also looking sort of at the same thing, trying to figure out. I am sort of discouraged on the salaries too low at 45%. We know teachers are undervalued as far as pay. I was a state employee forever, and we were lucky to get 3% increase. So I mean, we're like the top third in the whole state as far as pay, and yet we're 45. I hate to see what the other teachers are thinking in the other districts. I guess the question I would have is, I know the administration superintendent's been working on this. Is there some point that you maybe want to come before the board and give us some kind of ideas as we start getting into the new budget and stuff as to what you may recommend that you think and the administration thinks? I know you've been putting a lot of thought into this, and I really value what you and the administration have to say. What are the things we can do? What are the things we can't do right away? I mean, higher pay, we all want to have higher pay. We'd love to have that. It may not happen in this next legislative session. It may not happen with budget cuts. So what can we do that's realistic to address some of those other areas to compensate for the areas that we are out of our control?
Good point.
So a couple of things on that, Steve. I think one thing we need to recognize is that the wage disparity gap is across all employees, not just teachers, and everybody's feeling that. Last year we advocated hard for an inflationary adjustment and didn't get that. That needs to at least be 2%. And USBA's asked for 10 this year. So, I mean, I think we're in the ballpark to recover some of that, but it's still felt right by everybody. We have tried to adjust and address some of the issues, at least at the elementary level, especially with our requirement with letters. So I hope that helps. But when you look at that, you look at the data and you really think about the one thing that does stand out there is the preparation time and teachers' time to work without students present. And I've heard that from multiple schools. And that's something that I think, we really do need to consider what that might look like and maybe be creative about how we can build that time in. It is a competitive environment. Other districts, have done more with this. And I mentioned to the schools that I've been at, I think, I really take responsibility for a lot of that narrative and culture because, partway through the pandemic, we really started to develop a culture out there, I think, with our students and our families, that it really wasn't important to be at school. And so, I felt like it was important that we really reestablish the expectation that we're back in school 5 days a week. Frankly, maybe I overshot that tone, but I think now that we're getting back to more of a normal trend line where we were pre-pandemic, that as mentioned earlier, the environment of when it was established on the amount of time we were going to provide was much different. So, now with all the dynamics that are happening, our teachers are doing a lot more than they ever have before. And so I think, as we get into negotiations this spring, we really should take a hard look at the amount of time that's allocated. I don't know what that looks like exactly. It doesn't provide immediate relief right now, but I do think, considering everything that's being asked and all the changes, there's probably going to be more change at the legislative level. And, I can understand, if you remember last spring, after all of the things that we had gone through last year, at the same time, there were transparency bills and all kinds of things happening at a state and national level that were really negative, that, we're not, not very positive about education in general. So I think it all adds up. We need to take responsibility for what, how our teachers feel and do better. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, I asked that because are we could be doing an ESP survey also?
I don't know have we done, I'm not even sure if we've done ESP
I don't think we have. but we
satisfaction
can.
survey before.
Be interesting to see because a lot of times they intermix between our ESP and this. I guess what I'm asking for is to have the administration come with, this is a good report. It gives us information, but rather than just presenting it, recommendations from the administration saying to the board, we'd like to propose the following things on the next 3 months, next 6 months, next year.
Well, for me,
That
I
might be
mean, we just
helpful.
started the listening tour last week and we've got 3 this week, and I was actually at Tiffany School. I was up at Granite. And so, I think as we get into this and we're collecting that data, I think along with the kind of those touch points that are in the survey, we'll be able to come back with some pretty good recommendations.
Yeah, that's all I'm worried about is that a lot of times we'll get this stuff and then 6 years after this, well, I haven't seen exact results from it. So it'd be nice now that we get this to take a look at this, but also look at the national trends and say, oh, we're actually doing better than some of the national trends or some of the other schools that are dealing with this too. Because it's just affecting everybody. And it's really, everybody's sort of changed. Their values have changed, their perceptions about their jobs have changed. So when I saw this, I'm going, it sounds like we're sort of following a lot of the trends, but we need to figure out what to do and how to resolve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Arnold?
It's okay.
I'll just make a quick comment. We have our strategic plan committees and that's where maybe some of the ideas of how to approach some of these concerns can come from those committees as well.
So going back to what they always teach us in math about I wonder, right? Well, and reading too. So I wonder what appreciation looks like for teachers, because what it looks like for one would be for another. And I wonder what administration support looks like, because what it looks like for one person would look like different for another. And I wonder what recognition would look like. And I wonder what a non-realistic expectation looks like, and what help they need with behavior looks like. And what being valued looks like, and what being overwhelmed looks like. And more time, like we all know I work for Jordan School District, and Jordan does have a lot of days off this year. Well, they're not really days off. We're still in the school and we're still doing PD days for those 4 days. And then they reset how we did our, I'm in a pilot program for the new report card that's based on standards, but we still have to do all the grades. Not only for the quarter grade mark, but we have to do them every month to put into a data binder to send home for parents to sign. And all of that takes a lot of time, even though it's not a report card and I don't have any way to do a progress report anymore, which takes a lot of time. And I'm telling you, when I say a lot of time, I go to bed at 11, I get up at 5, and between the time I get home at 6 and 11 is working on school stuff to prepare for the kids the next day, because most of it is individual work I have to do for those kids. And then weekends is spent anywhere from 8 in the morning to 8 at night, with a couple 3 breaks in there, to putting all my grading into another grade book, not the Skyward grade book, because I have to have grades, even though I'm not having a report card. And then Sundays, still putting those grades in and putting all those papers together and putting in my own progress report and sending it home. So when we're talking time, we're talking a lot of time. And okay, I'm back to being in the classroom this year after 2 years, but it's not just me. It's like all of the teachers. And so you just feel like, and I'm just sharing with you, right? You just feel like you have no life. Like, I know I shouldn't be doing that on Sunday. I know there should be other things I should be doing. But last year, I could take my granddaughters to karate. I could take my granddaughters to art. I could go out with my husband on a date once a week. I can't even figure out how to do that unless I just say to my class, to heck with you. You know, like, too bad, we'll just sit there and play and do an art project for an hour. But I also know in canyons, they can't play and do an art project for an hour. They're being monitored and watched. They have to be on time, on schedule, all the time, every minute of the day, and every piece of curriculum. It's stressful. It's really stressful. You be on time every minute, all day, every day, and make sure your schedule's on time and you're not off by a week or two. And I'm leaving the board, and this has been my fight for 8 years, is that needed to relax. That needed to somehow get moved. Teachers needed to have more flexibility with their schedule. And yes, we did. We extended it from, I don't know, 1 week to 2 weeks, both sides of the calendar. But nevertheless, it's still there. So, and what is empathy? You know, like when they ask what is empathy, what does that look like? I think all of these are emotions and feelings. Feelings of wanting to be appreciated, wanting empathy, wanting understanding, wanting recognition. So I just think we have to look at that. And then I have to tell you though, back to time, my students get really disappointed when we're not at school every day. Just so you know. I mean, like, yes, the teachers want the time off, but my kids keep going, Mrs. Arnold, it's another Friday off. And it's like, yeah, because they don't want to be home. I'm sorry, the kids don't want to be home. If you have a fun environment for them to come to, they want to be to school, you know, and like, so there's, I know you just took the blame for it, superintendent, but there's another piece of it that the kids want to be there. They don't want to be home. They don't want to have parents not there. They don't want to be watching TV. They're glad to be back. They're done with COVID and being home and not having anyone to stimulate their brains or do fun things. So there's this fine line, but I don't know how we go about it, board members, but find out what appreciation looks like and find out what administration support looks like and find out what recognition looks like. Let's find out what that looks like to teachers, because I surely don't know. I don't like recognition. And I don't care if anybody gives me, I'm 70. I don't care if anybody gives me appreciation. It doesn't matter to me. and so that's sad. I know, I know. And I don't need help with behavior. I'm the believer that I'm the teacher and that they are the students and that I build that relationship with them. I am not their friend. I never want to be a student's friend. I am not that. That's not what I trained for. That's not what I want to be. So behavior, then we have to look at and decide, are we trying to be their friend or be their teacher student relationship? I've said enough. Anyway, it's kind of what I would like the board to maybe look at and see what those things look like, because I won't be here. So have fun.
Thank you. Mrs. Oaks?
Just in follow-up, I do think one of the things that we need to talk about, it's one thing to grant more preparation time, but a separate elephant in the room, and it has been referenced for sure, is how much we're requiring of them. One of the things I really noticed when we had the feedback that came through for
to put together the strategic plan. I read through all of those comments, and coming from the teachers, it was interesting to see how many of them felt like, and it's reflected here in the data here as well, that they feel like they have access somewhat to those in their building in terms of providing feedback, but in terms of providing feedback to the district and having that kind of circular communication, it's limited and they're frustrated with that. And I do think that is something that in operations subcommittee, we really need to talk about more effectively. And because if they can actually, if that feedback loop is happening or functioning well, I think we're going to be able to get a better hold on how much is too much, where they need breathing room, where the oxygen needs to come in so they don't feel so overwhelmed. And I think it's just going to benefit us. It's going to benefit them. So that's something I would really like to take a deeper look at. It's really easy for us to make decisions over here, but we need to make sure it's well informed from those on the ground. So
I agree. And I think that whole, whatever is done needs to be communicated so that they do know that that communication loop is there.
Yes, that was one of the recommendations. And I just want to thank the superintendent for recognizing that need and spending the time to get out there and listen to teachers, because that's a really good start to answering some of those questions that have been posed about what does it mean and what does it look like. So some specific ideas I'm trusting they'll come of that. So, well, I don't think anyone else has comments, but thank you so much for presenting this information. And clearly we have work cut out for us, and we appreciate having, I was thinking, I'm glad we have the 6 or 7 different surveys now, because it does create a context for us. Great. So thank you. All right. Thank you. Okay. Next item is item 7B, approval of 2023-24 school calendar and tentative approval for the 24-25 and 25-26 school calendars. This is a second reading. I will turn the time over to Sharice Hilton, Student Engagement Program Administrator.
Thank you very much. You should have all received updated copies in your board docs. We followed the instruction from the board from our last meeting to show a quarter system for our elementary schools so that could be reviewed. We were also asked to look at October and fall break to maybe generate some ideas there. I will tell you, as a calendar committee, as we looked at it, we found conflicts in every week of October. So in that, we left our discussion in following the guidelines that had already been provided for the calendar, that it's the 3rd full week of October, unless we receive other guidelines, and we'll be happy to follow those. So really tonight, I'm here to answer any questions or concerns you might have.
Thank you for incorporating the feedback from the discussion last board meeting. Mrs. Arnold?
Help remind me, they were talking about the 4 days that we were given. Did we put those 2 days in so that we could let them have more time to do preparation? We did something to help them have more time to do preparation for their grades or a grade day, right?
Yes, and Dr. Robinson presented that as far as going to quarters where you would have an SEP report card, and I may have gotten that in the wrong order. Okay. Which order?
It goes SCP report card,
Okay.
yes.
So that's what we did to reduce the amount of workload on the report cards, as I understand.
Yeah, but it's the same amount of work. I had that discussion already with you. It's still the same amount of time to put all of that together, to do the SCP, to put all that together, to do the report card. It just takes that much time, and I'd explain that, but so it makes no difference on time and what you have to do to explain to parents what's going on with their students. But so I guess my question is there any way to put those other 2 days in if we have 4 days? I know we're voting on this. Yeah.
This is the second reading.
This is the second reading. So.
Yeah, well, right. So we have one more time. But is there a way to put those other 2 days in that they're talking about
So generally, and Superintendent, would you like to address that?
So traditionally, those have been negotiated, has been my understanding in the spring. So my thought would be if you chose to go this route is, as we've done before, is negotiate that in the spring and then amend the calendar if there's any additions. But to your point, Clarine, you certainly, as a board, if that's something that you'd prefer to move on sooner, you can, but I think we've negotiated that in the springtime is my understanding. Leon, is that accurate?
It's a no negotiation item. It's not a calendar and board decision.
Well,
Sorry.
negotiations are ultimately approved by the board, but we've always taken that as a negotiated item, yeah.
Any other questions?
I guess I'm asking, okay. We can, as a board, go ahead and do something even before the negotiations in spring if we choose to want to go ahead and do something.
Absolutely, yes. You control both the calendar and the negotiation process. So if you wanted to add those days in, obviously that's a board decision, yes.
Would those days look like professional development days, or would those days look like a health and wellness day thrown in there 2 times between now and, I'm just throwing something out there, I'm sorry. Between now and the end of May.
Okay, as Superintendent?
So just to add some context and parameters to that, as we all know, we're heading into budget contraction, right? So any additional days, so let me just address that part first. Any additional days, we're looking at district-wide 1.3 million per day. So that's one issue to add. The state, there's now to back up to the other point that was made earlier, the state a few years back allocated 4 days that can be used as professional development. What that looks like exactly as far as the amount of training versus prep time and how that works together, that's another element to that can be considered. And that's up to 32 hours. And there's 4 of those days. I think we're actually not using any of those days, Leon. Is that correct?
We don't have any of
So we
those.
have
Those are the
or those teacher prep or parent teacher comp days
We have 2 days before school already.
that are already
in.
built in.
Yes.
Okay,
And then
so-
the 2 that are paid for that aren't exact days.
So there may be 2 outstanding days then that could be considered part of the calendar that could be added to the year clearing that wouldn't be an additional cost, but it would take away an instructional day. Does that make sense? So there's that. There are some considerations with that when it can be approved and the amount of days that there has to be notice and whatnot to the public. And then there's another element that districts have done, and that is the idea with virtual Friday. So as mentioned, the state has given flexibility to the 990 hour rule. We don't know if that will come back into effect or not. I hear both ways that there are people at the state level and state board members that would like to enforce that and go back to 990 hours. Others are saying, that's gone. That's something of the past. We're not going to do that. We're only going to hold schools to the 180-day rule. So, that's still unknown. I don't know how that's going to play out. I think just looking at other district calendars, that's how they're utilizing virtual Fridays is under the 990 rule, and they're using learner validation language to use those days. So that may be, something else that, you could consider, but I think that's how they're getting under 180 is utilizing those 4 days as well as virtual Fridays with that flexibility, but that could change.
So the district I know of, we're not using virtual Fridays at all. They're not utilizing virtual Fridays. So like you said, there's like some things that have to be looked through and ironed out on what we can and can't do.
Thank you. Mrs. Oaks?
One more thought. So, Nancy, Steve, and Holly and I all participated in the Student Advisory Council this last week with the students and asked them questions related to high quality learning. And one of the pieces that really came out of that very strongly was an over-reliance upon Chromebooks and in the classroom still, post-COVID. And man, I went home and asked my kids about this and they gave me an earful, and really it corroborated along with what the other seniors shared with us that day. And Dr. Dowdles, he really provided an invaluable insight when we were talking about this afterwards about how we are still requiring so much of our teachers to maintain content and lesson plans on Canvas and how time consuming that is. And so I think that's also a piece that we need to take a look at. Part of me actually is interested in what it would look like to pull together a committee of teachers from all the different levels to discuss what would really make the biggest difference in their quality of life and teaching as teachers. I would imagine that would be one of the major things that, we need to look at. What is it we still require of the teachers with regard to Canvas now that we are out of the pandemic for the most part. Anyway, so that's while you were talking about virtual Fridays that came to mind. So. Oh, and one more question. What are these? The key is a little bit incomplete. I'm seeing some striped days and also one that has like a checkerboard on April 26th, and it doesn't say what those days are. I'm looking at the 23-24 calendar. I think some of the schools might be confused too if they look at it.
Twenty-three, 24. And you're looking at April 26th.
Yeah, so I'm looking at September 21st and then October 3rd and then April 19th and 26th. I'm not sure what those others.
And I apologize. I don't know either. So we'll have to go back
Okay.
because it's not listed in the list on the side. So,
Okay.
and that may be residual from some of the changes. So I apologize. We'll go back and take a look at that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Mrs. Nybar?
I would be interested in looking at how we can implement some more teacher work days. And I apologize. I had to go out for a moment. So I don't know if that was already discussed while I was out. Maybe yes. So that's something we're all interested in looking at. And then I think that whenever we've done a survey and it's over 5 years old, that it's time to look again. So I think the idea that we do a survey also, I would be in favor of that. The survey for the calendar, well, the one that was referenced by the teacher and patron comments, and I know we've referenced it here in meeting a few times, that the last time maybe we had a survey about the calendar. I'm just thinking if we get input, like if we're going to implement 4 teacher work days, that we get input from teachers and parents on that. I know we have a timeline though. When do we?
So, sorry, Mr. Wrigley, do you want to speak up? Or I think Mr. Wilcox actually had a.
Yes, if I could just
And then
do
Mr.
some
Wrigley.
clarification. I'm gonna ask Steve Diamond to come up here too. And sorry to pull you up, Steve. So we just want to clarify how the calendar is set up. So teachers are on a 186-day contract, okay? Students are in school 178 of those days, in-person school. 8 days. The other 2 days are the parent-teacher conference calm days, okay? So that gets us up to the 180 days. So again, the other 5 days are, so 6 days, are the first week before students come, there's 5 days there, okay? 5 contract days. The 6th day or 186th day is in January, right after the end of the semester for the secondary schools. That's around January 20th, give or take. So that's how we get to the 186 days. A few years back, as Dr. Robbins said, the legislature passed, the provision we could have up to 32 hours of 4 professional development days. So we negotiated in, this was around 2016-ish, I'm thinking. So we negotiated in 2 of those days into the elementary calendar. And so at that point, we had a 188-day contract for our teachers. So then part of the calendaring committee negotiation process is to get school out earlier. Keep in mind, one of the things that came up in the survey was we'd like to end school before Memorial Day. So in order to do that, we got rid of those 2 days. We still paid the teachers. That's still included on the top of the salary schedule that you're being compensated for the 16 hours. So that dropped, but that got rid of those 2 days.
It allowed us to shorten
the school year.
which is
So
what
so
we've been
that's-
directed by the board to do.
that happened in the 19. So we in the 17-18 year, correct me if I'm wrong, we checked this. Either the 18 or 19 year, we had the 188 days. In the 19-20
Right, it's real
years,
It's right in that time.
we
frame.
switched to the 186 days with this change to get out earlier. So that's a little bit of history or background. So right now, just to be clear, we do not use any of those 4 days that are out there. So as the board wanted to choose to shorten, again, as Rick said, shorten instructional time a little bit and take advantage of that, you could do that. Yeah.
So in comparison, right, because we're kind of comparing, I have to go until June 2nd, so I go a week longer. And then I still have to do 16 hours during that last week to make up those other 2 days, or I have to go back and be at the building for those 2 days. So I'm actually in school 7 more days after school lets out. And to make that happen, then we had the week in a little more like that 3 days more, right, in October, which we didn't do in Canyons. We only did the 2 days. Yeah, 3 days. So like there's these gives and takes, like a lot of them. Personally, I would have not rather had gone in October and actually got out on the 31st of May and not on the 3rd or 4th of June. But there's those gives and takes, and if there's going to be, as you know, everybody going, yes, I want more Christmas. No, I want more fall break. No, I want to get out of school earlier. And so that's why we set up the guidelines to help us stay within those guidelines, to help the parents have guidelines, to help teachers know when their times are off and not off. But anyway, just okay. Thank you. Let's see, Mr. Diamond, did you have anything to add, or you're just there to answer questions? Okay. Let's see, Mr. Wrigley, and then Mrs. Schill.
Okay, first off, I thought when we had the calendar survey, it was of parents as to what days they were off for vacation and not teachers what day they wanted off. So, I mean, when we came in here and it was how many days you went off during Christmas, how many days you went off this year?
No,
Was it not?
it was 2 different calendars that we sent out. We asked, which calendar do you prefer? That's what happened. And it was to everyone. It was to all employees. It was to
Yeah, but I don't know if
all-
it counted on teacher days off and stuff like that, did it?
I don't know. Steve, do you remember?
I don't know. It was a long time
I
ago.
just know that's the thing about the survey. It was 2 different options and everyone gave input on it,
And it was
right?
predominantly about
Vacation time.
shortening it down, that everybody wanted to start later and end earlier, and
Longer
it was just trying
vacations.
to do the balance. And those 2 days that we pulled out and allowed people to work whenever they want to compensate helped us do that and to shorten by 2 additional days.
So my comments on this, I think we're barking up the wrong tree. I've said this a couple times, we need to look at the level of requirements of the teacher. And if you can get the levels of requirements down, you may not have, you may solve some of the stuff you're talking about going out with your wife and husband and stuff like that, rather than just having one extra, 2 extra days and still having that. So you started to look at that. I think we really need to take a look at what's being expected and get those expectations down so that we have time maybe within the classroom to do those on Fridays and other stuff that we have. Otherwise, what we're doing is we're cutting student learning time, and that's been shown that's not good either. Because at the same time, we're trying to get our grades up, but giving extra days to do stuff that's 120% of what they should be doing only still burns people out anyway. So I really think it gets down to really trying to streamline what do we need to do and what can we get rid of, which may solve some of that problem, some people. Because otherwise we have like 29 days off already. And the parents are really concerned about all the time off. Anyway.
Thank you, Mrs. Schill.
So I can't remember if I said this last meeting or not, but I'm just going to give you guys some context about why the calendar committee even started looking at the calendar. Did I say this last meeting? So we started with USBE has, if you search on USBE's website, they have a chart that shows the beginning day of every district, like fall break, Christmas, spring break, end dates. And we started when everyone else started, but we went a week longer. And that's because we had something like 15 random days. We had all these random days. So that's what the calendar committee looked at doing. So that, I mean, that's just the history of it. And I'm not, things have changed. So, I mean, I'm sure we can look at that again, but it is very complicated. It's not just let's have 4 more days or 2 more days. And it will be at the sacrifice of student learning. So we have to realize that too. I mean, our board during COVID, we wanted students in school, right? So I don't know. I just think we have to balance and look at all sides.
Sorry, are you finished? Okay, Mrs. Nybar.
I appreciate the comments of Mr. Wrigley and Mrs. Schill. I do agree. I think we should start at simplifying the teacher workload for a lot of the requirements are, although they all have great purposes, when you look at that list that teachers have emailed us of what they need to do during the 30 minutes before kids come with their contracted time. So I do think simplifying should be part of the equation. I do think it's also important to remember, like Hattie says, it's not just minutes in a seat, it's quality instruction time. And we do have to recognize too that as teachers are less stressed and less bogged down by all of the check marks they have to do, that the kids are going to be able to feel that too. And we definitely need to make sure that we're allowing for time for them to be creative in their classroom, to do the arts integration, to do the hands-on and the project base and all of those things. And you know what? I think that's the cost, that's the price that we're paying is to do more integrated learning techniques. That requires a lot more time. And so however we manage that, I just think we've got to find a way to simplify the to-dos and the task lists for our teachers so that we can unlock their full potential as a teacher to be creative in their classroom and to engage their students. So however that looks, I am on board and we need to be dedicated to it.
Okay, any other comments? Oh, yes, Mrs. Schill.
I forgot to say that process the calendar committee went through, I mean, that took months to come up with the survey, to come up with the compromises too. I mean, I'm just saying it's not going to be like next meeting we can have that.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And the at least for the 23-24 school year, those start and end dates have already tentatively been approved. That's part of the tentative approval so that high schools can contract the venues for high school graduation. We can't lose sight of that, and parents have booked, whether it's vacation or, summer camps and activities and things like that. So we just need to keep that in mind as well. So back to the item at hand, the calendars that have been prepared by the calendar committee. Because I think all this other discussion needs to be held separately from this task of the calendar development at this point, because these calendars are developed based on, I think Mrs. Arnold said, board policy and guidelines. So, and as also been mentioned, there's, a lot of work that would need to be done if we wanted to do any modifications that way. So, with that, other than maybe clarifying what the key is on those markings on the calendar, are there any other requests of the calendar committee before they bring it back? Okay, seeing none, we'll look forward to seeing you again at the next meeting. Thank you. Okay, we are now moving to item 7C, Strategic Planning Focus Groups Reports. So it looks like, first of all, we'll turn time over to Dr. Bob Dowdle. And then, are you doing all of the reports?
Oh, no, I'll do the first one out of 4.
Okay,
We'll have 4 people come up.
all right, thank you.
But I am pleased to talk about high quality learning. We have an excellent committee. In our last meeting, we talked about the first impact statement, which is focusing on portrait of a graduate. I guess I ought to use the slides. So in Utah's Portrait of a Graduate, we quickly went over, and I think you've all seen this many times, you're familiar with it. There are 13 competencies in Utah's Portrait of a Graduate. And what we've been coached to do by USBE is that they encourage all schools and districts throughout the state to develop their own portraits of a graduate. These documents will be helpful as education leaders continue to innovate for competency-based learning to improve outcomes in public schools by advancing student mastery and concepts and skills. So we discussed that. The fact that a group of us went to several days of training at USBE. We worked with the vendor who, which is KnowledgeWorks, you can see that up there, who led the state in developing their own portrait of a graduate. And following their criteria here, you can see what we've been asked to do, and that is take the 13 competencies and hopefully get them down to 6 or fewer traits that we focus on. Not that we're discarding any of the 13. In fact, if you look at our strategic plan, nearly every one of the 13 are mentioned by name. So the board is fully committed to that. But in creating our own portrait of a graduate, it would focus on a smaller group. What I'm going to show you today does not fall in line with the visual yet because we're not done with our conversation. But eventually it will have icons. It will be beautiful, concise, one page, big buttons, nice colors. You'll love it. We did spend some time in the portrait gallery. And the portrait gallery is something that was provided by KnowledgeWorks. And what it did is show us many examples from across the country. So we admired, oohed and awed a little bit some of the other people's work. Some others we said, nah. But it led to a very good conversation about what we want to do. So as I said, most of the competencies are listed in our own strategic plan, but we did narrow the focus. And what we did is we took it was interesting, if you went up into, it's still up on our whiteboard in the conference room up in school performance, but if you went up there, you could have seen the way that we started with the 13, and then we started having discussions about each one of them and narrowing them, and some of them slightly morphed. So if you look at, for example, on mastery, academic mastery, for us that really morphed into scholars.
and we discussed a number of definitions. So there's descriptors there. And I have to say that descriptors are still a work in progress for our committee. And what I've done up there is I've shown some of the thinking that is going on just to give you a taste of what we're doing. But we love the idea of scholars as being our centerpiece of our graphic that the others would really rotate around. So one of the ideas out there, and a lot of these are plundered either from the state or from other districts or even universities, and then conversations have added on to that. But scholar is a person of learning, and learning never stops. A true scholar produces a healthy dose of humility and a keen awareness of his own areas of improvement. That was something that Dr. Robbins actually read, and people really stopped and noticed that. And then after that, people started saying, well, maybe that is really good, but maybe it ought to be shorter. So we're still in that conversation. A second area of focus is innovators. That is one of the 13. It's actually half of one of the 13. And I'm not going to read the descriptors to you. I think you've had plenty of time with this material, and I certainly don't want to bore you. But you can see down below on 2A, there was an alternate idea that was thrown out by one of our members, committee members. And then we really liked the idea of critical thinkers. And that descriptor was thrown out, shared with the whole group, and then came a suggestion on 3A to shorten it a little bit further, or actually in this case, add to it. 4, we liked hard workers, but then we kind of morphed that one a little bit. If you look on one of the competencies, it's hardworking and resiliency, and it switched from hard worker almost in popularity in our conversation to more of resilient learners. So I think we still have a little bit of work to do on that as far as which one we're going to pick, but the momentum for the recommendation to the whole board was shifting towards resiliency, or as a resilient learner. We really like the idea of impactful leaders to begin with, but that morphed, as you can see, into impactful citizens. And there were a number of our committee members who came back on that and said that, for example, not all people want to be leaders, and all people don't need to be leaders, but we all should be impactful citizens. So that's still a conversation that's needs to take place. Obviously, we need another meeting, right? And so we'll do that. But the sixth one that we really looked at was collaborators. So I felt really good about the conversation that we had in that committee meeting. It was vibrant. Everybody participated. The conversation continued after the fact. Although I have to say, I did have to prod everybody a little bit to respond to my email that I sent out, trying to summarize what we did. But everybody eventually jumped back in the game. So what we're looking at is trying to create a recommendation for the full Board of Education on Canyon School District's very own portrait of a graduate, meaning our probably temporary focus on 6 areas. I think they will land pretty close to what you've seen up here, with descriptors that will help our administrators, teachers, our students, our parents understand what our focus really is. One of our feelings was that all 13 is really too much to remember. It's too much to focus on. We don't want to confuse. We want to create clarity and help everybody know where the focus is going, which needs to be in line with our strategic plan. So as soon as we do have another meeting and do have a better recommendation, or a tighter recommendation, especially on the descriptors, we will enlist the support of our communications department and the graphics artists so they can put together a nice one-page graphic that you'll be pleased with. Do you have any questions about our work from the last meeting?
Questions, anyone? No. I put in my notes, I'm looking forward to seeing that because I could catch the excitement just in in this report. It was really great.
Do any of our three board members want to say something that I missed? Did I blow something?
Mrs. Oaks?
One of my favorite parts of the meeting was when we went from having passive words to having something more active where we were describing what we want our graduates to be. That they are innovators, that they are citizens, that they are scholars. Like I love that it's visionary in the sense that like, let's envision who we want them to be when they leave our schools. And so I really enjoyed that meeting and I think it's going to be awesome. I'm excited to see how the graphics turn out. So.
Thank you. Mrs. Nybar?
I appreciated when you said everyone contributed in the room. There was such synergy in that room. So thank you for facilitating that. And I'm guilty of being one of those you had to prod a few times. I started my email 2 different times and never finished it because there's so many thoughts that came, but just excellent job with the discussion. And I'm really excited to meet again. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Right. Thank you to you and the committee.
Next
So,
one is
yeah.
access and opportunity.
Okay.
You have to picture a much taller, stylish Wendy Dow. I have the red hair, but that's all I got going for me.
Okay.
I
so-
don't
yeah.
think their shoes tall enough to make up the difference between our
Okay.
heights,
And,
but
and for the record, it's Cindy Hansen,
Yes.
Director of School Performance over Middle School.
Who is also stylish.
Yes.
well, thanks, Holly. But Wendy is sick, so I'm stepping in. She gave me some lovely notes and I know the board members who serve on the committee with us can help out. So access and opportunity. There are several links here. I don't know if you've had time to look at them. The descriptors kind of address what the links tell you, but we have an inventory that allows us to identify at the elementary, middle, and high school. So there's 3 documents there. The student groups that we're identifying in terms of access. So these were kind of our breakdown. We have all students, advanced learners, students with disabilities. We even divided that up a little bit in terms of service minutes, multilingual, McKinney-Vento, students with low income, students of color, 504s, Title I, Native Americans. So we tried to kind of think through as many possible students that would have specific needs and barriers and have access that we needed to address. So when you look at that inventory, it gives us an opportunity to look at the students and then to look at the barriers and to identify a different need that they might have and then things that we could offer them. So it's really critical as we're going through this work. I think in our committee, we really recognize that there are a lot of things that all of our students have access to that we do well, but we really want to make sure that we're identifying those specific things. So when you think about the steps as we're completing that inventory. So we started just looking through that in our group, but the MTSS team, which has directors and associate directors, teacher specialists, are going to go in and add additional information in terms of what do we offer these students now in all these different groups? What are the resources that we have for them? And then what are the kinds of things that would need to be added? It's available to you in that link because one of the things we talked about is that for you're getting a lot of information from your constituents about what they need or what they feel like is lacking. So there's a place for you to be able to fill in any of those charts where you might see some of those additional needs that you've heard that we need to be considering. And then also we're going to be looking at our December 5th. That's the big day, next meeting. The additional needs and prioritize the things that are most important based on what we have in that inventory, and then look at the action steps that we need to do to move forward. So trying to be really strategic about collecting the information, prioritizing it, and then having something to move forward. Our second discussion item, we were very busy, was the honors course requirements. So the state just recently made some
some changes to the rule about honors classes. And one of the things that they identify is that these are standards. So if you have honors courses K-12, there's some standards in terms of what those classes should look like and what they should not look like. And so one of the things is that they're available to all students, that there's no required prerequisite to get into the class, and that there's no barrier to any student who wants to take it, and that the schools are supposed to try to meet the needs of as many students who want to be part of that. So we talked a lot about how, and I think President Tingy brought up when we were looking at things it should be, is that we would hope that every class would have those characteristics so that all of our students would be able to have that high quality learning. So we felt like it really aligns with a lot of those components in our strategic plan. And one of the other pieces in the honors course is that you have to have a clear intent for increased workload. It's not just like, here's more worksheets, here's more of this, here's extra. So the way they defined that was that you're engaging in problem solving and critical thinking, you're deepening the standard knowledge, you're collaborative, you're broadening perspective. So they really were looking at what that intent might be. So we spent a lot of time talking about that. Some of the concerns that came out also, often honors classes create a tracking. An unintended consequence is students are tracked and then they're with the same kids all the time, and then it's harder to get them in other classes. And so there's some complications with tracking. We also know FTE can be problematic, especially with some of the qualifications they had. We have some schools with smaller populations where they don't have as much FTE. And so, it's that whole piece of how do we balance our master schedule to be equitable for all of students and to meet all of their needs. So we know that can be a problem. Also, we anticipate that there would be additional professional learning, and our teachers are already feeling overwhelmed. But if we're looking at these standards of this is what it needs to look like in a classroom, then we'd need to have that presented to and give the teachers support to make those things happen. And we know that the honors piece is a priority. It's been a priority for board and constituent members because we often hear that we're losing students to charter schools because parents want more advanced opportunities. They want more rigor. They want these other kinds of things for their students. So we want to be cognizant of that and really be thinking about what that might look like. So also, that was the question there, just some ideas. Some of the middle schools have already done this, but discussing further what an honors designation would look like in terms of that clear intent for that additional broadening of knowledge and deepening of standards and understanding for the students, and how that would align with the requirements that the state's provided. And also looking at which classes would receive an honors designation. At this point in the middle schools, it's just math and English. So we'd look at, are there other classes? Are there other ways we'd want to look at that? And we know at the high school, it's a little different because typically this piece about honors course from the state does not apply to our AP classes or our concurrent enrollment classes. They have guidelines from the college board, from the colleges that they are under. So it's more about, there might be in a high school, a grade level, and then an honors English or an honors science before they would move into a concurrent enrollment or an AP course. So it's a little bit different with our high school classes. So that was part of the next steps here, is that we're going to get feedback from our middle school and high school principals on Thursday. We have our level meeting, so we're going to talk to them about what this looks like, kind of their thoughts about these changes to the code. We're also going to look at what classes might receive an honors designation and what that would actually mean for the schools, and determine what kind of professional learning would be needed for teachers. So providing that feedback from our principals to our committee when we meet on the 5th. One of the things that we just barely kind of touched on, we didn't have time to get into a lot of discussion, was the equity formula. So one of the important pieces that we've done as a district, and we've worked a lot with Steve Diamond and HR on this, is trying to have an equity-based FTE formula. Because typically FTE is just allocated based on your number of, it's divided by the number of students, right? So in elementary, it's a certain number. In middle school, it's 26.3 students per class. In high school, it's 27.3, something like that. So we know that we have more needs, and we have schools with a high percentage of ML students. They have high mobility rates. You know, we have schools where 35–40% of their students are mobile. Below proficiency rates in the RISE or in the RI or MI data. We also know that DLI and SALTA have impact on FTE programs. So we've come up with, or HR's really helped to come up with some really specific formulas at each grade level based on that research, or that data rather, that we can access. And then we try to award FTE based on that formula and adjust it so the schools who need those additional supports can get them. The problem is, as I'm sure you know, we have a lot more need than we have FTE. So there's always some issues that we're looking through to try to make that serve our students and really get the FTE where it needs to go. We do know that in high schools, their TSSP and their land trust budgets are much larger because they have bigger populations. And so a lot of those principals will offset FTE needs with those larger budgets and get personnel that way. Some of our high schools, though, the Jordan and Hillcrest feeders, it's harder because they have higher rates of all those students. And so they need more for intervention classes and all those additional things. So a larger percentage of some of their budgets have to go just to account for those needs. So we really want to be mindful of those pieces as well. So that's part, we just kind of started on that. But if you want to look at those really complicated formulas, I'm happy to explain, or you can look at those and have questions, or we can talk more about that next time. We also want to just make sure that the sustainability is present, because we have to have something that we can sustain over time and get our schools what they need, because I really think that's where our focus is. We know that that's where it's most important, is getting the supports for the students in the classrooms that they need to learn and grow and do the best that they can. So our action steps there are to get our schools involved in conversations to prioritize their needs. And I know Dr. Dowdle and I have already visited all of the secondary school principals. We have a little worksheet. We've talked through FTE. You know, we know ESSER's money is going away after next year. So we've had really specific conversations with them about what they need, how they would allocate money out of trust lands and TSSP, and just where their greatest resources need to come from. So we've started that process, and then we just need to make sure we're collaborating across all of our departments. So we know that everybody at the district level and beyond is working to support what the schools need. So that would be our next step. So for future discussions, things we didn't get a chance to talk about yet, but we're collecting data for, is the FAFSA for 2022-23. So trends across years. We also know that we struggle to keep some of our teachers in certain feeders. And so we want to talk about recruiting and maintaining high quality teachers at our most highly impacted schools, making sure that we're getting really great people to stay in those really high needs places. We also know that we have some targeted schools. A couple high schools were added for their multilingual students. So we need to make some growth in that area. So we want to be cognizant of our TSI schools and what those discussions need to look like. Questions? Board members who were there? Did I do it justice? Questions? Yes. Excellent report. Mrs. Arnold, did you have anything to add? Okay, Mr. Wrigley.
Honors classes, as we start looking into this, when they took away the requirements to get into honors class, that became a problem because honor class just became another class, which was really difficult for the teacher because sometimes
kids going in honors class is not the choice of the child, but it's the choice of the parent. And I've taught in multiple high schools and middle schools across 2-3 districts. It's interesting to see a handful of kids on your honors class that really don't want to be there. And so how are we going to deal with that? I mean, because the teacher doesn't want any child to fail, but if a child comes in with a C, C minus, and the parent want him in honors classes, how there's not going to be able to spend enough time with the students that need to get up to this higher level of rigors at the same time trying to get the other child up, or just eventually, I mean, can we get a talk with the parents about this, or what can we do to make sure we're not setting that child up for failure?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And certainly because they've removed the ability to have any kind of prerequisite, you have those conversations. And when I say you, it would be counselors, administrators, teachers, have those conversations with kids and parents where they'll say, you know, you really should try honors. I think you can do this. Or if the parents are wanting that, to say, you know, these are the things that your child should be able to expect, or this is kind of what level they're going to operate on, and there's going to be supports. So you try to inform, right, and help them understand what that class might look like, what the expectations would be. But then that's why that professional learning piece will be so important, because the teachers, it will be less tracked in that case.
If you have 3 students that are not up to the same level as the rest of the class, the teacher has to really focus on those 3 students, and it takes away time from the rest of the class.
Right.
So
Which
it'll
really
be
happens in every
difficult.
class. I mean, that's kind of you have that continuum of learner, no
Yeah,
matter
I
what your
know.
class is.
It's a bit interesting because a lot of parents put their kids in honors programs because they want behaviors, which causes problems at the schools too. Then you have everybody with non-behaviors in one class and all the kids with behaviors. It's an interesting dilemma.
Yeah, so it's going to be like an important discussion, and it's going to take time. And a lot of teachers who currently are teaching honors, it's going to be a shift for them. So that's what I'm saying. It's going to have some real time involvement for learning. Oh, sorry, I'm not the one to call on you.
Okay, Mrs. Oaks, Mrs. Nybar, and Mrs. Schill. And speaking to Steve's point, I think it's a good one. I mean, I remember taking one of my kids over to Hillcrest to check out whether or not he was interested in doing the IB program. And it was really helpful for them to go into depth about what would be expected, how much time outside of class, how much additional time would really happen. And they had the students speak to it. And it helped us make a decision as a family about whether or not that was a good fit for him. And I think that that's one reason why the IB program is very successful, because they're very clear and upfront with those families beforehand. I feel like even just, this is how many more hours per week will be expected of you in order to be successful at this, you know, in this class, I think is worthwhile. So.
Yeah, that clear intent would definitely need to be defined and explained. Yeah.
Thank you, Mrs. Nybar, and then Mrs. Schill.
Thank you for the presentation and all the work. I'm very, very excited about this. This has been something that this has been a big thing for me. As I've talked to a lot of families, that is a big reason why they look elsewhere. Lots of times if they have an advanced learner and they, you know, don't feel like those needs are met in the neighborhood school, and then they look into the SALTA program, and that's a drive away anyways, and they're no longer with their friends and neighbors. It's easier to open up that door and say, well, is public school even the best? Or, you know, should we go to private school, or should we look at charters or alternative options? So, with this discussion with the honors course requirements, when you're saying must have clear intent for increased workload, I think that's a big one. I think that right now, the way the standards are written in our district for the honors classes, that deeper level learning and a deeper dive, it's a little ambiguous, and it doesn't necessarily mean a stronger workload. And so arguably, you could almost argue that, and teachers and administrators say this, at the middle school level, it's honors in name only. Actually, the workload's the same as a regular class. And so that's something that we want to be clear about with our intent, and a stronger, curriculum based on what honors means. And then I think as far as what Mr. Wrigley's saying, and Miss Oaks, if then parents are told and the kids are told what the expectation is going to be, I would think if the kids are having a hard time in that class, they would self-select out because the workload, maybe isn't a good fit or something like that. But I do like the idea that we have that access and opportunity to any child who's interested in it, because we know some pretty amazing things happen when our learners are engaged and they can reach, higher potentials than maybe others would have seen in them. So I'm grateful for this discussion. So just a question then, are we looking at, I see clear intent for increased workload, but are we looking at also having a stronger rubric or outline of what an honors class means that's more specific than what we have currently written? Because that's
The tricky part is that, at least at the middle school level, there is no honors curriculum,
right.
There's just English, math, science, social
Mhm.
studies, like there's one curriculum. So how that would look, is part of that discussion we're going to have with principals. And that's part of when we talk about the designation, because right now what some of the middle schools are doing is they're not in a separate class. They just have some other, that clear intent, some other additional things that they do that give them a designation of honors on the report card or on their record. So that's part of what we're going to need to come back to our committee with on the 5th, with kind of the feedback from principals and what this might look like, what it would mean for our next steps.
Okay, great. And I would love us to also keep in mind that we're preparing these kids for high school for their AP and honors classes as well. I know some kids that in middle school, they get to high school, and I know kids that are trying to transfer into honors classes after the fact because they were intimidated at first and then think, well, maybe I can do it. And so I think that preparation, the middle school for high school, because that makes a big difference to what colleges they can get into. And a lot of colleges look at that rigor. And so I think that as we're looking at what standards we're setting in our honors classes in middle school, we need to have an eye forward to what path that sets these kids up for high school and for admissions into college. Yeah. Thanks.
Yep. Thank you, Mrs. Schill, and then Superintendent.
Okay, so I am going to bring up something that my son actually brought to me, and I started thinking about, I'm like, well, we have never talked about this as a board, so I'm going to bring it up. And he's like, why don't we do a weighted GPA? So he's in high school, he has like several AP classes, but his point, which I think is a good point, we want kids to take honors, we want them to take more AP, but students are afraid to take them because they don't want to ruin their GPA. Whereas if we had the weighted GPA, taking a harder class, you get a higher GPA. So I don't know. I just thought I'd bring it up. Maybe we can start discussing it at some point. I'm not sure if it's I don't know if anyone does it in our state or if it's even allowed by state law, but
High schools
maybe-
I knew some high schools that did it when
Yeah.
I was teaching. I don't know right off the top of my head who still does, but it's something that
yeah. So
they
I mean,
did.
if that's really our priority is to provide opportunities for advanced learners, I think maybe that is something we should look at and we can discuss it. And thank you.
Superintendent.
Just to add to that, one other thought, there are models out there where the honors is actually designated post at the end of the class. So it's not designed as, you don't advertise it as an honors class, but based on personalizing it for each student based on rigor and how the student, maybe it's through project-based learning or how they demonstrate that designation's awarded at the end. So that might be another way, kind of to your point, Amber, of, recognizing the students that achieve more or take more rigorous courses, that maybe we look at it with the designation at the end, not on the front side.
Thank you. Mrs. Oaks.
I think the difficulty with that, though, is one of the benefits of those honors courses is if you have a group of kids that are really engaged and ready to show up and they kind of take on the challenge, it creates a different synergy and ability for them to discuss, like even just to have more Socratic discussion in the classroom. If you have, half the class that's really not interested in that, I think it kind of breaks down part of the intent of the class of what's supposed to take place. So that's my big concern with that.
Thank you. Thank you for that report and
Bring you
lots-
lots of good
lots
stuff
of
next time.
work to do still. And it will be interesting to see what feedback we get from the principals and
Thank
on
you.
this. Mhm. All right, next will be the report from the Human Centered Supports Group and Dr. Brian McGill.
Great. Thank you, President Tingy. In the spirit of high quality learning, as well as access and opportunity, and weighted GPAs, we actually unveiled and rolled out our Step to the U assembly to all the juniors at Jordan High School this morning. So it was a lot of fun for me to be in their presence. There's a lot of enthusiasm. Their kids were very engaged, very excited about the prospect and opportunity of us opening this up. So I want to thank Dr. Eschler for having me in and for conducting the presentation. Allowed me to connect with some kids, which I don't always get every day. So it's pretty exciting to be a part of that. Last meeting, I didn't have a joke prepared, but I do for this meeting. So what did the math student say to the guidance counselor? I have a lot of problems to solve. There you go. All right. With regards to human-centered supports, which is ironic, we're talking about it at 10:07 at night, but here we are. Impact statement. All students, families, and employees feel safe, supported, and have a sense of belonging within their school community. And this really touches on the culture and climate for both students and our staff, as we've been discussing tonight. Looking at that work and school environment is critically important. The strategic initiatives, I'm gonna actually just kind of skip over both of these because these are included in the strategic plan just for the sake of time. And just jump right into the immediate priorities. So the 4 immediate priorities that as a focus group we discussed on September 29th and again on November 7th is the Tier 1 life skills curriculum, which is going great. We've had 2 parent advisory groups that we've ran to date, with a third of those being this Thursday, and we will have it cleanly wrapped up. Parents have been very impressed. We've had a lot of positive feedback. They've had some great feedback as far as edits as well. And a big thanks to Laura and Jonathan Stewart and ISD who have actually been implementing those edits as those parent requests have come forward each night so that we're staying up with updating that. And as we all know, that Tier 1 based curriculum provides for safer schools and empowers students in their learning. The second immediate priority is creating and sustaining inclusive schools and classrooms, creating a positive culture and climate again. One of the ways in which we do this is ISD has our achievement coaches. They go in and do PBIS walkthroughs. Administrators in the schools conduct IPOPs, looking at those best practices in terms of inclusion in classrooms. So that's one of our high priority needs. Increasing mental and physical health needs for students across the district. This is something that we have talked about and will continue to talk about. And as we've talked about supports for staff here this evening, one of the things that Dr. Robbins has mentioned more than once now in both cabinet as well as in this committee is potentially maybe the opportunity of looking at like a clinic for both medical needs as well as potentially mental health needs for some of our staff. And as we were talking about that, aside from health insurance and the EAP, perhaps maybe there's another avenue and opportunity that we could look to maybe partner with some mental health agencies, just like we do with Hopeful Beginnings and Project Connections for our students. So something to consider there. And in supporting teachers with behavioral management, we actually had a meeting today focused on this very topic of discussion. And we talked about the potential for our school psychs potentially taking some ownership and helping to train our achievement coaches, which we have quite an abundance of resources within ISD, to provide those supports behaviorally to both students and teachers, and helping them with maybe some of our more challenging students, if you will. So it's already a resource pool that we have available. It's just a matter of how we can support them as they support teachers with their Tier 1 instruction for academics and behavior both. Also, as part of our group, a big part of our discussion at our last meeting was focused on staff focus supports. I won't regurgitate what Laura already presented, but in essence, what we did is we took a look at the exit survey data, looked at the strong indicators, which a lot of those are extrinsic in nature. And again, those lowest indicators, which have already been identified tonight, again, looking at culture and climate, flexibility, workload expectations, which I know has been a big topic tonight,
recognition and appreciation, and then just feeling valued overall as an employee. As part of that discussion as well, it was brought up, and it's been brought up again tonight. If we do an ESP exit survey, which it sounds like we do not, so potentially that's maybe something that we need to look to incorporate moving forward. I won't speak for Steve Diamond in HR, but certainly was a recommendation that was made as part of the focus group. Another interesting component that was brought up in our discussions is potentially looking at the possibility of like varying employee packages, right? Like with the generation of teachers coming up, they might value time more than money. So, you know, I know it's kind of throwing it outside the box, but potentially looking at different, you know, types of employee packages that could be a draw for particular teachers and educators into our district. Ways to increase recognitions, appreciation, and then just helping employees feel valued. And this has been discussed again tonight too. Probably looks a little bit different in each of the schools based upon the administration and what they do. I know in my time at Alta, I tried to put a lot of time and effort and energy into assuring that my staff across the board, despite their role and responsibility, felt like they were a part of a family and being valued and being recognized. We incorporated ESP and teacher recognitions into every faculty meeting, which was great to do. We talked about just adding value-added measures, and a couple of things that have been brought up since we met originally in September is HR's offered up some yoga classes for employees across the district. We've also just recently opened up our middle school gyms. I believe Draper Park, Mount Jordan, and Midvale, if I'm not mistaken, are going to be opened up for employees to be able to access and take advantage of the ability to exercise at no cost. And Dr. Robbins and I have even talked about maybe, you know, maybe we have our PE teachers or weight training teachers. They can maybe make a little extra money and actually train our staff on how to utilize the equipment in each of the facilities. The letters training adjustment, which I think we're all very familiar with and aware of here. So again, trying to remove things from the plate of teachers and educators as a whole. And then we also discussed associating the exit survey indicators by age group. So we can look at potential patterns and trends as it relates to our generation of teachers that are coming through. Again, student focus supports. We've touched on the life skills curriculum, the focal points that are aligned with that. This is K-8. Obviously, we've got 9, 12 to follow. So a lot of discussions to be had around that and what that might potentially look like. If we have success with K-8, potentially we'll look at, you know, maybe replicating the model that we've created as we've done for, like I said, the K-8 system. And then just aligning that with a strategic initiative. Positive atmosphere, positive culture and climate at school. And so one of the things that I had prepared for the meeting, and again, these are 1-hour meetings, we spent a lot of time on the staff side of survey exit data and evaluating and analyzing that and discussing potential options to bring about additional value-added measures. But in our meeting, I did provide for all of our staff, and this is where we'll continue with our next meeting, is looking at the senior exit survey questions, the USBE culture and climate questions, prepared some information on attendance, discipline trends using data dashboard, our safe UT reports, which can be pulled up by LEA or school, the SHARPS data, and then in talking with some of the student services directors across the state, we recently had our directors meeting, and actually some of the districts have created their own survey instrument internally that they do. So that might be something for us to take a look at. I know our principals are kind of clamoring for some type of ongoing, you know, validated, reliable measure that they can use year to year so they can assess the culture and climate of their school. So we have lots of different ways in which we're doing that, but it'd be nice to have one instrument, one tool that provides them with data so they can strengthen their TSSP plans at their school. Student focused supports, again, just continuing there. Obviously, we provide mental health staffing supports. We're near 350 students to 1 counselor. Ideally, the national recommendation is 250 to 1, but we're in the state of Utah. We've got 4 elementaries without a full-time counselor. We've got 4 schools also that were short school psychs. Nurses, we don't have one for every school. We've got a lot of shared coverage there. And then we have our partnerships with our school-based mental health providers, both
Hopeful Beginnings and Project Connection. And I'm actually looking to potentially further expand that. We got a meeting set up with the Multicultural Counseling Center as a potential option to be able to provide additional supports for the students and parents in our schools. Family Ed Center, which provides lots of opportunity at night for our students as well as parents. And then our mental health screening nights, which have been designated, the first of those being this Thursday, Draper Park. Another one in January at Midvale, March at Jordan High, and in April, doing one at Eastmont Middle School. And we moved the last screening night up from May to April for obvious reasons as the end of the school year is approaching. Give kids and parents additional opportunities to get supports and services before the end of the school year. And then again, I think we need to pay particular attention, not lose sight of the fact that our parents, need supports as well. And so I know this year we've expanded the canyoneering nights. We've worked with external fairs to provide those with various different topics. I know I've been able to present at each of those. Our Life Skills Parent Advisory Group, I know they've been very appreciative being involved and just seeing the transparency in our process of unveiling the life skills curriculum. Again, Family Ed Center, Parent Square, multilingual nights, college going nights, parent access to our SIS systems, community councils, parent teacher conferences, PTSA. So next steps, we also are meeting on December 5th. Part of the reason why we do that is we've got a lot of members that are on both the Access and Opportunity as well as the Human Centered Supports Focus Group. And so we're planning to meet on the 5th, and we'll get an opportunity to actually review through the student culture and climate data that we prepared for last meeting that we didn't get a chance to go through. And then just evaluating other culture and climate metrics. And again, continuing to provide ways to support our students, staff, and parents across the board. So that's all I got. Questions?
Right, thank you. Questions or comments, board? Mrs. Nybar?
Thank you for your presentation, all your hard work. I just wanted to also thank you. I've talked to some parents who are part of the parent committee for the student life skills, and they all have just had very positive feedback, how grateful they are with the process, how you've made yourself available if they have further questions, and that they're really excited about it. And that's just a really awesome end result, because a lot of those parents that are on that committee were ones that had concerns, and now they're very happy. So I appreciate all the extra effort with that committee specifically.
Yeah, thank you. It's, as I told Dr. Robbins, it's been a very challenging task, but I'm telling you, to see the parents and the responses that they had has been very rewarding, to see how excited they are about the prospect. In fact, several of them said, we need to license this. We need to look at potentially selling this, get something out of it, which I'm like, hey, of course, as long as those funds go back to mental health services.
That's right.
But no, we're really excited about the prospect of it. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Mrs. Oaks?
I got immediate phone calls and texts after your last meeting, and they were raving about it. So
Awesome.
yeah, I really, really appreciate it. That is a heavy lift, Brian. Like, you have had a whole spectrum of people in there, very different perspectives. And I think what you've been able to do with them is quite significant. So thank you.
I appreciate that. Yeah. And honestly, I mean, that thanks has to be extended across our directors that have contributed a lot of time. We've had a lot of specialists be involved, and it's truly been a district-wide collaborative effort. We've had folks from SPED, from ISD, from our department, federal and state programs, school performance, everybody, working collaboratively together to ensure that we're going to have success with this. So.
Great. Anything else? All right. Thank you so much. And thank you to your committee and all that you're doing.
Thanks,
Appreciate
President
it.
Ting. Appreciate it.
All right. Last report, the Committee for Operations, and I'll turn the time over to Mr. Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator.
Thank you, President Tingy. No, Brian, he didn't steal my joke. I did have one about a lawyer in the airport who lost his luggage, but that one got stolen as well. Go quickly here. I have a couple slides, and Kirsten and Jeff have a couple as well to share. One of the things we really focused on as we met last week was our staffing and how we can support them. Again, that's been talked about. And just the labor shortage that we're in, we all know that, this is as of last week, we're down. You can see the number of teachers, we're down 16. Good news at Jordan Valley, we have hired at least 4. I think I've even heard we're up to 6 there, so that helps out, but we're still down in assistant custodians and down still maybe another 10 or 12 bus drivers, lunch workers, everything across the board. We're a little bit better than we have been in the past, but still struggling in many areas. Steve actually pointed this out, gave me this article that we reviewed, and I can send that out. The link probably doesn't keep there, but as we talk about, as Laura presented the teacher satisfaction survey, we wanted to hit on, this article pointed out 6 things that employees want in their next job. Salaries and benefits, that's always been number one. It was 30 years ago, 50 years ago, and it still will be. But number 2, which isn't too far behind, is greater work-life balance. And I think we heard that a little bit in the teacher satisfaction survey. That actually was a big jump from the last survey they did a couple years back, up from about 50% up to 61. 3 is a big one, I think, for us and our teachers and our other employees, ability to do what they do best. What roadblocks can we remove? 4, we're actually very good at greater stability. Obviously the school district, we're pretty stable with job security. I thought 5 and 6 were new. COVID vaccine policies, both sides of the aisle on that. And 6, organization is diverse and inclusive of all types of people. Those were a little bit lower down, but up on the list nonetheless. So appreciate all the work we're doing with Sunlight Works there. Again, hitting on the teacher, the compensation. You can see these are the 22, 23 this year's starting teacher salaries. You can see where we rank 4th out of the 41 school districts, and the gap there between the top 10 or those within the top 10. One of the things we did talk a lot about is what roadblocks we can look at removing, both externally. When we say externally, that has to be maybe with the USBE or the legislature, and then what can we do internally. We talked a lot about our teacher shortage, how we can get, we're probably headed down a road, we're going to have more Apple candidates. So how do we support them? How do we remove some of the roadblocks at the state level, the tests they have to take, and how can we support them better here locally? Because like I say, the numbers we're hearing at the universities, we just don't know if that's going to supply the demand that's going to come here the next few years with teachers starting to maybe retire out of the system. Also, we spent some time talking about how to get more experienced teachers in our Title I schools. We're actually going to meet with the legislator next week about maybe running some bills on this, such as a retention bonus. A big one is maybe can we extend the school year? We look at those, particularly the 2 schools that are in a turnaround status for us, and just extra support. So we'll discuss that more at our next meeting, which is going to be on December 8th. So with that, if there's maybe we'll just have Kirsten come up, do hers, and then Jeff, and if there's any questions for any of us, we can hit those.
Okay, well, we've talked a little bit about the challenges we face with regard to the recruitment and retention of employees, and we'll talk a little bit about now the challenges we face with the recruitment and retention of students. We've heard about the morale issue, and that's a real issue, and I don't want to discount that. But I think it's also important, our committee talked about this, to sort of understand writ large the demographic pressures that we're also dealing with. So when the pandemic hit, it was kind of all consuming, and it really kind of, I think, masked some of those slower moving demographic challenges. Demographers now will tell you that, a lot of those supply chain shortages and worker scarcity issues that we're experiencing are sort of a result of a shrinking population as much as they were of a pandemic. I don't say that to scare anyone, but just so that we understand that we're in more of a marathon situation than a sprint with regard to a lot of this. So
Utah's course is no longer an exception to this issue. We have a declining fertility rate in the state. We have now, in 2020, we slipped below replacement value, which means we're no longer having enough babies to replace ourselves. So what does this mean for schools? The baby bust is here. It's actually kind of a now problem. You're seeing it districts, mostly urban districts throughout the state, districts that are talking about all kinds of reactions to this. District-wide, our enrollment since the high water mark of about 34,000 students in 2018-2019 year has dropped about an average of 1.4% per year, with the steepest declines happening in grades kindergarten, first, and second. That trend is expected to continue, and I know we're going to be sharing more about this at an upcoming board meeting, so I'm not going to get too much into the, enrollment projections. We know that we talked about how the birth rate plays a big part of this, and that housing is also an issue. The cost of housing, right? It's, hard for young families to rent here and to buy here. Another reality that we face is we lived in a very well-developed part of Salt Lake County, which means there's sort of a limited room for construction of new housing, right? So the housing that is being built is mostly, also the housing that is being built is mostly apartments and family attached units, which are like condos and townhouses. And historically, we know from experience, those units don't yield as many students as, say, single family homes. So limited growth, limited room for development. So what does this mean for Canyon's district schools? Well, the bad news is we are projected to see enrollment declines in the next 5 years at 26 of our 29 elementary schools and some of our middle schools and high schools. Again, we're going to talk more about that at a later date, but the good news is that we have a lot of strengths, right? We are a high performing district. Our students outpace their peers on end of year tests, sometimes by as many as 15 percentage points. We also have a large share of top ranked schools in this district. By at least one measure, Public School Review, we actually rank #1 for the most top ranked schools in our district. So, and I think you see that as evidenced by the increase that we're seeing in transfers to CSD from other districts and the decline in transfers from CSD to other districts. And of course, we've also got the Point, which is a big development that we're looking at like many years down the road. So having said that, I know I'm speeding through this, but it's late, so let me know, chime in, any of you that were a part of this discussion. We've been asking what we can do operationally to kind of make it easier for families to choose Canyons, right? So how can we connect students to the educational opportunities best suited to their interests, aspirations, and needs? How can we support them to ensure they succeed with us? So enrollment data, we've always kind of used it to guide decisions about school boundaries and facility needs and FTE, school staffing or academic programming. That will continue, of course, but we also want to dig a little bit further and kind of use this data to understand why are students choosing Canyons and how satisfied are they with the experience that they have here. And then we want to use that data to guide the marketing of our programs, customer service improvements, and student outreach and supports. And when I say we, this is a big we, it's actually something that's involving like practically everyone here in this room, most of the departments, from student services and school performance to IT and research and assessment. So it's kind of an all hands on deck enterprise. So we didn't get a chance to touch on this much as our committee or our work group, but I thought it was important to kind of give a brief recap of some of the progress that we are making. Most of it's been on kind of the data gathering front. So we've conducted a survey of homeschooling families. And one of the things that we found from that is that a lot of our homeschool families either didn't realize that they could dual enroll or they felt sort of disconnected from their neighborhood school. And so we've added them to our mailing list so that we can kind of start to better engage them. We've also been serving student transfers, so both incoming students and outgoing students, to better understand kind of why they've made the decisions they've made. We'll be hopefully reporting more on that. And we're working to automate those surveys in the future so that, someone drops from Canyons, they're going to get an automatic survey, or as they're permitting to transfer to Canyons, they're going to have to, answer a couple of questions, or we'll ask them to answer a couple of questions. we're working with our academic team and IT department to streamline our back to school registration. As a district, we've always prioritized customer service, which is sort of the face-to-face interactions that we have with our families and our students. But we also want to focus on customer experience, which is kind of the experience that families have with our brand as a district. So, for example, are they having to complete like a ton of steps as part of the registration process? And can we make that a little more frictionless? Are we closing the loop with them when they do register, right? With the onboarding and orientation? Or what barriers are families facing as they look for information on our websites, and how can we remove those? So toward that end, we're also redesigning our homepage to more prominently display admissions information for families who are exploring canyons as an option, and also to sort of convey what sets us apart as a district. This week, Jeff mentioned, of course, that tomorrow is ESP Day, and tomorrow we're hosting some customer service trainings. So to kind of inspire our administrative assistants, bus drivers, and custodial staff, and help them be empowered to make a difference in students' lives, because we know they do already. We know that we can't manage what we don't measure, and so we're really working on kind of improving our data gathering, also making sure that we're operating from some solid data. So school performance is working with IT to update our school capacity numbers. So we've had a lot of construction, as we all know. I think 27 school upgrades and rebuilds in 13 years. So we felt the time was really ripe to kind of tackle that. Susan Edwards is working with IT and city planners to audit our new construction projections to ensure that we have really a full accounting of all of the developments out there, right? That's a lot of footwork, and it's going to take a lot of work, but we believe we can do it. We've also been gathering post-secondary data to show how we perform when it comes to college acceptance and scholarship rates. Student Services is partnering with the University of Utah, sending mailers at various times throughout the year to our high school students to let them know, hey, you've met the threshold for acceptance to our institution, and, sort of another service that we're providing so that they understand that they, even if they thought that maybe the University of Utah was out of their reach, that they realize, no, in fact, it isn't. And finally, we're creating some talking points for frontline staff when faced with questions about enrolling or disenrolling, so that we're kind of all making sure that we're providing the best customer service possible. So there are more recommendations that we'll be talking about, I think, as a group, and maybe bringing to the board. But we have been doing kind of a lot of administrative footwork toward, I guess, the retention and recruitment of our students. So, yeah, you want to?
Thank you, Kirsten. In addition to keeping track of how the community views Canyon School District and how we can respond to that, the Board of Education has asked us to conduct a series of surveys. And we've also included this in our plans to consistently keep tabs on how the community feels about the Canyon School District, our operations, and our programs. One of the most recent requests of the board is to conduct a survey to gauge public sentiment on shifting the start and end times of high, middle, and elementary schools in the Canyons district. Now, the potential survey questions would be drafted by the committee of the operations part of the strategic plan. We are studying operations and the initiatives, and therefore the Board of Education has asked us to take a look at this. You'll see in front of you the proposed timeline for gauging our public sentiment on that question of whether or not we should change the start and end times of our schools. Now, our conversations have focused on asking this question and then engaging the community on this based on the interest in going down that road. We can ask them first, are you interested in us doing this? And then from there, we can work on more specific plans. The following in front of you is a proposed timeline for seeking input from the communities at the outset of the year after the new board is seated and starts in earnest on the New Year's issues. We can provide a draft of the survey to the board before we leave for the winter recess. January 3rd is the day that we return. On January 5th, we're proposing that the draft would be approved and the instrument sent and prepared to launch. From there, you will see the dates of when we would like to provide information to the Board of Education on the question that they've asked us to seek answers to. Now, the survey would be sent to parents and employees via email. This would be an online survey. They'd be given substantial time to respond and reminders to complete that survey. Now, once these results are compiled, we'll provide that information to the board. Now, from there, we would get guidance on how we would want you would want us to move forward. Now, it's worth mentioning that any public interest work done right now would be informed. The guidance but not likely be ready to impact the 23-24 school year, given the time frame and the logistics that would be required to take a look at the entire district, bell schedules, and bus routes. But it still would inform decisions that the board would make about how we would move forward in future years. Do you have any questions?
Any questions, anyone? Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Mrs. Nybar.
Not a question, just a comment. That is so comprehensive. I'm really excited about this, and I think that you both have done, and your departments have done an excellent job in looking at things from all angles. So I'm excited to see this.
Great, thank you. Yes. As a member of this operations committee, I just also want to just make a comment that looking at things from an operational perspective is really valuable because we are a large organization, and creating a system that runs smoothly is going to be helpful in all the other aspects of what we're trying to be successful at. Superintendent, do you have anything to add to these reports?
Yeah, I just want to express my appreciation to our leadership team and the board. I think, one of the things that we set out to do was really build a strong relationship and alignment between the board's vision and administration executing it. And it's very humbling to be surrounded by the great leaders that we have in the district. And, we don't often talk about that, but they really have created with you a North Star that we can anchor to. And you really think about all of the discussion and those points of contact. I mean, the culture that's developing in the direction that we're going, whether it's high quality learning and portrait of a graduate and defining what that actually looks like, to really having deep discussions about recruiting and retention, and trying to make it better for our students and our employees. And then, the human-centered supports of trying to really provide all of the wraparound services to capitalize on that. And then finally, just these conversations, about operations and just really deep diving and understanding our student enrollment data and how we move forward and how we communicate better and how we allocate resources more equitably and more fairly. I mean, it's pretty inspiring, to be quite honest. And I'm just honored to be surrounded by the best of the best. So I appreciate every one of them.
Great, thank you. Any other comments on these reports? Mrs. Oaks.
Thanks you guys for everything that you reported. And by the way, Kirsten, I think it's so appropriate that you had that conversation with us on the day, apparently, that the Earth just barely hit the 8 billion population mark today. I don't know if you knew that, but I thought it was fascinating to actually look at the demographic charts. Years ago, there was a documentary that came out that talked about population demographics. I found it completely fascinating, and everything that they predicted we're seeing happen right now. So understanding how that impacts the school district, how that impacts the state, how it impacts our workforce is really, it's tricky, but I'm so grateful that you're getting out ahead of it and helping us understand how to anticipate and make good decisions. So.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the new business items. We'll now have staff comments. I'll turn time over to Superintendent Robbins and then to Mr. Leon Wilcox.
Just real brief, want to give a shout out to, we're starting the listening tour as mentioned earlier, and just appreciate all the participation and input from our teachers and staff as we go out. And I hope they'll all attend if they can. It's been great so far. And this week we're still going. We're going to be at Copperview tomorrow and then at Lone Peak on Friday and just continue on with that. And so appreciate all of the input we're getting. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wilcox.
Yes, thank you, President Tingy. Last meeting, I talked about our open enrollment insurance. Just want to thank our insurance department and all the employees. We got up to 94% enrolled, which is really good as far as the IRS goes. So thank you to everyone for that. Tomorrow, we're looking forward to the ribbon cutting at Peruvian Park. Compared to lots of the ribbon cuttings, the school is more complete than others, but we still have some tile that is not down, so you're going to see a couple hallways that are not tiled. But other than that, just big thank you to everyone who's made this possible, all the contractors who put in the late hours, and as well as our staff moving everything, and Leslie Jukes and her team. And just again, big thank you to all our ESPs. You know, we couldn't do this without them. They just no words can say how much they really mean to us. I know we had from the association, Mary Burt, the administrative assistant at Willow Canyon was here, as well as Amanda McConnell from transportation. I know they've both long gone, but thank you to all of them for all that they do. Every single one of them. They mean so much. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Let's now have board member comments. Let's start with Mrs. Shill.
Okay, so I'm gonna go super fast since it's really late. So I had a great time delivering foundation grants. I went to the Canyon View PTA meeting and I was just really impressed with the parents. They were very engaged and their fundraiser raised over $40,000, which I think that might be a district record. I'm not sure, for an elementary school. I also went to the Brighton High School Community Council, and that was really fun. They just have a huge group of parents, and the meeting was like over 2 hours long, and we had just a lot of good discussions there. I want to thank all the principals for planning all the wonderful Veterans Day assemblies. I got invited to several, but I had a conflict of the Canyon View PTA meeting. So anyway, I just really appreciate that. I'm sure that was a lot of work for them. I want to congratulate Brighton Band on getting second place. And then lastly, I just want to thank the superintendent for being willing to always listen to parents and employees and for doing that walking tour, listening tour. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Nybar.
Thank you. I too wanted to thank all of our schools that participate in honoring our veterans. I've participated in those programs in years past. I was out of town this year, but I loved getting the report from Jeff. I'd like to congratulate some students. We had 10 seniors from Corner Canyon make the all-state team, and there was only 25 athletes recognized from 5A and 6A. So the fact that 10 came from there is pretty amazing. Jessica Flores, Brooke Barney, Ella Nelson, Avery Adamson, Lauren Easton, Olivia Sharp, Ella Duffin, Annabelle Harris, Jade Winkle, and Christine Schmidt. So congratulations to those kids. And I know Christine Schmidt, her mom, does a lot of volunteer hours in PTA at our schools. I also wanted to take a minute to talk about, very briefly, I really appreciated meeting with our student advisory committee with our kids. And we had some very interesting discussions talking about when do they feel most engaged and excited in the classroom. So I took down a lot of notes, and I just wanted to do a shout out, and emails will follow. But our AP government teacher, Mr. Rogers, a lot of comments about, is it Miss Rogers? A lot of comments about how awesome that classroom is in engaging the kids, and how what happens is they draw connections that pertain to their own life. Crenshaw in our C-Tech had a lot of great comments about that. English teacher, Mr. Meyer, that opens up the classroom with a deep question and has the kids comment, and then has personal connections with the kids. I think there is 2 others. The AP literature class, Miss Clark, she has a lot of arts integration in her classroom, which, how fantastic is that? Goes right along with our strategic plan. let's see, Miss Yee has a passion project where it was fun. This student was talking about how it kind of makes you just stop for a minute because you have to use your brain in so many different ways. And at first you're kind of frustrated, but then throughout the process, he was saying, I'm always going to remember what I learned through that project. And I loved that. Some other really awesome things about our AP Chinese teacher, Miss Jha, and some wonderful things going on at Hillcrest. Anyway, I wanted to take a minute to thank those kids because that discussion was so valuable, talking about how many times they're engaged in the classroom. One important feedback, I want to remain positive, but one important feedback is they were talking about group projects and it came up, unfortunately, some of our group projects we're working on a PowerPoint. So we're just individually working on a slide and we're not really collaborating and talking as a group. So then I asked the group, how many of you feel that most of your group projects are that way? And it was 90% of them. So that was really a good experience to learn from, how we can breathe more group projects that we're actually collaborating as we look at the skills for moving on to the workforce, how important it is to be able to communicate and be able to, work together as a group. So anyway, really appreciate those kids coming. They were so prepared. A lot of them even had their pamphlets on the strategic plan in hand. How awesome is that? So good job to those students and good job to those amazing teachers and many more of you that I didn't name. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Wrigley?
So I told my wife I'd definitely be home by 10 o'clock. So I'm definitely in trouble. Anyway, just really quickly, lots of meetings, sometimes 3 a day. So I'm not going to go over all those. Just really appreciate our teachers, especially our ESPs. We don't recognize them very often as much as we should. So thank you. I'm glad we're doing that this particular week. Looking forward to the next couple weeks and all the fun we're going to be having. Tomorrow, you got to come. Event of the year, Peruvian Park being open, free admission just for the board. I'm looking forward. I'm already with Clarine. We're writing our obituaries for our celebration of life ceremony in December. So you're welcome to come.
Thank you. Mrs. Oakes?
I echo so much of what my fellow board members have said. I want to congratulate Corner Canyon on their advancement to the finals. And their semifinal game was a riot. It was so much fun. Even in the freezing cold, we got to see a couple 95-yard touchdowns, which was quite something right there on the field. I love their musical Crazy for You, which just finished up last night. It was awesome. I cannot believe how much time and effort collectively goes into those musicals, but I loved it. It was a lot of fun. But I want to primarily focus my comments on the Veterans Day Assembly at Alta High School. That was so deeply touching. And Brian, it's fitting that you're here because I know that you have had a lot to do with that in the past and made sure that was a longstanding tradition at Alta. And man, did it show. Seeing those kids walk into the gym in shirts and ties and dresses in respect for the day was really touching. And to see what kind of respect they showed those veterans, there were a lot of veterans there. They had a huge section of the gym with the vets and their families. They had them stand up. We recognized them. Anyway, I was so impressed and so thrilled to see the gift that was given those students that day, because they won't walk away in the future as adults forgetting why we celebrate Veterans Day. That was really clear and it was felt, and they were extremely respectful. For high school students, it kind of blew me away. So I just really want to thank all of our schools that have taken a lot of time and energy to make sure that that's a priority. I actually have had so many people from the community, some who don't even have kids, that they saw what I posted online about it and they said, oh, this is what we need in our schools. We're so grateful someone is taking the time and energy to teach our kids this. Thank you. Thank you. So you need to hear that. And Ken needs to hear that. I really appreciate all of that effort. So.
Thank you. Mrs. Arnold?
I just want to go back to what Leanne said and thank all the SPs. It's their week this week. and we need to recognize all that they do. I watched this movie once where they had all the people who worked in fast food places disappear, like it's sucked up into, I don't know, a spaceship, and how nothing could function. Nobody had anything to eat, and nobody knew what to do, and they didn't have enough food storage at home. Anyway, I kind of feel like that's what had happened if the ESPs like all disappeared. Like, we'd be in a world of hurt, right? We'd all be emptying our own garbage. We'd all be making our own food. We'd all be trying to figure out how to feed the kids. So I, as you know, I love teachers, but I also know we really have to have the ESPs, and thankful for all that they do every day. My one son told me about a few months ago, he was standing in his, he's a custodian, and he was standing there, and he loves the kids, and he's standing in the lunchroom, and this little teeny girl came up to him, and he goes, "I love you, Jeffy." And then she just threw up all over his pants. He's like 6'6". And he said it was the best day ever, Mom. He goes, "They're so cute when they say they love you." He didn't even care about the throw up. It was really funny when he told me the story. But anyway, so just so you know, I just really respect all those people out there trying to make everybody else's jobs a little bit easier. And that's exactly what they do every day. So thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to thank all of the administrators and for all the work that they've done. This has been a long meeting. And as long as this meeting is, it was preceded by many, 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 many hours of meetings. And so I appreciate that. And I just want to also make a comment about Veterans Day. I attended the program at Quell Hollow Elementary, and that is, I mean, again, it's a tradition that they built at that school, and it's so impressive, and it was very impactful. Many students say that's their favorite assembly of the whole year, is that assembly. And they had a student from Brighton at one point played taps, and it was very, very reverent and very touching and very moving. So again, just thank you to all of those folks in our schools. And I know a lot of it is supported by parents through the PTA and the SCCs. So thank you for all that they do. And seeing nothing else, I will declare the meeting adjourned. And thank you all for participating.
I know. I thought I broke 3 of them.